Good morning and welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, joining you from our Orlando studios. If you are just waking up with us, thanks for choosing to begin your Monday morning here with us on the show. As we do each and every morning, we do want to get you out the door with a look at all of the top stories that we are monitoring, not only stateside, but worldwide as well. Yesterday, we brought to you the breaking news out of Uvalde, Texas, after a Texas House of Representatives committee fully investigated the police response to the Robb Elementary School shooting back on May 24th that claimed the lives of 19 innocent children and 2 teachers. The report details systemic failures by law enforcement, poor decision making, and also outlines the 376 officers that reported to the scene, yet a chaotic scene and lack of communication at the scene resulted in a nearly 77-page report to be published, criticizing both local, state, and federal law enforcement officials. We will walk you through all of the details of this report and also take you through the latest body cam video that was not only released to the world, but also firsthand delivered to the family members of the 21 victims who lost their lives on May 24th. We're also keeping you up to date on the top stories out of the nation's capital. President Joe Biden returning to the United States after his trip to the Middle East. We'll walk you through his agenda this week and also the fallout from that highly controversial fist pump with the Saudi crown prince. We're also going to be keeping a very close eye on the Steve Bannon trial. The ex-Trump advisor is set to begin his trial today. Actually, jury selection is going to begin today. It's scheduled for later on this morning in the trial of Steve Bannon, a one-time advisor to former President Donald Trump, who faces criminal contempt of Congress charges after refusing for months to cooperate with the January 6th committee. Speaking of the January 6th committee, we do know that the final planned hearing is scheduled for Thursday. So as we have been doing each and every day, we will continue to cover those hearings from a 360-degree angle as soon as that is set to begin later on this week. But we do want to begin first and foremost with the latest out of Uvalde, Texas, after this 77-page report was released just yesterday. We do have some outlining details from this report and direct quotes that we would like to walk you through. Quote, "At Robb Elementary, law enforcement responders failed to adhere to their active shooter training, and they failed to prioritize saving innocent lives over their own safety." That was one of the bombshell quotes from this report. The gunman fired approximately 142 rounds inside of the building, and it's almost certain that at least 100 shots came before any officer entered, according to this report. No one assumed command despite scores of officers being on the scene. We do know that 376 officers responded to the Robb Elementary School shooting, and we actually have an outline of how many from each law enforcement agency appeared, because in the time directly after this shooting, much of the criticism had been directed at former Uvalde School Police Chief Pete Arredondo. But this report actually shows that a majority of the law enforcement officers who responded to the scene were officers at the state and federal level. The report states that there were 149 officers from the U.S. Border Patrol, 91 state police officers, 25 Uvalde City police officers, 16 sheriff's deputies, and 5 officers from the Uvalde Consolidated Independent School District. The committee said that law enforcement failed to quickly confront the suspect, having retreated to safety after taking gunfire and waiting for backup. Once again, they failed to prioritize saving these innocent victims, and the committee stated that the better trained officers and law enforcement agencies failed in taking that leadership role from Pete Arredondo. We do have a reporter on the ground who has been covering this story for us since the beginning. A new groundbreaking report coupled with new disturbing footage. Our Fox News correspondent Ashley Strohmeyer has the very latest.
inside this building. We have him contained.
New body camera footage revealing the horrors behind May's mass shooting at Robb Elementary in Uvalde, Texas.
Kids coming out, kids coming out.
Law enforcement seen here pulling kids through smashed windows and telling them to run, as the gunman who shot and killed 19 of their schoolmates and 2 teachers still remained inside.
I don't know if there was 2 shooters or not.
The clips also appear to show the ongoing confusion among the nearly 400 officers swarming the scene at the time. This footage released Sunday, the same day the Texas House of Representatives also unleashed a new report.
Where did the critical breakdown occur?
Collectively calling out local, state, and federal authorities for, quote, egregiously poor decision-making while responding to the attack. The report citing no one assumed command of the situation and how it took almost 2 hours for the gunman to be brought down after he entered the building.
There were officers in that building who knew or should have known more needed to be done. If they didn't take over command or try to assume command, they should have began asking questions.
It's hard to hear that there were multiple systemic failures because we want to tell ourselves that systems work. But there's also a call to action in this report because systems are something that we can and must improve.
The mayor of Uvalde says the city will conduct an internal investigation into the local police response. That's expected to commence once Texas DPS releases the officer incident statements that were collected after the shooting. Ashley Strohmeyer, Fox News.
And thank you to Ashley for that report. Officials that conducted this investigation did address the media and walk not only the family members of the 21 victims through the details of this report, but also addressed the media. We do want to play back for you this press conference that we brought to you live, raw, and unfiltered just yesterday.
Okay, the House Committee on the Robb Elementary shooting will now come to order. Clerk, call the roll.
Representative Burrows?
Here.
Representative Moody?
Present.
Justice Guzman?
Here.
Okay, a quorum is present. First, let me say this. If you're going to ask a question today and you were not able to fill out a witness affirmation form at WAF, you can still ask your question. Just send an email to Paige and she'll get it to you, and that should not be a reason why you cannot answer. What I would like to do today is start with this. If there's only one thing that I can tell you is there were multiple systemic failures. I would invite everybody to read the entire report. You cannot cherry pick one sentence and use it to say everything without reading it all together and with context. But if we need a simple phrase to describe what the report says, again, I would tell you multiple systemic failures. I want to first thank the mayor of Uvalde for hosting a meeting today with several of the families and asking for us to come by and attend. And I thought that was the respectful thing to do. I thought it was respectful to at least let them hear from me before we open this up to a broader public discussion. I look forward to the questions here at the press conference. One of the things that I said in there to the families is we want to show them as much respect as possible. The entire time this committee has been together, we have wanted to show them the most respect possible, and we've tried to do that. And I asked them if there was something we've ever done not respectful to let us know what it is. But I told them the most we can do to be respectful at this point is not to just blame one person or one thing. And I hope that the report, when people read all of it together, they understand that we look and take a broad approach to what happened that day. My biggest fear, and I also shared this with them at the meeting, is that we will look for simple solutions to these complex answers. And we will all look and say, well, you know, that's the way it was in Uvalde, it's different here. Well, let me tell you, the people of Uvalde before this, they felt it couldn't happen here. They felt that. That's the false sense of security I worry about. I think some of the same systems that we found here that failed that day are across the entire state and country. And I do not want to say because of one thing or one person here, it could not happen elsewhere. I think that's a disservice and not the respectful thing to do. This committee was created by Speaker Dave Thielen, and I'm so appreciative he did this. He formed this committee just 44 days ago. And I believe this committee has driven things to the forefront. I believe that because of this committee's work, some of the records have already been changed, and hopefully with this report, a lot of the record is set straight. This committee is a fact-finding committee. Our job was essentially to figure out what the facts were and report it. It's a bipartisan committee. And the reason it's bipartisan is because the problems are not Republican problems, they're not Democrat problems, they're all of our problems. So I'm very proud the Speaker made this a bipartisan committee. There are other committees in the Texas House and Texas Senate that will look at this report, look at the facts that we found here, and discuss and debate the policy that needs to be changed to try to make Texas children safer going forward in the future. I'm a policymaker. My colleagues up here are policymakers or have strong opinions about changes to policy that need to be done. Today is not the day that we're going to share what our strong feelings and convictions are about that. That was not the task of finding the facts. After some period of time, we will put our policymaker hats back on and share those opinions with the committee and others about what we think needs to change and what's done. But right now, we're going to let the report speak for itself and focus on the facts that were found in there. The committee met with more than 35 witnesses. Those were done in executive session. That is the precedent of the House in the past and will likely be the precedent of the House going forward. Being in executive session, meaning the people and witnesses who attended did not have the cameras on them and did not testify for the public at large to hear. We believe that that probably allowed us to get their testimony quicker, and also they were more candid and more conversational, allowing us to do our job more accurately. Other committees in the state of Texas do have subpoena power and will have the opportunity to subpoena those witnesses for y'all to hear what they have to say for themselves. But that is the precedent of the House for investigative committees to do this in executive session, which is what we did. In addition to the 35 witnesses that we interviewed, there were 39 independent interviews that our investigators, who did a phenomenal job, held to help us. We reviewed crime scene photos, audio and video from the incidents, 911 calls. All of that went into trying to get this report compiled in 44 days so that we could deliver this here to Uvalde, and hopefully you will find this reflective of the facts that we basically could get to. Let me tell you a little bit about the report. We talk about the Uvalde Consolidated Independent School District. And let me say this. With hindsight, we can say the Uvalde Elementary was not adequately prepared for the risk of a school shooter. The school's 5-foot fence was inadequate. Despite a policy of locked doors, there was a regrettable culture of noncompliance. In fact, all 3 exterior doors to the building were unlocked that day, and multiple interior doors were not secured the day of the shooting. When I talk about the false sense of security, I do not believe that Uvalde Consolidated or Robb Elementary is the only school with these issues in it. I've talked to enough other educators around the state to believe this is a wider problem that we need to continue to look at. We discussed the attacker. You will first notice we did not use his name. When we wanted to release the hallway video to the members of the families and the public, we were not going to show his image. He wanted that, and he did not deserve it. He did not deserve to have that recognition of his face or his name shown because it's what he wanted. Also, there are cultures online who look and believe that when they see these videos, there's something to be inspired by. We did not want others to look at these videos and to watch it and be inspired by it. We only wanted to show the law enforcement response. However, we did give you a more comprehensive look at the background of the attacker. We refer to that throughout the report because that's how he refers to by the alert training. He fits the profile of many. He came from a broken home with little to no interaction with his father. He struggled in school, both academically and socially. He struggled to fit in and eventually became isolated. He networked through his peers, with his peers through social media and violent video games, and ultimately had a fixation on school shootings and even developed the nickname School Shooter. We also talk in this report about the failures of law enforcement. There's really two categories to think about when we talk about this. There is an early decision to treat this as an active shooter versus a barricaded subject situation. If you know, and the training and standards we set for officers is if you know there's active shooting, active killing going on, or somebody is dying, the standard is you have to continue to do something to stop that killing or stop that dying. That day, several officers in the hallway or in that building knew or should have known there was dying in that classroom. And they should have done more, acted with urgency. Tried the door handles, tried to go in through the windows, tried to distract him. Tried to do something to address the situation. In fairness, there were many officers at that scene who were either denied access to the building, were told misinformation, some were even told false information. Some were told that the police chief of the Consolidated Independent School District was actually inside the room, actively negotiating with a suitor, such that they did not know what was happening. They did not have the opportunity to do that. But that's not where the analysis stops. Everyone who came on the scene talked about this being chaotic. The training suggests that chaos should not happen. Inside the school, there should be a tactical commander, someone who's taking lead on dealing with the actual in the hallway. But there should also be an overall commander. Somebody who's an overall command, flowing the information, making sure everybody knows what is going on. The fact that there was no overall commander outside the building, where there should have been one, should have been known by many. At a minimum, there was multiple opportunities, depending on the relative training and experience of law enforcement officers, to at least ask more questions or offer their guidance to try to remedy the chaotic situation and make sure there was effective overall command. There was a lack of effective overall command that day. I'm going to recognize my colleagues for some brief statements, and then we will answer the questions here today. Representative Moody.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Joe Moody, Democrat from El Paso. I'm a former prosecutor. I've worked on issues like criminal law and mental health for my entire legislative career. And most importantly, I'm a father of three. And sadly, I've dealt with mass shootings. In just 2 weeks, it'll be the third anniversary of the day a young man with a rifle murdered 23 people in El Paso. After that, we all kept asking why. Why did this happen to us? We're here today to provide some of those answers in Uvalde. And while this information will never make up for the unspeakable loss this community has endured, El Pasoans know how important it is to know. I also know the report we've given points to something very complex. It's hard to hear that there were multiple systemic failures because we want to tell ourselves that systems work. We want to tell ourselves there's one person we can point our fingers at. We want to tell ourselves that this won't happen again. That's just not true. What happened here is complicated. But there's also a call to action in this report, because systems are something that we can and must improve. I see the report as a baseline of information that we can all work from. So often these days, politics starts with the answer and doesn't even care about the facts. Here, we're starting with the facts, the most thorough, reliable report that's been done on what happened at Robb Elementary. There's more to do, but this report is a shared platform for us to work from together. The shootings in Uvalde and El Paso have important differences. So did Midland, Odessa, and Sutherland Springs, and Santa Fe, and on and on. But they also have important similarities that we can understand and address as a state. Although today isn't the day for that discussion, that's what this report can and must lead to. I made a promise to the people of El Paso that I haven't forgotten and that I would never forget. To do everything in my power to make sure the legislature understands what happened and why, and to fight for the solutions that we deserve. I make that same promise here today in Utah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Moody. Justice Guzman.
Good afternoon. I'm Eva Guzman. I'm a former Texas Supreme Court judge, and I'm a public member of this committee. For the past several weeks, we have traveled to Uvalde and to take testimony, to hear firsthand what took place and in pursuit of the truth. We did so at the request of Texas House Speaker Dave Elon, who charged us with delivering answers to the families who lost their loved ones. And we seek to understand what happened that day. How could there be so many multiple systemic failures? As our state and our country mourn the tragic deaths in Robb Elementary, our committee unpacked the evidence to discover and report the facts. As a former judge, I've spent much of my professional life ensuring that the facts I relied on to make decisions were accurate. I brought to this process that same determination. After all, accurate facts have to provide the backdrop for any policy changes that will come out of this. Throughout the investigative process, our only agenda was to follow the facts and the evidence. As John Adams famously said, whatever may be our wishes, our inclinations, or the dictates of our passion, they cannot alter the state of the facts and the evidence. That's where we place our focus. There, we found the truth about what really happened at Robb Elementary that day. But we also found the reality of the breakdowns in procedures and protocols and processes, of the breakdowns and failures in judgment and decision-making that occurred before and during the tragedy. That truth, it's heavy and it's hard because it lays bare human failures and it makes us confront collapses in our systems. They were supposed to work. They were supposed to protect the innocents who now lie in their graves. Today we stand before a community that's still gripped in grief. With this report, families who are crushed by sorrow and pain will now have desperately needed and deserved answers. But no report can heal the broken hearts. Only God can do that. Knowing the truth, we hope, will equip Texas lawmakers and leaders with information and knowledge that will guide them in deciding next steps. We hope the truth about this tragedy will also give this community the resolve to forge a path forward. I come here with humility and respect, and I am here for you, for the people of Uvalde.
Thank you. Pursuant to the House rules, before a question is asked, we will have to have a witness affirmation form, or as I said, you can email to the committee clerk. Are we ready for questions at this time? Okay.
When you ask your question, could you tell us your name and what news affiliate you represent? So with that, we'll start with the media with questions. Could you state your name and affiliation?
If you are just joining us, welcome into Live Now from Fox. We are listening back in to the latest update from officials in Uvalde, Texas. These are members of the Texas House of Representatives committee that conducted this investigation, a 77-page report into the police response at the Robb Elementary School that left 19 children dead and also 2 teachers lost their lives. We just listened to the official statements from these committee members, and now they are taking a series of questions and will provide a series of answers to members of the media. So we'll continue to listen back in here, live, raw, and unfiltered on Live Now from Fox.
Each community can look at the things we've laid out in this report and make some determinations about how to prevent that from happening. I will tell you, not as a legislator, not as a chairman of this committee, but as a father, I have asked teachers at my schools, principals at my schools, and others about some of the things that we learned to find out what the culture is and intend to continue to work on it. I think it takes everybody to continue to ask questions. Next question.
Chair,
Okay. Thank you. I'm going to start with this. I'm going to ask my colleagues if they want to comment on it as well. Multiple systemic failures. Our report does not look at other comments that have been made to try to compare or contrast them whatsoever. We laid out the basic facts as we were charged with to do. And what I said early on about law enforcement, the officers who knew or should have known that this was an active shooter situation by their training experience should have done more. We are very clear on that. Not every officer on the scene had that same information and had that same opportunity to comply with their training. One of the things this committee has not done, because we're a 3-person committee, is to go through and determine which law enforcement personnel knew what did they know, and when they knew it. In order to do that, I think that's going to take many months to go through all the different video, body camera footage, and to figure out, and I think there's other investigatory arms trying to figure out what did this person know, when did they know it, and what did they do with it. And I think you're going to need all of that to try to make all those questions. But we do say there was chaos on the scene, and certainly, with the chaos, people should have asked, why is there not an incident commander? Why there's not an overall commander outside the building helping try to organize that? Representative New York Justice Guzman, would you hold on a second? I was going to let them do this.
one of the things that we've learned from this is the importance of an incident commander and the information that's relayed out. We know we didn't have that here, and you're asking why the information was told the way it was. Who knew what, when? The failure to have an incident commander on the scene to receive information and to communicate with the media, I believe, in part led to some of the information that was reported inaccurately.
Representative Moody.
This is Doug Taylor on that. I think the question is looking at maybe how information flowed went post the incident. There is a section in the report about information flow and how we believe it is incumbent upon law enforcement as they make reports to report what is verifiable, understand what is verifiable and what is not verifiable. So when the chairman talks about multiple systemic failures, one of those is the handling of information in this investigation, and that's why it's in the report in that section.
Next question. Yes, over here. Oh, next one.
Could we just hold it to one follow-up and give everyone else a chance? Rosa, go ahead.
So what I'm going to tell you is this. Today is about what the committee was tasked to do. It was tasked to come up with the facts. And that is what the committee was charged with by the Speaker. After a modicum of time, and by the way, there are other substantive committees that are explaining this, looking at the policies, can debate everything. After a modicum of time, out of respect for this report, all of us, I assume, will have the opportunity to make the comments about the policy, the changes, our feelings, and what we think ought to be done. But today is not that day. If you ask me that question again, sooner than later, I'll answer it for you. I'll be glad to answer it for you. And I think the members of this committee would be happy to do that. Just not today, out of respect for what we've been asked to do and the report that we have.
Chairman, beyond answers, accountability. One second. Beyond answers, accountability.
Hold on a second. Name and who you're with.
You got it. Sam Brock, NBC News.
Okay, thank you.
Beyond just answers of what happened, accountability is the other component that every family member talks about. Who do you think is accountable here? Of all the law enforcement agencies that you laid out, who shares the largest blame, and what sort of legal criminal action may come from this?
So I'm going to tell you, it's a great question, and it's one that I wish I was in a position to answer about all of the mechanics of it. We spent 44 days looking at the facts to lay those out. You know, each different officer who is connected to an agency is going to have to do their own internal review. Everybody's going to have to figure out, as I said, who knew what and when. And if somebody failed to exercise their training, if somebody knew there were victims in there being killed or dying and did not do more, I believe those agencies will have to find accountability for those officers. But that is not what we are tasked with in this report to come with. And I understand that, but the limit, what we have done is put the facts forward so others can take a look at that. There's a moving justice as well.
Those facts will allow those agencies to take a deeper dive into the actions of law enforcement and hold them accountable. The report says if you're not willing to put the lives of the people you serve, of those children before you are own, in my view, you should find another job.
They're talking about legal accountability.
It's public record. I mean, everyone has it at this point in time.
Next question.
Excuse me,
The lady in the hat over here.
Hi,
Thank you.
Anna Yetta, Page from Houston. Wanted to know, today was about transparency and speaking with families, but why were several families not allowed inside to speak with you guys as part of this?
Great question. I actually learned from it from your reporting for the first time. It was not a meeting that we organized. We came at the mayor's invitation. I don't know the specifics of it. Had not had a chance to actually find out, but certainly there's nobody that I'm not willing to visit with and help understand, deliver a copy to. And if somebody, a family member did not go into the meeting, I'd love to know the circumstances, love to sit down and visit with them, happy to do that one-on-one, but, that was not, I did not ask anybody, obviously, not to be there.
And NBC back there in the dress. Go ahead. Yeah.
NBC San Antonio, Chelsea Torres. All of those open records that media have put in, no one's received any information. Will all of those documents be released from the investigative report that y'all have given?
So the answer to that is we will go with the House precedent on investigatory committees. When a House investigatory committee is formed, we do our work in executive session, and the documents that were delivered, most of those I legally cannot release unless I'm given permission to from a non-disclosure agreement. I've tweeted about that and made people aware. And happy to share the non-disclosure agreement with you, but our hands are tied by precedent and some of the things that we had to do to obtain this. And also, I don't know if there's any other investigations that have been alluded to, but I wouldn't do anything without consultation with the investigators in order to get something done to make sure they're okay with it, to jeopardize that.
The person in the glasses with their hand. Thank you.
Christine again with KView out of Austin. With regard to the 376 police officers that were involved, what's their duty status? Are they still on the streets?
We are not advised at this time. You're going to have to talk to different individuals, the agency heads, and again, I'm assuming they're going through a very complicated review of looking at body cam footage to figure out what information was actually available, what was not, those types of things. And we do not have able to do that.
Lady in the back with the face mask. I know there's a lot, but you know who I'm talking about, right there in the glasses.
To make sure I understood your comment, in my report, I think I've got it. So in my report, I laid out that there is up to 80,000 school buildings that the children of Texas attend throughout the days of the school year. And does it seem like a Herculean task to actually overcome that? I'm going to make a quick comment. I think my colleagues, I want to make sure they get a chance to answer as well. We put that fact in there to make sure that when we talk about school hardening and school safety measures or whatever that is, people remember there are 80,000 buildings in the state of Texas. And that is, but you know what? We have to recognize that as we talk about this policy. Is there a movie?
Had an opportunity to visit with educators from Rob, not just during this process, but today as well. And that idea of security and safety and moving forward, specifically for them and for this community, is something that they're focused on, and we are helping focus on that with them. But I think that the broader point about lessons learned and moving forward and why that number is important to know is that it is a large task, but our priorities, if our priorities are safety and security of our kids, then that is the task at hand. And so the job that we had here to set out facts to understand what's going on, that is an important fact to know. And you know, my kids are in 2 of those campuses back home, and so do I care about that? Am I going to visit with folks back home? Like sure, yes, absolutely. And then we have an obligation going forward at the state level as well.
Justice Guzman.
There's a section in the report on the schools and the administrators. It's my hope that every school district takes some time to read this report. There were multiple systemic failures, including not locking doors. I hope that every school district will look at this report and glean something from the lessons, this unfortunate and tragic.
The lady standing up in the dress by the cameras.
So the question was about the mayor's most recent actions. I saw him earlier. He made mention of that. I don't know if our report, gave him the emphasis to be able to do that or not. I'm not aware. But obviously, you would need to talk to the mayor, and I respect the mayor's decisions. After reading the report into doing, what he thinks needs to be done to protect the people of Uvalde. The second question that you asked was, remind me. Yeah, I think at the end of the day, we do not specify which officers should have taken over command in here, because that'd be kind of a little bit of our opinion as to who should have. What I will tell you is this. There were officers in that building who knew or should have known more needed to be done. And there's also officers who should have seen some of the chaos going on, at least at a minimum. If they didn't take over command or try to assume command, they should have began asking questions or offer their support and guidance. And eventually, maybe they would have gotten command to have a better response from that.
Lady in the front row, go ahead. Okay, go ahead.
So there are autopsies and medical examiners that we do not have access to. I do not believe have been complete. I've never been a doctor. I've never gone back and done forensic exams. I'm not qualified to basically tell you who would or not have. We've talked enough to know what we were able to say. And obviously, if we get more information, this is a preliminary report. I want to be very candid. The decision that we made was we have done at least enough at this point in time to be able to issue a preliminary report. I am not telling you it's conclusive, and I think there's other things out there. That's certainly one of them that could be done.
Lady in the front row, please. State your name and your affiliation. Thank you.
Federal, we don't have we do not have jurisdiction over federal officers, agents to basically, force them to comply with the subpoena and bring them in. So that's one of the things that, we did not, a lot of them have body cameras.
Lady in the back row with your hand up, please. You got a follow-up? Okay, go ahead. We got short time, so let's try and move it along.
Before you ask that, Representative Moody wants to follow up on that as well. We'll make sure he has good time. Hold on. Representative Moody's going to comment on that first.
Okay. We'll get to you.
Just for a matter of completeness, while we didn't have the ability to compel participation, there were statements taken from federal agents. Those we did have the opportunity to review and understand, but there's a difference between reading a statement and having the opportunity to question somebody live. So that's for context.
Okay, back behind me here, this gentleman.
So that was confirmed to us by the investigation being done by the FBI and DPS. They confirmed that with the video evidence, as far as it, and certainly that's commensurate with, I think, what you hear when you hear the audio and sound of that nature.
You good? Okay.
It was in the first.
Okay.
It was in the first 2.5 minutes. The report says 100 rounds were fired.
All right. Thank you. Go ahead.
Yes.
La pregunta es sobre el villano. El reportaje identifica un villano, el que mató a los niños. La segunda parte de la pregunta es, ¿qué va a pasar con los del Departamento de Policía que estaban allí, 376, que estaban presentes y 77 minutos antes de que entraran al cuarto? El reporte identifica los hechos. ¿Quién los va a hacer responsables? Será un proceso por la agencia por quien trabajan. Me imagino y sé que puedo confirmar que están revisando qué pasó, cuándo pasó, quién sabía qué cosa. Y eso es algo que la gente de Uvalde necesita, ¿verdad? Esas familias necesitan saber que alguien va a identificar quién tenía más responsabilidad, quién sabía más. Gracias.
Okay. Robert, go ahead.
Second question is a phenomenal question. Justice Guzman has brought that to my attention multiple times, as is Representative Moody. Yes, absolutely, it is only appropriate to do that, and that will be done. First question, your first question had to do with Chief Arredondo and as far as taking over command. In our reports, we did put some specific quotes from him in there. I would direct the audience and you and everybody to what he actually said and quote him directly. But essentially, he testified that he felt like he was not in command. That all being said, he certainly during that day, took actions, and I think would agree and did agree that if anybody was in charge of at least the response south of the door versus north, it was him, at least until Bortak arrived and took over the tactical command, and they're the ones who made entry.
Okay, lady in the back by the camera with her hand up. Yes.
Can you speak to why there seemed to be so
say this, but I think Representative Moody, I'm going to let him answer it, and then Justice Guzman, and make sure she be able to translate parts of it, what she wants to say in Spanish. It is clear that this report does try to address the impact of the misinformation on the community. Who knew what, when, and how it flowed was clearly issues, and it's created some problems, and the back part of the report certainly does touch on that. And our report speaks to that very directly, very clearly. And I want to thank Representative Moody for taking part of the lead on helping that. I'd like him to be able to give the opportunity to say some more, and then we'll let Justice Guzman speak to that some more as well.
As we worked on this and understood that there were multiple systemic failures in security and in police response, and in the life of the attacker, right? And how those systems that we have didn't address any of that. What became very evident to us also was that the information flow exacerbated the pain of this community that was told to us multiple times. That those the back and forth, or the out of context, or the mistruths, or half truths, were harmful in and of themselves. And so, it was, as we discussed multiple systemic failures, that we have to address that this portion of the investigation was also a failure, and has caused a rightfully cynical approach to the way this committee has done its business, even though, as the chairman said, this is the way investigative committees always work. But when you lay that up, we don't operate in a vacuum. When you lay that on top of the situation as it was, or as it is, then you have to address it and put it forward. That's why it's in the report. Because our job, and we saw very clearly, is not to add to that confusion, but to create stable, level ground that unifies facts that we can then build from. There are many of us that in this community and across the state that want to know where we go next in a lot of different areas. I know as policymakers, we're going to turn that corner and do that too. But you cannot do that without a stabilizing force of facts. That was our mission here. That's why we addressed the fact that information flow was part of the systemic failure that occurred here in Uvalde.
Justice Guzman.
Quiero clarificar que el reporte se va a traducir a español en las próximas semanas. La pregunta, claro, la pregunta es sobre el impacto.
If you are just joining us, welcome into Live Now from Fox. We are just 10 minutes shy of the 6 o'clock mark here on the East Coast, and we are listening back into the full update from members of the Texas House of Representatives committee that conducted this full investigation into the police response at the Robb Elementary School back on May 24th after a gunman opened fire inside of that elementary school, claiming the lives of 19 innocent children and 2 teachers. We do know as a result of this report that 376 officers reported to the scene. A vast majority of these 376 officers were officers at the state and federal level, and not just local authorities in the South Texas town. And this this report cites not only poor decision making, but systemic failures, a chaotic scene that arose after these 376 officers arrived at the scene. Quote, at Robb Elementary, law enforcement responders failed to adhere to their active shooter training, and they failed to prioritize saving innocent lives over their own. These 3 members of the committee are walking us through their investigation and are now taking a series of questions from reporters. We have played back this press conference for you in full, and it is now coming to a close. We are going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. And when we come back, we'll get you up to speed on some other top stories that we are monitoring, not only stateside, but worldwide on this Monday morning. We'll see you in 2 minutes. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. Yesterday was a somber day, not only for the town of Uvalde, Texas, but for the country after a report was released, 77 pages detailing the systemic failures by law enforcement agencies at not only the local level, but also the state and federal level. At the Robb Elementary School back on May 24th, when a gunman opened fire and took the lives of 21 innocent people. The 77-page report was the first to criticize both state and federal law enforcement, not just the local authorities in South Texas, citing not only systemic failures, but also poor decision-making by all 376 officers who reported to the scene. This report is the most complete account yet of the hesitant and haphazard response to the May 24th massacre. It was written by an investigative committee from the Texas House of Representatives, and the findings set in motion at least one fallout. Lieutenant Mariano Pargas, a Uvalde Police Department officer who was the city's acting police chief during the massacre, was placed on administrative leave. Uvalde Mayor Don McLaughlin said an investigation would be launched to determine whether Pargas should have taken command of the scene. Now, up until this point, much criticism was directed at the former Uvalde Schools police chief, Pete Arredondo, who acted as incident commander during this massacre. But this committee said law enforcement, all agencies, both at the local, state, and federal levels, failed to quickly confront the suspect, having reacted to safety and retreated to safety after taking gunfire and instead waiting for backup. They failed to prioritize saving the lives of innocent victims over their own safety. The committee stated that other better trained officers and law enforcement agencies failed in taking leadership over from Pete Arredondo after noticing his inaction at the scene. We also have other pieces of information that are being made available to us here on Live Now from Fox. According to this report, no one assumed command despite scores of officers being on the scene. The commander of a Border Patrol tactical team waited for a bulletproof shield and working master key for the classroom, which may not have even been needed before entering the classroom. A Uvalde Police Department officer said he heard about 911 calls that came from inside the classroom, and that his understanding was the officers on one side of the building knew there were victims trapped inside, but no one tried to breach the classroom. Once again, this is an ongoing investigation at multiple levels, but this report was done by the Texas House of Representatives and does outline what many believed to be true, that the police response was not only chaotic, but outlined a total lack of clear and concise communication amongst agencies. The room is full of victims, child 911 calls, an officer is heard saying on body camera footage that has since been released. The report criticizes a lackadaisical approach of the hundreds of officers who surrounded the school and said they should have recognized that Arredondo remaining in the school without reliable communication was inconsistent with him being the scene commander. It is 72 minutes later at 12:50 p.m. when officers finally breach the classroom and kill the shooter. Let that sink in. 376 officers on the scene, and it took them 72 minutes to breach the classroom. The report is the result of one of several investigations into this shooting, including another currently being led by the Department of Justice of the United States. A report earlier this month by tactical experts at the Texas State University alleges that a Uvalde police officer had a chance to stop the gunman before he even went inside the school. So this is just to outline that there are still multiple other investigations currently underway into the police response. But we do have a full breakdown of what officers from what agencies responded to this scene. As we have been reporting, the number is 376 officers responded to the Robb Elementary School. 149 of them were from the U.S. Border Patrol. 91 were state police officers, 25 were Uvalde city police officers, 16 sheriff's deputies, and 5 officers from the Uvalde School District Police. Until now, like we have been saying, much of the criticism was directed at Uvalde Schools Police Chief Pete Arredondo. But as you just hear that breakdown of the number of officers that reported to the scene, it becomes very clear that there were better trained and better prepared officers on the scene who did not take control of this situation. The committee also found that the school, the Robb Elementary School, despite having proper safeguards in place, was actually complacent in its implementation of these safeguards. Witnesses told the committee that staff often left doors unlocked and propped them open with rocks, wedges, or magnets, partly due to a shortage of keys. Now, all of these findings were presented not only to the media, but also to the families of the victims themselves. We did bring you that press conference live, raw, and unfiltered on Sunday afternoon, and we just played that back for you here earlier on in the show as well. The committee didn't receive medical evidence to show that police breaching the classroom sooner would have saved lives, but it did conclude that, quote, it is plausible that some victims could have survived if they had not had to wait 73 additional minutes for rescue. Some really heartfelt statements made in this report that has now been published and made public not only to the United States, but to the world. But once again, this is one of many investigations that are underway into the police response in Uvalde, Texas, an investigation that not only spans at the local level, but the state and federal level as well, as we learn about these scores and scores of officers that responded to this scene. Yet it took all of them 72 minutes to breach the classroom and get these children to safety. Many of them, though, losing their lives. 19 innocent children killed, and 2 teachers also lost their lives on that tragic May 24th day in Uvalde, Texas. But this new groundbreaking report, coupled with disturbing new footage, is highlighting the chaos and confusion in and outside of Robb Elementary School. We've had our reporters on the ground covering this story for us since the beginning. Our Fox News correspondent Ashley Strohmeyer has the very latest.
Inside this building, we have them contained.
New body camera footage revealing the horrors behind May's mass shooting at Robb Elementary in Uvalde, Texas.
Kids coming out, kids coming out.
Law enforcement seen here pulling kids through smashed windows and telling them to run, as the gunman who shot and killed 19 of their schoolmates and 2 teachers still remained inside.
I don't know if there was 2 shooters or not.
The clips also appear to show the ongoing confusion among the nearly 400 officers swarming the scene at the time. This footage released Sunday, the same day the Texas House of Representatives also unleashed a new report.
Where did the critical breakdown occur?
Collectively calling out local, state, and federal authorities for, quote, egregiously poor decision-making while responding to the attack. The report citing no one assumed command of the situation and how it took almost 2 hours for the gunman to be brought down after he entered the building.
There were officers in that building who knew or should have known more needed to be done. If they didn't take over command or try to assume command, they should have began asking questions.
It's hard to hear that there were multiple systemic failures because we want to tell ourselves that systems work. But there's also a call to action in this report because systems are something that we can and must improve.
The mayor of Uvalde says the city will conduct an internal investigation into the local police response. That's expected to commence once Texas DPS releases the officer incident statements that were collected after the shooting. Ashley Strohmeyer, Fox News.
And thank you to Ashley for that report. We will continue to monitor all of the fallout as a result of this report that was released just 24 hours ago. A 77-page report detailing both the failures at the local, state, and federal level of law enforcement after 376 officers responded to this scene. Yet it took them 72 minutes to breach the classroom. some really powerful statements that we have been recapping over the past 24 hours. Statements like, quote, at Robb Elementary, law enforcement responders failed to adhere to their active shooter training, and they failed to prioritize saving the lives over their own safety. Also, we gathered some new details about the gunman and just exactly how many shots were fired. The gunman fired approximately 142 rounds inside the building, and it's almost certain that at least 100 of those shots came before any officer entered the classroom. But as we have been reporting, this is one of many investigations that are currently underway into the police response. There is another one being conducted by the Department of Justice that we will be monitoring very closely here on LiveNOW from Fox. We also are keeping you up to date on other mass shootings that have occurred across the country. We are learning that 3 people are dead after an Indiana mall shooting. The witness has killed the gunman. I do want to make sure that this audio isn't loud for you, and nope, we are okay. And this is just the latest shooting to happen in the United States. 3 people were fatally shot and 2 others were injured Sunday evening at an Indiana mall after a man with a rifle opened fire in a food court and an armed civilian shot and killed him. The man entered the Greenwood Park Mall with a rifle and several magazines of ammunition and began firing in the food court. This was the latest update from Greenwood Police Department Chief Jim Eisen. A 22-year-old from a nearby county who was legally carrying a firearm at the mall shot and killed the gunman, Eisen said at the news conference. 4 of those hit by the gunman were females and 1 was male. The police chief didn't immediately know the specific gender or age of any of the 3 people who were killed. He did confirm, though, that a 12-year-old girl was among the 2 injured, both of whom are in stable condition. We will continue to follow this breaking news story as well and keep you up to date with any details that make it to our desk. We do want to take you out to a live look at the White House on this Monday morning as we continue to monitor the President of the United States' agenda. President Joe Biden returning to the U.S. after a trip to the Middle East over the weekend. He is back in Washington, now facing quite a bit of criticism from both sides of the aisle over his visit with the Saudi Crown Prince and his administration's handling of some economic issues here at home. Our Fox News congressional correspondent Aisha Hasni has all of the details.
Returned late Saturday night to growing frustration among Americans and members of his own party. The president's Build Back Better agenda in shambles thanks to Joe Manchin. The West Virginia senator single-handedly tanked any hopes for climate or energy funding, blaming rising inflation. Progressives are angry, but Manchin is willing to pass a smaller package to lower prescription drug costs and extend health care subsidies. The president bowing to that, telling the Senate to take Manchin's deal and leave climate and energy to him. Meantime, new Fox News polls show Biden's approval rating at a dismal 40%, with just 31% approving of his job on the economy, 25% on inflation. This as the price of groceries, household items, and airfare are up significantly from a year ago.
This year is going to be a referendum on Biden. It's pretty simple. Midterms are a referendum on the president's strategies, which are horrible. So this is not going to be about 24. It's going to be about 22.
The president also still fending off broad criticism for that fist bump with Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, who U.S. intelligence holds responsible for the murder of journalist Jamal Khashoggi. Most notably, Congressman Adam Schiff tweeting this: if we ever needed a visual reminder of the continuing grip oil-rich autocrats have on U.S. foreign policy in the Middle East, we got it today. One fist bump is worth 1,000 words. Here's Senator Bernie Sanders Sunday morning.
You have a leader of that country who was involved in the murder of a Washington Post journalist. I don't think that type of government should be rewarded with a visit by the President of the United States.
This as the Saudis announced the kingdom can now produce much more oil than they already are, while throwing water on the administration's claims that it's normalizing relations with Israel after it opened up its airspace to flights in and out of that country. In Washington, I'm Aisha Hasni, Fox News.
And thank you to Aisha for that report. We'll continue to monitor all of the fallout with our other reporters who actually traveled with the President of the United States to Saudi Arabia. Controversy over that Middle East trip has followed him back here at home, primarily controversy over that fist pump. And I do want to actually replay this video for you so that you all focus in on the moment that has come under heavy scrutiny here. You will see the moment as the President of the United States exits the car and does ultimately fist pump the Crown Prince. That is the moment that has come under heavy controversy. And our Fox News correspondent, Alex Hogan, she actually breaks it all down for us as well. Let's take a listen.
It's been just one day since the summit wrapped up here in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia, and already some very different takes when it comes to the conversations about the brutal murder of Jamal Khashoggi. I sat down with the Saudi Minister of State for Foreign Affairs, Adel Al-Jubeir. We were actually invited for two separate sit-down interviews within just 2 days.
Biden on his trip spoke to the Crown Prince, saying that he holds him directly responsible. How did he respond to those comments?
I didn't hear that particular phrase. This is where His Royal Highness the Crown Prince explained to the President that the steps that Saudi Arabia has taken and the fact that we did what every civilized country and serious country will do, and that unfortunately mistakes happen all over the place.
A quote mistake. However, Jamal Khashoggi's fiance called it heartbreaking to see the president even coming here, especially after he previously vowed to make the kingdom a pariah. The president arrived at the White House late last night. Journalists quickly asked him about our interview. When prompted on whether the minister told me the truth about not hearing the comments, Biden simply answered no. Among the major concerns brought up ahead of the summit to tackle here in the Middle East, one of them was energy security and the soaring gas prices back home. While leaders did reportedly talk about oil production, no concrete actions have been announced. In Jeddah, Saudi Arabia, Alex Hogan, Fox News.
And thank you to Alex for that report. Here's another live look at the White House as we continue to monitor not only the fallout from that fist pump and meeting in Saudi Arabia, but also the latest when it comes to Iran. According to a top Iranian official, the country is capable of making a nuclear bomb. A senior advisor said while Iran has the ability to produce 90% enriched uranium, officials haven't decided whether they will actually build a bomb. Our Fox News correspondent Trey Yingst, he has all of these details from Jerusalem.
A concerning development out of Iran as an advisor to the Ayatollah Khamenei says the Islamic Republic is now capable of building a nuclear bomb. The senior advisor was speaking to Al Jazeera when he explained that Iran has the technical means to build the weapon of mass destruction, but hasn't yet decided on doing so. Iran is currently enriching uranium up to 60% purity, well beyond the 3.67% laid out in the 2015 nuclear deal. In response, U.S. ally Israel is preparing plans to strike Iranian nuclear facilities as the Jewish state last week reiterated its commitment to stopping Iran from obtaining such a weapon.
I clarified to President Biden and his staff that Israel opposes the nuclear agreement and reserves full freedom of action, political and operational, facing the Iranian nuclear program.
President Biden also left open the door to military action against Iran as a last resort if diplomacy on a nuclear agreement does not prevail. Earlier this year, indirect talks between Iran and the United States stalled as momentum on a new deal appears unlikely right now. Iranian proxies continue to operate across the Middle East, threatening American allies such as the State of Israel. On Saturday, Iranian-backed groups in Gaza fired 4 rockets into southern Israel. One of them was intercepted by the Iron Dome missile defense system. The 3 others landed in open areas. Iran is becoming increasingly isolated in the Middle East and turning to allies like Russia. This week, President Putin will visit Tehran amid reports that indicate Iran will supply Russia with drones to use in their invasion of Ukraine. In Jerusalem, Trey Yingst, Fox News.
And thank you to Trey for that report. We do want to get you up to speed on the latest when it comes to the war in Ukraine as well. We have officially hit day 145 as Russia prepares for a new offensive. Russian forces continue pounding Ukrainian cities as its leaders prepare for a bolstered Ukrainian response. Russian missile and airstrikes intensified over the weekend as more Western military weapons help is arriving. The attacks could be timed to stave off possible Ukrainian counterattacks once the weapons arrive. Our Fox News correspondent Ryan Chilcote, he is in London with the latest details on the situation in Ukraine. Let's take a listen.
Continues for the Donbass. The governor of the Donetsk region, that's one of the two regions in Donbass, said that at least 7 people have been killed and 14 wounded just in the last 24 hours. He also said Ukrainian forces had repelled a Russian attack, the aim of which was to take control of a strategic highway. The violence continues outside of the Donbass as well. Ukrainian officials say Russian bombers struck the city of Dnipro with cruise missiles late Friday, killing at least 3 people and wounding 16. The missiles hit an industrial plant and a busy street next to it. The plant, known as Yuzhmash, builds spacecraft, satellites, including one of which was launched into space by SpaceX, tractors, industrial products, and launch rockets. It's that rocket capability the Russians say they were after. Defense officials in Moscow Saturday said the strike had destroyed workshops producing components for Ukrainian ballistic missiles and other weapon systems. A Russian spokesman did not respond to Ukrainian allegations that the strike had killed civilians. Dnipro is in the southeast of Ukraine. Russia also struck several areas outside the Donbass, including the Sumy and Kharkiv regions in the north near the Russian border, and right across the country in the south, the Mykolaiv and Odessa regions. Further evidence of Russia's readiness to use missile strikes to target Ukrainians hundreds of miles behind the front lines. In London, Ryan Chilcote, Fox News.
And thank you to Ryan for that update. We will continue to keep you up to speed on all of the latest details out of Ukraine as those details are made available to us here on Live Now from Fox. We want to make sure that you are up to speed also on some events that we are expecting to occur today. The Parkland shooter sentencing trial is set to begin. Opening statements are scheduled for this morning in the penalty phase of the Parkland shooter's murder trial. He has already pleaded guilty to killing 17 people at the Stoneman Douglas High School 4 years ago. The trial will determine if he is sentenced to life without parole or if he gets the death penalty. The trial is expected to last 4 months. This is the deadliest U.S. mass shooting to ever reach a jury. So we will be live inside of this courtroom if those feeds are made available to us, and we will have reporters covering this story from all angles later on this morning. So be sure to stick with us here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to take you out to a live look at the nation's capital this morning as we are monitoring what is set to be a very busy week in Washington, D.C. as well. Later on this week, we do know that a new January 6th hearing is scheduled for Thursday to occur at prime time. The January 6th committee now wants to talk to the Secret Service about its communications during the Capitol attack. The information the panel is looking for could already be long gone, though, as it has officially sent a subpoena for Secret Service text messages. Our Fox News correspondent Aisha Hasni, she has all of the details on this latest January 6th hearing from Washington.
Select Committee investigating January 6th says it has subpoenaed the Secret Service as it investigates allegations from a watchdog that the agency may have deleted text messages sought as evidence.
It is quite crazy that the Secret Service would actually end up deleting anything related to one of the more infamous days in American history.
The Secret Service says nothing was intentionally erased, but that some data was lost during a routine device migration, and that all of the texts requested by the committee have been saved. Still, committee members say the allegations are concerning.
I was shocked to hear that they didn't back up their data before they reset their iPhones. That's crazy. I don't know why that would be.
An agency spokesman writing in a statement, the insinuation that the Secret Service maliciously deleted text messages following a request is false. In fact, the Secret Service has been fully cooperating in every respect, whether it be interviews, documents, emails, or texts. It's a rare step for the committee to subpoena an entire department of the executive branch as it seeks more information about former President Trump's actions on January 6th, particularly after testimony from a former White House aide that Trump had a confrontation with Secret Service agents as he tried to join supporters at the Capitol. And the committee will hold its final scheduled hearing this Thursday, but says more hearings could be possible as they obtain new evidence. In Washington, I'm Aisha Hasni, Fox News.
And thank you to Aisha for that report. As she said, this is the final scheduled hearing from the January 6th panel. It is scheduled for Thursday at prime time. We have been covering these hearings for you in a 360-degree manner, live, raw, and unfiltered, and we will continue to do so for this next one as well. So join us for that coverage. The president is pledging a strong executive action after Senator Joe Manchin sank the president's climate agenda and his hopes for a scaled-down Build Back Better plan. Our Fox News correspondent Alexandria Hoff, she is live from the nation's capital with more on this.
Senator Joe Manchin wants his party to wait at least until July's inflation report comes out before embarking on any new spending. Democrats have been behind the scenes working on a seriously scaled down version of President Biden's mammoth Build Back Better plan. It leaves out much of what was originally sought, but does include new climate initiatives. The West Virginia senator said this week that given inflation, the time is not right.
I said, Chuck, until we see the July inflation figures, until we see the July Federal Reserve rates, interest rates, then let's wait until that comes out so we know that we're going down a path that won't be inflammatory to add more to inflation. Inflation is absolutely killing many, many people.
Without Manchin's support, the plan won't have the votes needed. This is the second time he's pulled the plug on Build Back Better. It's also the second recent blow to President Biden's climate agenda. Last month, the Supreme Court ruled to limit the EPA's authority in regulating carbon emissions. Now the president is vowing strong executive action.
I am not going away. I'm going to use every power I have as president to continue to fulfill my pledge to move toward dealing with global warming.
While progressives are once again vocalizing outrage towards Senator Manchin, Democratic Congressman Jake Auchincloss added this on Fox News Live.
We clearly need to be addressing areas where we've got strong control domestically, the president and Congress. One of them is health care.
On health care, Senator Manchin did say that he would support one aspect of this plan, which is an effort to lower prescription drug costs. At the White House, Alexandria Hoff, Fox News.
And thank you to Alexandria for that report. We do want to get you up to speed on the latest when it comes to the debate over guns and schools. A county in Georgia has approved a controversial measure to actually hire armed security guards at school. This is occurring in Cobb County, Georgia. And our Fox News correspondent Charles Watson has all of the details from Atlanta.
The move by the Cobb County Board of Education to place armed staff in school buildings has ruffled a lot of feathers, certainly among parents and anti-gun violence advocates who say they're mad and uneasy about the new policy.
You tell them why their kid was injured. You tell them why their kid was shot in school. That's on this board.
And they voiced their opposition loud and clear at a heated board hearing in Cobb County this week. Many parents and members of anti-gun violence group Moms Demand Action shouting and calling for a delay as board members voted 4-2 in favor of a measure to allow armed staff members to work alongside children in school buildings. The district says it's looking to hire retired military and law enforcement in an effort to step up security. They will not be required to be sworn officers or meet Georgia police officer standards. However, the new policy does require those employees to have special training on weapons, judgment, and use of force.
Quite simply, this policy gives us other opportunities to enhance and increase the number of school resource officers.
Cobb County Board of Education members say this is a necessary step to protect all of the district schools in the wake of mass shootings, particularly the massacre in Uvalde, Texas, that killed 19 students and 2 teachers in May. But some parents say the focus needs to be less on guns and more on secure buildings and effective security alerts.
I would like them to handle the security system first, to know that our schools are secure, or if an armed shooter or an armed gunman comes into our school system, that there's a way to notify law enforcement.
Now, there was some thought that the Cobb County Board of Education would allow teachers to carry guns, but it made an amendment to the new policy, so folks whose primary duties are in the classroom with children are not permitted to carry guns. In Atlanta, Charles Watson, Fox News.
And thank you to Charles for that report. We want to get you up to speed on the latest when it comes to women's rights, reproductive rights across the country. The House has approved a bill to protect abortion rights nationwide, actually 2 bills, although neither is expected to have success in the Senate. All of this comes just days before Vice President Kamala Harris is expected to speak at the 113th NAACP National Convention. The convention is being held in Atlantic City, New Jersey on Monday. Later on today, the Vice President will also host a roundtable with state lawmakers to discuss protecting access to reproductive health care, including abortion access. But once again, all of this comes just days after on Friday, Congress voted to codify a woman's right to an abortion in a 219 to 210 vote. Our Fox News correspondent Caroline Shively has more details, though, on how this is not expected to ultimately pass in the Senate. Let's take a listen.
The yeas are 223. The nays are 205. The bill is passed.
The House voted to legalize abortion nationwide on Friday in response to the Supreme Court's decision last month to throw out the federal protections under Roe v. Wade.
Bottom line, there is no room for politicians in our wombs.
It is abortion for any reason at any stage of pregnancy until birth. It's not the will of the American people.
The House measure would actually expand Roe and prevent abortion bans earlier than 24 weeks. But it has little chance of becoming law. Democrats don't have the votes to get it through the Senate. Without it, abortion rights and restrictions are up to the states. About half are moving to block or severely limit the procedure.
The states are going to adjust. They're going to determine what their citizens want, and they're going to make judgments on it and govern accordingly. And that's to me, in line with the Constitution and what the Supreme Court has said.
The House also passed a bill that would prohibit punishment for doctors performing the procedure outside their home state and block laws banning travel to another state for abortion.
Is this the United States of America, where Republicans in these states can say to women, you cannot cross state lines for your own good health?
House Democrats are planning more votes on reproductive rights this summer, including one next week that would guarantee the right to birth control. In Washington, Caroline Shively, Fox News.
And thank you to Caroline for that report. We'll continue to monitor the latest when it comes to abortion rights across the country. A post-Roe v. Wade America presents a whole new range of considerations for both doctors and patients seeking health care. The changes impacting more services than just abortion access, though. Our Fox News correspondent David Lee Miller has the details.
In the aftermath of the decision to overturn Roe v. Wade, Americans are now trying to navigate an entirely new health care landscape.
The whole Supreme Court ruling has put reproductive health issues on the forefront of people's minds now.
In states where abortion is banned, the federal government is now instructing pharmacies to fill prescriptions for drugs used to treat rheumatoid arthritis, lupus, and other conditions, after they were denied to some women due to their potential to cause miscarriages. The Biden administration has issued a directive that abortions must still be performed if a woman's life is in danger. But that's putting doctors in a tough spot, who now need to determine whether a woman is sick enough to justify the procedure. The state of Texas says it intends to challenge the new federal guidance in court. In a move intended to ease the burden on healthcare clinics, starting next year, California will become the first state requiring public colleges and universities to offer abortion pills on campus.
Nowadays, it's especially going to be important for people who don't have money to get access to abortion medication.
Another consequence, the number of men now taking steps to avoid unwanted pregnancies, with wait times soaring for vasectomy appointments.
My wife's been on the pill for a long time, and for her to finally get off of that, it's just kind of stepping up and just being, a man about it.
With abortion laws now varying widely state by state, many hospitals say they still need more time to evaluate which services they'll be able to provide moving forward. In New York, David Lee Miller, Fox News.
And thank you to David for that update. Once again, we will continue to monitor the latest news when it comes to all of the latest legislation coming out of our nation's capital. We do want to shift gears and get you up to speed on the latest when it comes to COVID-19. A surge of COVID cases is gripping the country. Congress never approved any more money to address medical treatments for coronavirus or vaccines. Our Fox News congressional correspondent, Chad Pergram, he has the latest details on this.
COVID cases up, pandemic interest down, Congress checked out. President Biden proposed $30 billion in new spending for the next round of vaccines, tests, and therapeutics months ago.
Without more funding, we'll start to run out of them by the end of May. The end of May. We've also had to scale back our plan to purchase more preventive therapies for Americans who are immunocompromised.
$30 billion dwindled to $15 billion. Congressional leaders attached it to a mega spending bill. But in March, House Speaker Nancy Pelosi had to nix the COVID money due to Senate reservations and opposition among House Democrats. Otherwise, the overall bill may have failed. That would trigger a government shutdown and could have short-circuited military aid for Ukraine.
I didn't get what I wanted in the bill. We have a deadline for keeping government open. We have a lively negotiation. It has to be bipartisan. We want it to be bipartisan, but in the Senate, you need 60 votes.
House Majority Leader Steny Hoyer now says, quote, "We made a mistake yanking the COVID money. Several efforts to pass the aid as a standalone failed."
I believed we needed to do more on COVID vaccine deployment in the country and elsewhere a couple months back, and we thought we might be close to a package, and we didn't get there.
Now there's concern the U.S. may not have enough boosters and vaccines for those who want them this fall. Republicans say they're open to retooling existing money for COVID needs.
The infrastructure bill, but there's just a lot of money that was put out that could be repurposed for this.
Pelosi hinted that another looming crisis could force Congress to act.
Now we have the monkeypox, and that is another call for resources and action. So I think those who may be thinking, well, let's wait until things get really serious on the Senate side, they are getting serious.
Lawmakers could blend together money for COVID and monkeypox in a stopgap spending bill to fund the government in September. On Capitol Hill, Chad Pergram, Fox News.
And thank you to Chad for that update. And speaking of monkeypox, we do have an update on that situation. The Center for Disease Control and Prevention has confirmed more than 1,400 monkeypox cases in the United States, as health officials warn the vaccine supply is not meeting the rising demand. Long lines at vaccine clinics in major cities like New York City that you're seeing on your screen have left folks worried and frustrated. Our Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard has the latest on monkeypox for us.
The first confirmed case in the U.S. was found in mid-May. Now almost all states in the U.S. have at least one monkeypox infection. Take a look at this map. New York has been hit the hardest with nearly 500 cases, according to the CDC. California, Illinois, Florida, and D.C. are behind it. The problem now, there isn't enough vaccine supply to handle the expected continued rise in infections.
At this time, the demand for vaccines from jurisdictions is higher than our current available supply, and we know that this is frustrating.
There are two vaccines available. There's ACAM 2000, but it can cause serious side effects. The other, Jenios, is specifically for monkeypox and requires 2 doses. Health and Human Services say they ordered almost 7 million doses, but have only received a small fraction. It won't be until mid-next year before they all arrive. For now, the hardest hit areas will be given priority.
We're not in the dark about this, although we really
really must take it seriously because it is, in fact, spreading at a rate that we feel we must address with testing and with vaccinations.
I really think in the days and weeks ahead, you're going to see vaccine availability become far more widespread.
The virus has overwhelmingly impacted men who have sexual contact with other men, but can infect anyone exposed. Symptoms include pimple-like blisters. It can take 2 to 4 weeks for them to heal and can be contagious that entire time. As for testing, the CDC says they do have enough capacity for now, about 70,000 per week. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
And thank you to Lauren for that update. It is now officially just past the 6:30 mark here on the East Coast. And if you are just joining us, we do want to welcome you into Live Now from Fox and get you up to speed on some of the top stories that we are monitoring. Just 24 hours ago, a 77-page report, an investigation done by the Texas House of Representatives Committee investigating the police response to the Uvalde school shooting that occurred back on May 24th was officially released. We learned not only of the, quote, systemic failures and, quote, poor decision making made by the 376 officers that reported to the scene, but we also learned more about how the school was not properly equipped with the appropriate safeguards implemented to avoid an intruder like the one we saw back on May 24th that ultimately resulted in 19 innocent children losing their lives and 2 teachers as well. The report outlined more than 3 hours of newly released body camera footage from May 24th and also outlined, quote, law enforcement responders failed to adhere to their active shooter training and they failed to prioritize saving innocent lives over their own safety. The gunman fired approximately 142 rounds inside the building, and it's almost certain that at least 100 shots came before any officers entered. 73 minutes spanned from the time that the officers arrived on the scene to the time that that classroom was breached. Once again, we did learn, according to the report, that 376 law enforcement officers from not only the local level, but mostly from the state and federal level responded to this scene, a scene that was chaotic and riddled with communication errors. Our reporters on the ground have been covering this story for us since the beginning. Our Fox News correspondent Ashley Strohmeyer has all of the details. Let's take a listen.
He's inside this building. We have him contained.
New body camera footage revealing the horrors behind May's mass shooting at Robb Elementary in Uvalde, Texas.
Kids coming out, kids coming out.
Law enforcement seen here pulling kids through smashed windows and telling them to run, as the gunman who shot and killed 19 of their schoolmates and 2 teachers still remained inside.
I don't know if there was 2 shooters or not.
The clips also appear to show the ongoing confusion among the nearly 400 officers swarming the scene at the time. This footage released Sunday, the same day the Texas House of Representatives also unleashed a new report.
Where did the critical breakdown occur?
Collectively calling out local, state, and federal authorities for, quote, egregiously poor decision-making while responding to the attack. The report citing no one assumed command of the situation and how it took almost 2 hours for the gunman to be brought down after he entered the building.
There were officers in that building who knew or should have known more needed to be done. If they didn't take over command or try to assume command, they should have began asking questions.
It's hard to hear that there were multiple systemic failures because we want to tell ourselves that systems work. But there's also a call to action in this report because systems are something that we can and must improve.
The mayor of Uvalde says the city will conduct an internal investigation into the local police response. That's expected to commence once Texas DPS releases the officer incident statements that were collected after the shooting. Ashley Strohmeyer, Fox News.
And thank you to Ashley for that report. Our very own Live Now from Fox's Rain Augustine spoke directly with a mother, Michelle Gay, who lost her daughter in the Sandy Hook shooting, about what a day like yesterday when the facts, when an official report is released. And these family members met with this committee to walk them through not only the details of this investigation, but also the newly released footage, what this experience is like, and only a mother that has gone through this could really provide this kind of insight. It is a compelling interview that's about 8 minutes long, and I do want to play it back for you here on Live Now from Fox.
Now, joining us now live is Michelle Gay. She is the mother of Sandy Hook victim Josephine Grace, and she's also now an advocate pushing for safety in schools and communities. So Michelle, good morning first, and thank you so much for joining us and spending your time with us this morning.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
So Michelle, as we continue to follow the aftermath of this tragic incident, I just mentioned that we do expect to have new details released from investigators on tomorrow. I'm sure that this is all kind of, you're reliving a lot as we continue to follow the aftermath. So first, I just like to ask, as you continue to advocate for safety and follow this news that we unfortunately are hearing time and time again now, how are you?
I'm doing okay. I'm well supported. You know, we're almost 10 years out, and one thing that I have learned along the way, I'm very grateful for the support systems I had, you know, that day in our community. But I have learned to grow those systems of support, to be able to, you know, support my own family and my own healing, and do the work that is so healing for me as well.
So I'm sure that you have seen a lot of anger and frustration most recently as we have seen the unfortunate surveillance video from the Robb Elementary School shooting. What were your initial thoughts, your reaction once you kind of, I know you said you briefly saw bits and pieces. What was your reaction when you saw this?
So heartbreak. I have to tell you, I've been very careful about the video that I'm consuming, that my family is consuming. Part of that support system that I have for me is a team, you know, that kind of keeps an eye on those types of things and fills me in, because that exposure for any of us, even those of us who don't know someone in the community or know someone who has been affected similarly by a tragedy like this, it's hard to see. It's heartbreaking. And from my own personal perspective, it's heartbreaking for me thinking about how the families of loss are taking in that information, and knowing, of course, that, you know, anytime something is presented in video, it's often, you know, it is out of context, and we will continue to learn more details about the response and the events that led up to this horrific tragedy. But as someone who, you know, was in that position, I just remember anytime new information came out, anytime something new was presented, it's almost like tearing the scab off all over again. It's so painful. It's so traumatic to constantly be receiving almost like aftershocks, you know, of pain. So I'm concerned, and I'm praying for the families of loss, particularly right now, as, you know, we all try to sift through what happened and what went wrong in terms of the response, so that we can ensure that that doesn't happen again.
And to touch on that feeling of aftershock that you described, you know firsthand both the logistics of the actual investigation as well as the stage of grief that family members and communities might be going through at this time. So could you speak on that? What phase are we in when we come to both searching for answers as well as healing? Where are we in the healing process?
So the truth of it is, for families of loss and for all of us who are experiencing this, you know, this pain and this sorrow and this anger, we're really all experiencing it at different phases, and sometimes with in multiple phases at the same time, if you will. I think that it's a little bit of a myth that you sort of progress through some kind of timeline of phases. In my experience, and you know, the experiences that I've learned of others who have been through similar tragedies. These tragedies are, it's not just grief, it's not just loss, it's also trauma, it's also a loss of a sense of safety and broken trust. There's just a very complex cocktail of emotions to process. So it's not quite linear, and different people will be in different places at different times, which also makes it a bit more complicated to try to move forward and begin that healing process, which is a long road.
A very long road, and the big question that we all have is, how do we prevent something from happening similar to this situation again? And of course, you're advocating for safety in schools following the tragic incident that you experienced in 2012. What is a possible solution to this?
So I wish that I could tell you that there is some quick fix or some device or some program or some new law that will abolish this, you know, this plague of violence in our country. But I can't, in all honesty, do that. What I do know from my now almost 10 years in this field, and from working with experts across the country, working with folks who have lived experiences and who have learned painful lessons like me, is that it takes a community approach. It takes a team, if you will, people with all kinds of different expertise and background. So that's our approach at Safe and Sound Schools. It's a multidisciplinary team, which really means that we involve school-based mental health folks, community-based mental health folks. We involve health and wellness people, you know, doctors, school nurses, folks that can help us think about how to help our students and our community manage the stresses of life today, you know, post-COVID especially. You know, security folks, people that are focused on physical security and safety. Is the campus, is the building set up for people to be safe in a time of crisis? Operations, you know, the drills, the procedures, all of those things are very important, as well as making sure that our culture, the school and community culture, is part of our efforts, that we're all sharing in this focused goal of keeping everybody safe so that they can grow and they can learn and thrive and become the citizens that we hope they'll be. And of course, that takes leadership. So our leaders need a lot of support, but it takes all of these different people, you know, whether they're school-based folks like psychologists, or working together with school resource officers, working together with administrators and parents and students and teachers. It takes everybody on the same song sheet.
So as we wait for an update from investigators that's taking place tomorrow, is there any one question that you personally want answered?
You know, I know for me, in my experience, facts were very important in the healing process. That's not the way it is for everyone, but I want for the families, I want them to have the facts as they are. When I finally felt that I had uncovered, you know, all that I could, that was, I think, where I was able to really begin processing and healing and moving forward with a legacy for my daughter in Safe and Sound Schools. So that's what I want for the families. I want them to, once and for all, the community, know what happened. As hard as it is to know once and for all, for the story to sort of stop changing and the facts to stop morphing is really going to be important to the community, to the families of loss, and frankly to all of us who are heartbroken for them all.
Absolutely.
Some excellent insight from Michelle Gay there, courtesy of our very own Rain Augustine. We'll continue to monitor the latest when it comes to this report out of Uvalde, Texas, and the ongoing investigations currently underway by the Department of Justice as well. We are going to shift gears and head out live to New York. Here's a beautiful look at the skyline on this Monday morning in the Big Apple as we monitor yet another weekend of gun violence across New York. It was a busy weekend for police as gunfire echoed across the city. Fox 5's Robert Moses joins us live from New York City with the latest.
Gabby, it has become a sad summer Monday morning ritual here in New York City, and that is recounting the violent weekend just passed. Unfortunately, this Monday is no different. Police tell us that within the span of just a few hours, at least 13 people were injured or killed by gun violence in all 5 boroughs. Gunfire punctuated yet another summer weekend in New York City. Police say a critically wounded 16-year-old boy was one of 4 people hit by gunfire last night around 8:10 near the Rockaway Avenue subway station in Brownsville. The shooter, according to authorities, was involved in a physical altercation, then started firing into a group. Police believe the 16-year-old hit in the head and a 24-year-old struck in the abdomen were the intended targets. 2 older men who police say suffered graze wounds were not. About 40 minutes later, in the Crotona Park section of the Bronx, police say gunfire hit a 22-year-old woman walking a dog. Video posted on Citizen app captured the scene. The victim told authorities that she saw a white car pass by, heard shots, and then felt pain in her leg. 1 minute later, and just a few blocks away, police say 2 people on bikes started firing and hit a 46-year-old woman and her 13-year-old daughter. The woman suffered a graze wound to her chest. Her daughter was hit in her hand. Police think the shootings of the 22-year-old and the woman and her daughter may be connected. Earlier in the evening, authorities say a 74-year-old woman sitting on a bench in the courtyard of the Louis Heaton Pink houses in East New York was shot in the stomach. She was taken to Brookdale Hospital in stable condition. Late last night, police say 34-year-old Shawn Tinsley was shot in the head near 115th Street and Lenox Avenue in Harlem. Citizen app captured the police response. Tinsley was taken to Harlem Hospital where he was pronounced dead. A source says he was a known gang member with multiple arrests. And as Sunday became Monday, the violence continued. Police say just after midnight, a 31-year-old man suffered a graze wound to his chin near 22nd Street and 6th Avenue. He was taken to Bellevue Hospital and is expected to be okay. A bullet punctured an unmarked NYPD vehicle at the scene. Police say the suspected shooter fled in a white BMW. Police also confirmed for us shootings on Staten Island and in Queens. So that means that, yes, all 5 of the city's boroughs have been hit by gun violence within the span of just a few hours this weekend. And the city's mayor, Eric Adams, says if the city is not safe, it cannot thrive. Gabby, back to you.
Robert, thank you so much for the latest. Please stay safe out there. We do want to take you back out live to a look at New York City. We'll continue to monitor the latest when it comes to gun violence in that city with our Fox 5 team, who do an excellent job of bringing us all of the latest details. We're going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, we'll get you up to speed on the latest business news in the country as we monitor not only record high inflation, but also some big stories, including the Elon Musk versus Twitter trial that is set to begin very soon. We'll bring you all the details right after this break. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. We do want to get you up to speed on the latest business news as inflation has surged to a 4-decade high of 9.1%. And we want to make sure that you're recapped on how the markets last closed on Friday ahead of them opening just shy of 3 hours from now. The stocks rallied following an encouraging report on consumer spending last week. The Dow and S&P 500 snapping a 5-session losing streak and having their best day since June 24th. The Dow gained 658, the Nasdaq added 201, and the S&P 500 was up 75 and change. We do want to remind you that we cover all of the latest business news here on Live Now from Fox. So stay tuned and stay with us as the markets are set to open a little bit later on this morning. Surging prices seem to know no bounds as Americans struggle to keep up with the rising cost of consumer goods. Some economists say the Federal Reserve's decision to raise interest rates may not be the golden ticket to slowing down inflation. A unique solution combating sky-high rent and labor shortages all at once. Quite a bit to break down when it comes to the housing market as well. Our Fox News' Chris DeMeo has a look at all of these details.
With inflation recently hitting its highest rate in 40 years, Americans are still feeling the sting, as the latest data from the Consumer Price Index shows the cost of goods rose more than 9% in June compared to a year ago.
I think the Fed is under pressure to show that they're doing something.
And while the Federal Reserve moved to hike interest rates to slow inflation, some economists say it may not be enough to provide relief, mainly attributing the surging prices to supply chain issues caused by the pandemic and ongoing war between Russia and Ukraine.
The Fed obviously can't pump oil and they can't grow wheat, so all they can really do is impact the demand side of that supply-demand equation.
So far, rising interest rates are pinching the housing market.
Mortgage rates have gone up from 3% to where they're at right now, right around 5.75%.
With real estate professionals saying higher rates could prevent homeowners from selling, prevent prospective house hunters from buying, and could force more people into rentals.
We're seeing a lot of homeowners opt not to sell, and a lot of that has to do with being locked in at such low mortgage rates.
Meanwhile, as the nation continues facing an affordable housing crisis, more school districts are eyeing the possibility of educator housing to tackle rising rents and prevent worker shortages. In California, one school district is already making this a reality, offering staff the rare chance of living in a new apartment complex that's close to their work and for considerably lower rent than apartments in the surrounding area. Chris DeMeo, Fox News.
And thank you to Chris for that update. We want to get you up to speed on the latest when it comes to Twitter and Elon Musk. I do want to make sure that this volume doesn't pop off. But entrepreneur Elon Musk and Twitter are at odds over when a civil lawsuit against Musk should begin. The social media giant said that Musk pledged to buy, says it wants a mid-September date for a lawsuit to proceed. Twitter sued Musk last week over going back on a $44 billion, yes, billion with a B, dollar buy deal. Musk says the date is way too soon and shouldn't be until February of 2023 at the absolute earliest. Musk asserts Twitter hasn't provided data for him to assess problems with fake or spam accounts. Musk says the data is critical to determining Twitter's worth. Our Fox Business team has been keeping a very close eye on this Twitter versus Elon Musk saga since the news first broke that Elon Musk was interested in buying the social media platform. And we will continue to monitor the very latest when it comes to this battle as it does potentially head to court. From Twitter to TikTok we go. TikTok's global security chief is stepping down from his role. The announcement comes as TikTok deals with more scrutiny from U.S. officials over data privacy concerns. Roland Cloutier will move to an advisory role with the social media giant. A recent report revealed TikTok employees in China had access to data from U.S. users. The company admitted to that in a letter to U.S. lawmakers and said it plans to move Americans' data to Oracle servers that are stored in the United States. Cloutier will step down in effect beginning in September. September 2nd to be exact, and will be temporarily replaced by a senior member of TikTok's security team. And from TikTok to Amazon we go. Amazon readies and is going to begin drone delivery testing in 2 states. Amazon says it's ready to test its Prime Air drone delivery service in College Station, Texas. Amazon is also planning another test site in Lockford, California. Customers there are seeking to be part of a test group. The company says the hexagonal design will increase stability and reduce high-frequency sound waves. Amazon received FAA drone takeoff and landing permission in 2019 and package carrying permission beyond a visual operator's line of sight back in 2020. And good news, speaking of things flying in the air, despite raging inflation, prices fell in one consumer category over the early summer. Airfares declined from May to June, dipping to a seasonally adjusted 1.8%, according to U.S. inflation data. Airfares dropped off despite consumer prices rising at their fastest pace in 40 years. Round-trip flights averaged $375, down from a May peak of $413, according to Fare Tracker. Airlines like American and United are optimistic about future revenue, with Delta posting a second quarter profit. That is the latest in business. We're going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. And when we come back, we get you up to speed on all of the top stories that we are monitoring here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, live now from our Orlando studios. And it is 7 o'clock here on the East Coast, and we do want to make sure that you are up to speed on all of the top stories that we are monitoring here on Live Now from Fox. We are covering not only what was a violent weekend across New York City with a live report from our Fox 5 New York team just moments ago, but also the big news, a report detailing systemic failures and poor decision-making from Uvalde, Texas, has been released. The Texas House of Representatives committee conducting this investigation into the police response not only at the local level, but also at the state and federal level back on May 24th at the Robb Elementary School when a gunman opened fire inside of that school. taking the lives of 19 innocent children and 2 teachers as well. We learned that nearly, or exactly, I should say, 376 officers reported to that scene. A vast majority of the officers were state and federal officers and arrived at what was a chaotic scene riddled with communication errors and a very poor decision making is the conclusion of this 77-page report. We do have some very powerful excerpts to read for you from this report. Quote, at Robb Elementary, law enforcement responders failed to adhere to their active shooter training, and they failed to prioritize saving innocent lives over their own safety. We've learned more about the gunman who fired approximately 142 rounds inside of the building, and it is almost certain that at least 100 shots came before any officer entered the classroom. How much time spanned between the officer's arrival and them ultimately breaching the classroom door? Well, we do have an exact time on that as well. 72 minutes later at 12:50 p.m. Is when officers finally breached the classroom and killed the gunman. This report is one of several investigations currently underway, and we do have our reporters who have been covering this for us since the beginning. Our Fox News reporter Ashley Strohmeyer has all of the details from this investigation.
Inside this building, we have him contained.
New body camera footage revealing the horrors behind May's mass shooting at Robb Elementary in Uvalde, Texas.
Kids coming out, kids coming out.
Law enforcement seen here pulling kids through smashed windows and telling them to run, as the gunman who shot and killed 19 of their schoolmates and 2 teachers still remained inside.
I don't know if there was 2 shooters or not.
The clips also appear to show the ongoing confusion among the nearly 400 officers swarming the scene at the time. This footage released Sunday, the same day the Texas House of Representatives also unleashed a new report.
Where did the critical breakdown occur?
Collectively calling out local, state, and federal authorities for, quote, egregiously poor decision-making while responding to the attack. The report citing no one assumed command of the situation and how it took almost 2 hours for the gunman to be brought down after he entered the building.
There were officers in that building who knew or should have known more needed to be done. If they didn't take over command or try to assume command, they should have began asking questions.
It's hard to hear that there were multiple systemic failures because we want to tell ourselves that systems work. But there's also a call to action in this report because systems are something that we can and must improve.
The mayor of Uvalde says the city will conduct an internal investigation into the local police response. That's expected to commence once Texas DPS releases the officer incident statements that were collected after the shooting. Ashley Strohmeyer, Fox News.
Thank you to Ashley for that report. You did hear small excerpts from the official press conference that was held yesterday afternoon from the committee members who conducted this investigation. We do have that full press conference to play for you here on Live Now from Fox, so let's listen back in.
Okay, the House Committee on the Robb Elementary shooting will now come to order. Clerk, call the roll.
Representative Burrows?
Here.
Representative Moody?
Present.
Justice Guzman? Here. Quorum is present.
Okay, a quorum is present. First, let me say this. If you're going to ask a question today and you were not able to fill out a witness affirmation form at WAF, you can still ask your question. Just send an email to Paige and she'll get it to you, and that should not be a reason why you cannot answer. What I would like to do today is start with this. If there's only one thing that I can tell you is there were multiple systemic failures. I would invite everybody to read the entire report. You cannot cherry pick one sentence and use it to say everything without reading it all together and with context. But if we need a simple phrase to describe what the report says, again, I would tell you multiple systemic failures. I want to first thank the mayor of Uvalde for hosting a meeting today with several of the families and asking for us to come by and attend, and I thought that was the respectful thing to do. I thought it was respectful to at least let them hear from me before we open this up to a broader public discussion. I look forward to the questions here at the press conference. One of the things that I said in there to the families is we want to show them as much respect as possible. The entire time this committee has been together, we have wanted to show them the much respect possible, and we've tried to do that. And I asked them if there was something we've ever done not respectful to let us know what it is. But I told them the most we can do to be respectful at this point is not to just blame one person or one thing. And I hope that the report, when people read all of it together, they understand that we look and take a broad approach to what happened that day. My biggest fear, and I also shared this with them at the meeting, is that we will look for simple solutions to these complex answers. And we will all look and say, well, you know, that's the way it was in Uvalde, it's different here. Well, let me tell you, the people of Uvalde before this, they felt it couldn't happen here. They felt that. That's the false sense of security I worry about. I think some of the same systems that we found here that failed that day are across the entire state and country. And I do not want to say because of one thing or one person here, it could not happen elsewhere. I think that's a disservice and not the respectful thing to do. This committee was created by Speaker Dave Thielen, and I'm so appreciative he did this. He formed this committee just 44 days ago. And I believe this committee has driven things to the forefront. I believe that because of this committee's work, some of the records have already been changed, and hopefully with this report, a lot of the record is set straight. This committee is a fact-finding committee. Our job was essentially to figure out what the facts were and report it. It's a bipartisan committee. And the reason it's bipartisan is because the problems are not Republican problems, they're not Democrat problems, they're all of our problems. So I'm very proud the Speaker made this a bipartisan committee. There are other committees in the Texas House and Texas Senate that will look at this report, look at the facts that we found here, and discuss and debate the policy that needs to be changed to try to make Texas children safer going forward in the future. I'm a policymaker. My colleagues up here are policymakers or have strong opinions about changes to policy that need to be done. Today is not the day that we're going to share what our strong feelings and convictions are about that. That was not the task of finding the facts. After some period of time, we will put our policymaker hats back on and share those opinions with the committee and others about what we think needs to change and what's done. But right now, we're going to let the report speak for itself and focus on the facts that were found in there. The committee met with more than 35 witnesses. Those were done in executive session. That is the precedent of the House in the past and will likely be the precedent of the House going forward. Being an executive session, meaning the people and witnesses who attended did not have the cameras on them and did not testify for the public at large to hear. We believe that that probably allowed us to get their testimony quicker, and also they were more candid and more conversational, allowing us to do our job more accurately. Other committees in the state of Texas do have subpoena power and will have the opportunity to subpoena those witnesses for y'all to hear what they have to say for themselves. But that is the precedent of the House for Investigative Committee to do this in executive session, which is what we did. In addition to the 35 witnesses that we interviewed, there were 39 independent interviews that our investigators, who did a phenomenal job, held to help us. We reviewed crime scene photos, audio and video from the incident, 911 calls. All of that went into trying to get this report compiled in 44 days so that we could deliver this here to Uvalde, and hopefully you will find that it's reflective of the facts that we basically could get to. Let me tell you a little bit about the report. We talk about the Uvalde Consolidated Independent School District. And let me say this. With hindsight, we can say the Robb Elementary was not adequately prepared for the risk of a school shooter. The school's 5-foot fence was inadequate. Despite a policy of locked doors, there was a regrettable culture of noncompliance. In fact, all 3 exterior doors to the building were unlocked that day, and multiple interior doors were not secured the day of the shooting. When I talk about the false sense of security, I do not believe that Uvalde Consolidated or Robb Elementary is the only school with these issues in it. I've talked to enough other educators around the state to believe this is a wider problem that we need to continue to look at. We discussed the attacker. You will first notice we did not use his name. When we wanted to release the hallway video to the members of the families and the public, we were not going to show his image. He wanted that, and he did not deserve it. He did not deserve to have that recognition of his face or his name shown because it's what he wanted. Also, there are cultures online who look and believe that when they see these videos, there's something to be inspired by. We did not want others to look at these videos and to watch it and be inspired by it. We only wanted to show the law enforcement response. However, we did give you a more comprehensive look at the background of the attacker. We refer to that throughout the report because that's how he refers to by the alert training. He fits the profile of many. He came from a broken home with little to no interaction with his father. He struggled in school, both academically and socially. He struggled to fit in and eventually became isolated. He networked through his peers, with his peers through social media and violent video games, and ultimately had a fixation on school shootings and even developed the nickname School Shooter. We also talk in this report about the failures of law enforcement. There's really 2 categories to think about when we talk about this. There is an early decision to treat this as an active shooter versus a barricaded subject situation. If you know, and the training and standards we set for officers is if you know there's active shooting, active killing going on, or somebody is dying, the standard is you have to continue to do something to stop that killing or stop that dying. That day, several officers in the hallway or in that building knew or should have known there was dying in that classroom. And they should have done more, acted with urgency. Tried the door handles, tried to go in through the windows, tried to distract him. Tried to do something to address the situation. In fairness, there were many officers at that scene who were either denied access to the building, were told misinformation, some were even told false information. Some were told that the police chief of the Consolidated Independent School District was actually inside the room, actively negotiating with a suitor, such that they did not know what was happening. They did not have the opportunity to do that. But that's not where the analysis stops. Everyone who came on the scene talked about this being chaotic. The training suggests that chaos should not happen. Inside the school, there should be a tactical commander, someone who's taking lead on dealing with the actual in the hallway. But there should also be an overall commander. Somebody who's an overall command, flowing the information, making sure everybody knows what is going on. The fact that there was no overall commander outside the building, where there should have been one, should have been known by many. At a minimum, there was multiple opportunities, depending on the relative training and experience of law enforcement officers, to at least ask more questions or offer their guidance to try to remedy the chaotic situation and make sure there was effective overall command. There was a lack of effective overall command that day. I'm going to recognize my colleagues for some brief statements, and then we will answer the questions here today. Representative Moody.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Joe Moody, Democrat from El Paso. I'm a former prosecutor. I've worked on issues like criminal law and mental health for my entire legislative career. And most importantly, I'm a father of three. And sadly, I've dealt with mass shootings. In just 2 weeks, it will be the 3rd anniversary of the day a young man with a rifle murdered 23 people in El Paso. After that, we all kept asking why. Why did this happen to us? We're here today to provide some of those answers in Uvalde. And while this information will never make up for the unspeakable loss this community has endured, El Pasoans know how important it is to know. I also know the report we've given points to something very complex. It's hard to hear that there were multiple systemic failures because we want to tell ourselves that systems work. We want to tell ourselves there's one person we can point our fingers at. We want to tell ourselves that this won't happen again. That's just not true. What happened here is complicated. But there's also a call to action in this report, because systems are something that we can and must improve. I see the report as a baseline of information that we can all work from. So often these days, politics starts with the answer and doesn't even care about the facts. Here, we're starting with the facts, the most thorough, reliable report that's been done on what happened at Robb Elementary. There's more to do, but this report is a shared platform for us to work from together. The shootings in Uvalde and El Paso have important differences. So did Midland, Odessa, and Sutherland Springs, and Santa Fe, and on and on. But they also have important similarities that we can understand and address as a state. Although today isn't the day for that discussion, that's what this report can and must lead to. I made a promise to the people of El Paso that I haven't forgotten and that I would never forget. To do everything in my power to make sure the legislature understands what happened and why, and to fight for the solutions that we deserve. I make that same promise here today in Utah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Moody. Justice Guzman.
Good afternoon. I'm Eva Guzman. I'm a former Texas Supreme Court judge, and I'm a public member of this committee. For the past several weeks, we've traveled to Uvalde and to take testimony, to hear firsthand what took place and in pursuit of the truth. We did so at the request of Texas House Speaker Dave Elon, who charged us with delivering answers to the families who lost their loved ones. And we seek to understand what happened that day. How could there be so many multiple systemic failures? As our state and our country mourn the tragic deaths in Robb Elementary, our committee unpacked the evidence to discover and report the facts. As a former judge, I've spent much of my professional life ensuring that the facts I relied on to make decisions were accurate. I brought to this process that same determination. After all, accurate facts have to provide the backdrop for any policy changes that will come out of this. Throughout the investigative process, our only agenda was to follow the facts and the evidence. As John Adams famously said, whatever may be our wishes, our inclinations, or the dictates of our passion, they cannot alter the state of the facts and the evidence. That's where we placed our focus. There, we found the truth about what really happened at Robb Elementary that day. But we also found the reality of the breakdowns in procedures and protocols and processes, of the breakdowns and failures in judgment and decision-making that occurred before and during the tragedy. That truth, it's heavy and it's hard because it lays bare human failures and it makes us confront collapses in our systems. They were supposed to work. They were supposed to protect the innocents who now lie in their graves. Today we stand before a community that's still gripped in grief. With this report, families who are crushed by sorrow and pain will now have desperately needed and deserved answers. But no report can heal the broken hearts. Only God can do that. Knowing the truth, we hope, will equip Texas lawmakers and leaders with information and knowledge that will guide them in deciding next steps. We hope the truth about this tragedy will also give this community the resolve to forge a path forward. I come here with humility and respect, and I am here for you, for the people of Uvalde.
Thank you. Pursuant to the House rules, before a question is asked, we will have to have a witness affirmation form, or as I said, you can email it to the committee clerk. Are we ready for questions at this time? Okay.
When you ask your question, could you tell us your name?
All right, everybody, good morning. You're streaming live now from Fox. It's Monday, July 18th, and it was big news from over the last 24 hours. Investigators releasing a preliminary report just yesterday on the Uvalde school shooting that left 19 children and 2 teachers at Robb Elementary School dead. That all happened on May 24th. This meeting happening last night. This investigation committee was actually a committee from the House, the Texas House of Representatives, and you can see here that they are taking questions from families, from community members, detailing their findings. The audio is not amazing on this, so I do want to get out of it. There's actually an additional 25 minutes, but we're going to bring you up to speed on all the nuts and bolts and information that you need to know regarding this report. You can see to the left-hand side of your screen, it's one of the top stories that we are following this morning. This report detailing, quote, systemic failures and poor decision-making after nearly 400 officers arrived at the scene of the shooting. They were not just targeting the local authorities in this report. You're talking at the state and federal level as well. What were the holes in this response that happened? And could this have prevented more students and more people inside of this school from being killed? And we're also learning more about the gunman and the events that led up to the moments he decided to walk into what we now know was a classroom where he attended the 4th grade. Obviously a vendetta against this school, against this district. We're getting more information from people that knew him. This report also saying that his family had information and knew that he was buying guns. So stay with us. I'm going to send some of you on a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, we'll get you all up to speed on all the top stories that we're following on this Monday morning, plus all of the information coming from this report from Uvalde and Texas officials detailing all of their investigative findings into that school mass shooting. Good morning, everybody. You are streaming live now from Fox on this Monday, July 18th. My name is Regina Gonzalez with you live from our Orlando, Florida studios. I'll be with you for about the next hour and a half, bringing you all up to speed on all of the major top stories that we are following here, not only stateside, but internationally as well. So we always like to pull up this side panel detailing what those top stories are. So that is what we've got going on for you here right now. You're looking at generic video from the scene on May 24th outside of Robb Elementary School in Uvalde, Texas, where 19 children and 2 teachers were killed inside of one 4th grade classroom after a gunman entered the school and opened fire. Ever since this happened, we have had investigations going on, more looks into the police response of this incident that unfolded that morning. Well, yesterday, investigators did release that preliminary report into their findings. It was a 77-page report written by an investigative committee from the Texas House of Representatives, suggesting nearly 400 law enforcement officers from multiple agencies failed in several different ways while responding to the shooting. We're going to bring you more information on this full report here in just moments. Meanwhile, today at 9 a.m. Eastern time, we are also going to have some live feeds coming in from a trial related to another mass shooting that happened years ago. Opening statements scheduled today in the penalty phase of the Nicholas Cruz murder trial. He has already pleaded guilty to killing 17 people at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School 4 years ago. The trial will determine if he is sentenced to life without parole or gets the death penalty. The trial is expected to last about 4 months. This is the deadliest U.S. mass shooting to ever reach a jury. And then we're also going to be bringing you the latest information into the January 6th investigation. The House Select Committee leading the January 6th Capitol riot investigation is now asking the Secret Service to turn over reportedly deleted text messages from the days surrounding the attack, as well as any relevant action reports. Now, the Secret Service has until tomorrow to produce agents' phone records that some believe may shed light on former President Donald Trump's actions during the riot. This is ahead of a primetime January 6th public hearing that is scheduled for this Thursday at 8 p.m. Eastern time. We will be airing that for you live, raw, and in its entirety. So those are some of the big stories that we are following, and then we of course have other news to get to. But I do want to start off with the latest information on the investigation report that was released yesterday regarding the Uvalde mass shooting. Now, like I just mentioned, this was a 77-page report. It was written by an investigative committee from the Texas House of Representatives. It suggested nearly 400 law enforcement officers from multiple agencies failed in several different ways while responding to the shooting. This is some of the surveillance video that was released just last week ahead of the report that came out Sunday. It was actually leaked by a Texas news outlet, and then Live Now from Fox did get permission to air it. I said body cam footage because in this story that I'm just about to show you, body cam footage from the officers that responded that day was also released with that report. So several different angles here when it comes to what this investigative committee said was a botched response. The report detailed how officers failed to adhere to their active shooter training and didn't prioritize saving innocent lives over their own safety, saying, quote, they used an overall lackadaisical approach. One part of the report even says that an officer with the State Department of Public Safety confronted officers who were clustered together in this hallway that you see right here, saying if there are kids in there, we need to go inside. It was concluded that having a clear commander outside the school could have helped end the deadly incident faster by figuring out a better way to communicate. We do have more video coming from outside of the school that day. Law enforcement officers told these investigators that they assumed Uvalde School District Police Chief Pete Arredondo was in charge at the scene, but Arredondo has publicly said that he did not believe himself to be in charge. Now, law enforcement waited more than an hour before eventually confronting and killing the shooter. The report says the gunman fired about 142 rounds inside the school. It's believed to be that at least 100 of those came before any officer even entered the building. There was also parts of the report, like I mentioned, that brought information to light about the gunman's past. This shooting took place in his former fourth grade classroom, and he discussed bad memories of fourth grade with an acquaintance just weeks beforehand. This is all information coming from this report. The shooter's former girlfriend actually described the attacker as lonely and depressed, constantly teased by friends who called him a school shooter. She said he told he told her repeatedly that he wouldn't live past 18, either because he would commit suicide or simply because he wouldn't live long. Family members and friends were also aware of his efforts to buy guns before he was legally permitted to do so. So again, all of this information coming from that 77-page report. That report also coming with body cam footage from some of the responding officers that day. We are about to play it for you. Viewer discretion is advised. Some of this video might be disturbing to viewers, but this is the latest report from Fox News correspondent Ashley Strohmeyer.
He's on inside this building. We have him contained.
New body camera footage revealing the horrors behind May's mass shooting at Robb Elementary in Uvalde, Texas.
Kids coming out, kids coming out.
Law enforcement seen here pulling kids through smashed windows and telling them to run, as the gunman who shot and killed 19 of their schoolmates and 2 teachers still remained inside.
I don't know if there was 2 shooters or not.
The clips also appear to show the ongoing confusion among the nearly 400 officers swarming the scene at the time. This footage released Sunday, the same day the Texas House of Representatives also unleashed a new report.
Where did the critical breakdown occur?
Collectively calling out local, state, and federal authorities for, quote, egregiously poor decision-making while responding to the attack. The report citing no one assumed command of the situation and how it took almost 2 hours for the gunman to be brought down after he entered the building.
There were officers in that building who knew or should have known more needed to be done. If they didn't take over command or try to assume command, they should have began asking questions.
It's hard to hear that there were multiple systemic failures because we want to tell ourselves that systems work. But there's also a call to action in this report because systems are something that we can and must improve.
The mayor of Uvalde says the city will conduct an internal investigation into the local police response. That's expected to commence once Texas DPS releases the officer incident statements that were collected after the shooting. Ashley Strohmeyer, Fox News.
Meanwhile, we're already seeing some fallout after this report was released not even 24 hours ago. The acting city of Uvalde police chief has been placed on administrative leave following the release of this report. According to a statement from Uvalde Mayor Don McLaughlin, Lieutenant Mariano Pargas was the acting chief of police for the city of Uvalde the day of the shooting. In addition to the administrative leave, the mayor says the city will be conducting its own internal investigation regarding Uvalde PD's actions, policies, and procedures. Now, we are continuing to see reaction pour in from Texas state officials and people across the country. So here's the latest soundbite, as we like to call it, response from Texas Governor Greg Abbott following that report. Here's a listen.
Well, obviously, it's disgusting to see what happened. And it's been clear from the time of Columbine that whenever there is a shooting, like what was happening in this school, you run toward that danger and encounter that danger, and you have to eliminate the shooter as quickly as possible. Before telling the public about what happened, none of the information that was in that video was shared with me on that day.
Meanwhile, as a response continues to pour out from this report, you've also got families and friends of the 19 children and 2 teachers that were killed that day on May 24th, also reacting and continuing to remember the innocent lives that were lost. I actually do want to bring you a very, really heartwarming story out of this tragedy. Google is actually honoring one of the victims of the Uvalde school shooting by featuring her artwork on its website. 10-year-old Alethea Haven Ramirez entered her drawing in this year's Doodle for Google contest. It shows a child sitting on a couch with a dog and Google spelt out on the wall behind them. It includes a quote from her that says, "I want the world to see my art and show the world what I can do. I want people to be happy when they see my passion in art." So obviously an adorable photo drawn by one of these victims that was killed, one of these 4th grade students. These students were just about to get out for summer. They were 2 days away from summer break, many of them receiving awards that day for their academic achievements throughout the school year. So continuing to honor all of the lives lost. We actually do have a story to bring you about another memorial that is going to be made and is currently being worked on for one of the teachers, Eva Mireles, who was killed. She was one of the 2 teachers in that classroom. She is being hailed a hero for dying while trying to protect her students. Here's that story on the memorial that's in the works for her.
Every detail matters.
Her favorite colors, lavender, light yellows.
It's been nonstop painting for artist Sandra Gonzalez.
Yesterday, I painted for 11 hours, nonstop.
What began as a sketch of slain teacher Eva Mireles,
for me, it represents her strength, her passion for life.
Will be transformed to an 18 by 30 foot mural.
She loved CrossFit, she loved hiking in the mountains, and hopefully this brings some peace.
Peace to the families in Uvalde and for educators like her who worry about safety in schools.
Just look around in my classroom, saw my students, and it was hard to finish the school year. There are times where, I just get emotional just because I think this is really powerful.
But she has the support of volunteers, including former students from Roosevelt High School, to capture the soul of Eva Mireles.
She's holding 2 flags, and one of them says always strong and the other one is CrossFit.
But once the mural is finally put up, it'll last anywhere from 20 to 25 years. Reporting Alicia Barrera, KSAT 12 News.
And we will continue to get more reaction and remarks from, lawmakers, from that committee, and anybody else who is working just like these people to honor the 21 innocent lives that were lost that day. So continue to keep up with us on Live Now from Fox for any more information on this report that was released just yesterday. Meanwhile, I do want to continue on with some more news, and unfortunately more violent news to bring you here on Live Now from Fox. We are learning more about a shooting that happened in Indianapolis yesterday. 3 people were fatally shot and 2 others were injured after a gunman opened fire at the Greenwood Park Mall in Indiana. Indianapolis Metropolitan Police say shoppers were at the mall when a man entered with a rifle and several magazines of ammunition and began firing inside of the food court. Witnesses say a 22-year-old Good Samaritan who was legally carrying a firearm at the mall shot and killed the gunman. 4 of those hit by gunfire were women and 1 was a man, and 1 actually included a 12-year-old. She was among one of the 2 injured and is expected to make a full recovery. So this is some of the first video that we got from the scene yesterday. More violence across the nation that we're following here on Live Now from Fox. Meanwhile, also another story, like I mentioned, we are monitoring today. We are expecting to get live feeds from inside of this courtroom in Broward County, Florida at around 9 a.m. Eastern time, so in just a little more than an hour. Opening statement scheduled today in the penalty phase of the Nicholas Cruz murder trial. He's already pleaded guilty to killing 17 people at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School 4 years ago. The trial will determine if he is sentenced to life without parole or gets the death penalty. It's expected to last about 4 months, and this is actually the deadliest U.S. mass shooting to ever reach a jury. We are, again, expected to get feeds of this around 9 a.m. Eastern time, so stay tuned for that live, raw, and unfiltered coverage. I'm going to send some of you on a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we are going to get into some political news. President Biden back at the White House and back to business in our nation's capital after returning from a very high-stakes visit in the Middle East, first heading to Israel and then heading to Saudi Arabia, where he is getting some criticism after fist-bumping the prince, the Saudi crown prince. And he also is facing some criticism from his administration's handling on economic issues here at home. So he does have a lot of work to do now that he's back in the United States, and we'll have a look into what that is when we come back. You're streaming it live now from Fox on this Monday, July 18th, 7:45 a.m. here on the East Coast. We're taking a look at the White House in Washington, D.C. President Biden back in our nation's capital from his trip to the Middle East, and he's now facing a myriad of criticism from both sides of the aisle over his visit with the Saudi crown prince and his administration's handling of economic issues back here at home. Fox News congressional correspondent Aisha Hasni is at the White House with the latest details.
The president returned late Saturday night to growing frustration among Americans and members of his own party. The president's Build Back Better agenda in shambles thanks to Joe Manchin. The West Virginia senator single-handedly tanked any hopes for climate or energy funding, blaming rising inflation. Progressives are angry, but Manchin is willing to pass a smaller package to lower prescription drug costs and extend health care subsidies. The president bowing to that, telling the Senate to take Manchin's deal and leave climate and energy to him. Meantime, new Fox News polls show Biden's approval rating at a dismal 40%, with just 31% approving of his job on the economy, 25% on inflation. This as the price of groceries, household items, and airfare are up significantly from a year ago.
This year is going to be a referendum on Biden. It's pretty simple. Midterms are a referendum on the president's strategies, which are horrible. So this is not going to be about 24. It's going to be about 22.
The president also still fending off broad criticism for that fist bump with Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, who U.S. intelligence holds responsible for the murder of journalist Jamal Khashoggi. Most notably, Congressman Adam Schiff tweeting this: if we ever needed a visual reminder of the continuing grip oil-rich autocrats have on U.S. foreign policy in the Middle East, we got it today. One fist bump is worth 1,000 words. Here's Senator Bernie Sanders Sunday morning.
You have a leader of that country who was involved in the murder of a Washington Post journalist. I don't think that type of government should be rewarded with a visit by the President of the United States.
This as the Saudis announced the kingdom can now produce much more oil than they already are, while throwing water on the administration's claims that it's normalizing relations with Israel after it opened up its airspace to flights in and out of that country. In Washington, I'm Aisha Hasni, Fox News.
All right, so you did hear Aisha Hasni talk a little bit about it in her package. That's what we like to call the story, is that reporters put together for us a package. That's some news lingo information for you on this Monday morning. But as you can see here in this video, President Joe Biden on Friday being very careful with his choreographed meeting with Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, the man he had once shunned for human rights abuses, as the two leaders sought to reset one of the world's most important diplomatic relationships. The encounter, which we began with that fist bump as Biden stepped out of his presidential limousine, could reshape security partnerships in the Middle East and the flow of oil worldwide. Biden's 3 hours at the Royal Palace in Jeddah was seen as a diplomatic win for the Crown Prince, who's tried to rehabilitate his image and draw investments to the kingdom for his reform plans and bolster the kingdom's security relationship with the United States. Now, Biden seemed to approach it as a necessary, if somewhat distasteful, step to improve relations with the world's top oil exporter at a time of rising gas prices and concern about Iran's nuclear ambitions. The U.S. playing down expectations for any immediate increases in Saudi oil production, which could help alleviate high gas prices that are politically damaging to Biden back here at home. But the White House saying it anticipated further steps over coming weeks that will help stabilize markets considerably. The current OPEC agreement expires in September, opening the door to potentially higher production after that. Now, rising gas prices, which were compounded by the Russian invasion of Ukraine, are one of the factors that prompted Biden to reassess his approach to Saudi Arabia and even go there in the first place. So he long refused to speak to Prince Mohammed, the presumed heir to the throne currently held by his father, King Salman, and he harshly criticized this oil-rich kingdom for its human rights abuses, particularly of the murder of Jamal Khashoggi, that U.S.-based journalist that Aisha was just talking about. So I do want to continue on actually with an exclusive interview here from our very own Alex Hogan. She's a Fox News correspondent that was traveling with the president, a top Saudi diplomat in the room for Mr. Biden's meeting with the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, not surprisingly disputing some of President Biden's version of the discussion about the murder of this Washington Post journalist Jamal Khashoggi. So here is Fox News correspondent Alex Hogan with an exclusive sit down with this advisor.
It's been just one day since the summit wrapped up here in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia, and already some very different takes when it comes to the conversations about the brutal murder of Jamal Khashoggi. I sat down with the Saudi Minister of State for Foreign Affairs, Adel Al-Jubeir. We were actually invited for 2 separate sit-down interviews within just 2 days.
Biden on his trip spoke to the Crown Prince, saying that he holds him directly responsible. How did he respond to those comments?
I didn't hear that particular phrase. This is where His Royal Highness the Crown Prince explained to the President that the steps that Saudi Arabia has taken and the fact that we did what every civilized country and serious country will do, and that unfortunately mistakes happen all over the place.
A quote mistake. However, Jamal Khashoggi's fiance called it heartbreaking to see the president even coming here, especially after he previously vowed to make the kingdom a pariah. The president arrived at the White House late last night. Journalists quickly asked him about our interview. When prompted on whether the minister told me the truth about not hearing the comments, Biden simply answered no. Among the major concerns brought up ahead of the summit to tackle here in the Middle East, one of them was energy security and the soaring gas prices back home. While leaders did reportedly talk about oil production, no concrete actions have been announced. In Jeddah, Saudi Arabia, Alex Hogan, Fox News. It's been just 1 day since the summit.
Meanwhile, we do want to continue on with some more international news that we are following. Obviously, like we've mentioned, President Biden going over there amid this oil crisis that we're seeing here in the United States, which he says stems from Putin's war on Ukraine. Well, when it comes to the top Iranian officials, the country is capable of making a nuclear bomb. That was another topic of conversation and one of the reasons for President Biden's visit. A senior advisor saying while Iran has the ability to produce 90% enriched uranium, officials haven't decided whether they will actually build a bomb. So here's Fox News International correspondent Trey Inks with the latest on that information.
A concerning development out of Iran, as an advisor to the Ayatollah Khamenei says the Islamic Republic is now capable of building a nuclear bomb. The senior advisor was speaking to Al Jazeera when he explained that Iran has the technical means to build the weapon of mass destruction, but hasn't yet decided on doing so. Iran is currently enriching uranium up to 60% purity, well beyond the 3.67% laid out in the 2015 nuclear deal. In response, U.S. ally Israel is preparing plans to strike Iranian nuclear facilities, as the Jewish state last week reiterated its commitment to stopping Iran from obtaining such a weapon.
I clarified to President Biden and his staff that Israel opposes the nuclear agreement and reserves full freedom of action, political and operational, facing the Iranian nuclear program.
President Biden also left open the door to military action against Iran as a last resort if diplomacy on a nuclear agreement does not prevail. Earlier this year, indirect talks between Iran and the United States stalled, as momentum on a new deal appears unlikely right now. Iranian proxies continue to operate across the Middle East, threatening American allies such as the State of Israel. On Saturday, Iranian-backed groups in Gaza fired 4 rockets into southern Israel. One of them was intercepted by the Iron Dome missile defense system. The 3 others landed in open areas. Iran is becoming increasingly isolated in the Middle East and turning to allies like Russia. This week, President Putin will visit Tehran amid reports that indicate Iran will supply Russia with drones to use in their invasion of Ukraine. In Jerusalem, Trey Inks, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Trey Inks for that report. Meanwhile, Russian forces continue pounding Ukrainian cities as its leaders prepare for a bolstered Ukrainian response. A Russian missile and airstrikes, and I do want to lower the volume on this video for you here just a moment, intensifying over the weekend as more Western military weapons help is arriving. The attacks could be timed to stave off possible Ukrainian counterattacks once weapons arrive. Now, Ukraine's government says the attacks were intentional, targeting storage sites, educational institutions, and residential areas, with dozens killed. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky is affirming Ukraine will gradually retake and liberate occupied areas. And we actually can bring you a shot right now of Washington, D.C., and tell you that the First Lady of Ukraine will be meeting with Secretary of State Antony Blinken a little bit later this morning. We should have a feed for that here in just a bit. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. break. When you return, we're going to head back out here. Well, we were just in the United States, but back to some stateside news. This is actually a little personal information from my hometown in Long Beach, New York. I don't know whose dock that is, but it is one of the cameras that we have out there. We are going to be heading out to Long Island as more shark sightings are really scaring swimmers out there. I'm from Long Island. I have to say it's a once in a blue moon type of situation, but this many shark sightings and shark attacks, not all that common out there. So when we get back, we're going to head out to Jones Beach, New York for a live report from Fox 5 New York's Briella Tomasetti, who's been speaking with swimmers and getting their reaction as they just try to enjoy the summer. Stay with us. Good morning, everybody. You're streaming live now from Fox on this Monday, July 18th. We are just a minute shy of the top of the 8 o'clock hour, and we do want to get to some news that is garnering national attention out of Long Island, New York. So this is actually a look we have right now from a dock in Long Beach. Fun fact, you're hearing the voice of Regina Gonzalez. This is where I'm from, and really, it's been quite a scary couple of weeks out there for swimmers and beachgoers out in Long Island. More sharks are being spotted off the coast, and now officials are working to ease any anxiety about getting in the water. So I do want to head out just a couple of minutes down the road to Jones Beach, New York, a very popular beach during the summer. That is where Fox 5 New York's Briella Tomasetti is joining us from. Briella, I have to say, you're from Long Island, I am too, and really this is just not, it's a once in a blue moon type of situation, but not this much. So what do swimmers and beachgoers have to say?
Yeah, Regina, good morning to you. And it's really not something common up here, but marine experts are saying there are a couple of factors playing into all of this. One, you have a lot warmer water this summer than in years past, so that is bringing all the smaller fish closer to the shore, and then it's attracting the bigger fish like sharks and dolphins and stingrays. But these latest sightings come after a beachgoer and a lifeguard were both bitten by sharks at Smith Point Beach. You're from Long Island, so you know that's further out in Suffolk County. Maybe not so many people coming to the beach today. We've got some storms rolling through. Park officials say this is not a cause for panic, but again, swimmers may not necessarily agree.
It's pretty scary, and I don't really feel safe anymore going in the water.
Honestly, it's kind of terrifying.
For Long Island beachgoers this summer, it seems to be a continuous cycle of getting out of the water and then getting back in. And it's all thanks to this, an unprecedented number of shark sightings and bites along South Shore coastlines. This video capturing the very moment a shark was spotted swimming just a few feet offshore Sunday morning in West Hampton.
That's a major problem just due to the fact that you have kids in the area and you have a lot of kids in the water, so that's like a dangerous environment in my opinion.
On Saturday, there were 3 shark sightings at Jones Beach, forcing lifeguards to temporarily halt swimming at 2 locations. The first sighting happened at around 8 a.m. when a fisherman caught a shark at Field 6 and released it. George Gorman, who oversees Long Island State Park, says another fisherman caught a shark in the same area just a couple hours later.
We don't know if it's the same shark, but the first one was described as a sand shark, 4 to 5 feet in length, and that was what basically the second description was also.
Then at 10:45, a lifeguard spotted a shark at Field 2 and swimming there was stopped until noon. The unnerving trend is keeping some swimmers out of the water altogether.
We're coming often over here like every weekend, but we're not seeing nothing over here.
I don't take him out too deep in the water. I bring him right there, and that's about it.
But state officials say people shouldn't be too frightened. As drones and helicopters patrol the water from above, marine units keep a close eye from the sea, and lifeguards observe from land. As for what exactly brought the unforeseen number of predators so close to our beaches,
There's a lot of theories. One is that the water temperatures are warmer due to global warming. The second is that there's been a resurgence of bait fish or bunker fish that have occurred. And then this year we've seen bites. And the experts state that those bites were because the fish think it's their food, somebody's foot, somebody's leg.
Yeah, so again, these are 4 to 5 foot sharks we're seeing out here. Not great whites, but nonetheless still a scary sight. Parks officials are increasing their surveillance. So that means all the drones, the jet skis, and the wave runners that everybody has been seeing out here on the beach will become a lot more common in the coming weeks, even through the rest of the summer. And Regina, we'll send things back inside to you.
Yeah, definitely some scary or just a little haunting news for beachgoers. Definitely got to keep an extra eye out. But Brielle, thank you so much for getting all of our viewers up to speed. Definitely, like I mentioned, a story on Long Island that's garnered national attention. Stay safe out there, and we'll be talking with you again soon. Have a good day.
Thank you for having me.
All right, everybody, Regina Gonzalez with you here on Live Now from Fox. We are officially past the top of the 8 o'clock Eastern time hour. I'll be with you for about the next hour, getting you all up to speed on all the top stories that we are following on this Monday, July 18th. So as we do that, I do want to bring you that side panel look, some of the bullet points, the Cliff Note versions of the big stories that we are following today. So you're looking at video right now from May 24th, the mass shooting at Robb Elementary School in Uvalde, Texas, that claimed the lives of 19 innocent children and their 2 teachers. We are getting an in-depth look at the failures that are being called of the Uvalde school shooting police response, as they found there was plenty of firepower and officers entering the school that all made what they are calling systemic mistakes. We are also a little less than an hour away from getting live feeds inside of the courtroom in Broward County, Florida. That is because opening statements are scheduled today in the penalty phase of the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School shooter. That happened 4 years ago. This trial is going to determine if he is sentenced to life without parole or will he get the death penalty. The trial is expected to last 4 months, and we are going to be getting feeds here at around 9 a.m. Eastern time. We're also getting you all up to speed on the January 6th investigation. The House Select Committee leading the Capitol riot investigation, asking the Secret Service to turn over reportedly deleted text messages from the days surrounding the attack, as well as any relevant action reports. The Secret Service actually has until tomorrow to produce agents' phone records that some believe may shed light on President Donald Trump's actions during the riot. This is ahead of that prime-time January 6th hearing we just got word of over the weekend, happening this Thursday at 8 p.m. Eastern time. We will be streaming it for you here live, raw, and unfiltered. So to get back to the top story, the big one that we are following this morning, that report that was released just less than 24 hours ago. This is what we know this morning. Investigators releasing this preliminary report on the Uvalde school shooting, that shooting on May 24th that left 19 children and their 2 teachers at Robb Elementary School dead. This was a 77-page report. It was written by an investigative committee from the Texas House of Representatives, suggesting nearly 400 law enforcement officers from multiple agencies, not just at the local level, we're talking state and federal as well. They failed in several different ways while responding to this shooting. The report detailed how officers failed to adhere to their active shooting training and didn't prioritize saving innocent lives over their own safety, saying, quote, they used an overall lackadaisical approach. One part of this report even says that an officer with the State Department of Public Safety confronted officers who were clustering in this hallway. I'm going to lower this volume for you for just a second. This is that surveillance video from inside of the school that was actually leaked. It was released ahead of the report that came out yesterday. One part of the report saying that this officer with the State Department of Public Safety confronted these officers clustering together in the hall, saying if there are kids inside, we need to go in there. It was concluded that having a clear commander outside the school could have helped end the deadly incident faster by figuring out a better way to communicate. Law enforcement officers told investigators that they assumed Uvalde School District Police Chief Pete Arredondo was in charge at the scene, but Arredondo has publicly said he did not believe himself in charge. Law enforcement waited for more than an hour before eventually confronting and killing the shooter. The report says the gunman fired about 142 rounds inside the school. At least 100 of those came before any officer even entered the building. Now, there were also parts of this report that brought information to light about the gunman's past. Now, we did learn that the shooting took place inside of his former 4th grade classroom and that he discussed bad memories of 4th grade with an acquaintance just weeks before this happened. So the shooter's former girlfriend describing all of this to investigators, showing you this video inside of the hallway once again. She described the attacker as lonely and depressed. She said that he was constantly teased by friends who actually nicknamed him a school shooter. She said he told her repeatedly that he didn't think that he would live past the age of 18, either because he would commit suicide or simply because he wouldn't live long. That's a direct quote from this report. Family members and friends were also aware of his efforts to buy guns before he was legally permitted to do so. So as we break down all of this information from this report, we've got Fox News correspondent Ashley Strohmeyer not only bringing you all of the nuts and bolts, but new body cam footage that was released along with this report. Viewer discretion is advised. Some of this might be disturbing to some people watching, but it really gives you a raw depiction of the moments that unfolded as this gunman entered this elementary school.
He's on inside this building. We have him contained.
New body camera footage revealing the horrors behind May's mass shooting at Robb Elementary in Uvalde, Texas.
Kids coming out, kids coming out.
Law enforcement seen here pulling kids through smashed windows and telling them to run, as the gunman who shot and killed 19 of their schoolmates and 2 teachers still remained inside.
I don't know if there was 2 shooters or not.
The clips also appear to show the ongoing confusion among the nearly 400 officers swarming the scene at the time. This footage released Sunday, the same day the Texas House of Representatives also unleashed a new report.
Where did the critical breakdown occur?
Collectively calling out local, state, and federal authorities for, quote, egregiously poor decision-making while responding to the attack. The report citing no one assumed command of the situation and how it took almost 2 hours for the gunman to be brought down after he entered the building.
There were officers in that building who knew or should have known more needed to be done. If they didn't take over command or try to assume command, they should have began asking questions.
It's hard to hear that there were multiple systemic failures because we want to tell ourselves that systems work. But there's also a call to action in this report because systems are something that we can and must improve.
The mayor of Uvalde says the city will conduct an internal investigation into the local police response. That's expected to commence once Texas DPS releases the officer incident statements that were collected after the shooting. Ashley Strohmeyer, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Ashley Strohmeyer for that report. Meanwhile, following the release of this report yesterday, the acting City of Uvalde police chief has been placed on administrative leave. According to a statement from Uvalde Mayor Don McLaughlin, Lieutenant Mariano Pargas was the acting chief of police for the city of Uvalde the day of the shooting. In addition to the administrative leave, like you just heard Ashley mention, the mayor says that the city is going to be conducting its own internal investigation regarding Uvalde PD's actions, policies, and procedures. Meanwhile, in the wake of this new report, we are continuing to remember the 21 innocent lives that were lost, 19 fourth grade students and their 2 teachers. And specifically, Google is going to be honoring one victim, who entered her drawing in this year's Doodle for Google contest. 10-year-old Alethea Haven Ramirez entered her drawings in this year's Doodle for Google contest. That drawing shows a child sitting on a couch with a dog and Google, as you can see here, spelled out on the wall behind them with Earth, with the sunshine, with a flower. Such an amazing drawing. It includes a quote from Alethea that says, "I want the world to see my art and show the world what I can do. I want people to be happy when they see my passion in art." Meanwhile, we also want to bring you a story about a memorial that is being created for Eva Mireles. She was one of the teachers, a mother herself, with a daughter that is in college right now. A memorial being built for her as well. Let's take a listen.
Every detail matters.
Her favorite colors, lavender, light yellows.
It's been nonstop painting for artist Sandra Gonzalez.
Yesterday, I painted for 11 hours, nonstop.
What began as a sketch of slain teacher Eva Mireles,
for me, it represents her strength, her passion for life.
Will be transformed to an 18 by 30 foot mural.
She loved CrossFit, she loved hiking in the mountains, and hopefully this brings some peace.
Peace to the families in Uvalde and for educators like her who worry about safety in schools.
Just look around in my classroom, saw my students, and it was hard to finish the school year. There are times where I just get emotional just because I think this is really powerful.
But she has the support of volunteers, including former students from Roosevelt High School, to capture the soul of Eva Mireles.
She's holding 2 flags, and one of them says always strong and the other one is CrossFit.
But once the mural is finally put up, it'll last anywhere from 20 to 25 years. Reporting Alicia Barrera, KSAT 12 News.
All right, thank you to our Fox 7 Austin team for that report. Meanwhile, another shooting from over the weekend this time that is garnering national headlines. 3 people fatally shot and 2 others injured after a gunman opened fire at the Greenwood Park Mall in Indiana. Indianapolis Metropolitan Police say shoppers were at the mall when a man entered with a rifle and several magazines of ammunition and began firing inside the food court. Witnesses say at least 20 gunshots were heard, and authorities say a 22-year-old Good Samaritan who was legally carrying a firearm at the mall shot and killed the gunman. 4 of those hit by gunfire were women and 1 was a man, and a 12-year-old girl was actually among the 2 injured. They are expected to make a full recovery, the 2 that were injured. Meanwhile, as we mentioned just a little bit earlier at the top of the hour, in about 45 minutes, I should say, we are expecting feeds from inside of a courtroom where opening statements are scheduled to begin in the penalty phase of the Nicholas Cruz murder trial. He's already pleaded guilty to killing 17 people at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School 4 years ago, and this trial is going to determine if he is sentenced to life without parole or gets the death penalty. The trial is expected to last 4 months, and this is the deadliest U.S. mass shooting to ever reach a jury. So if and when we do get feeds of that coming in at around 9 a.m. Eastern time, we'll be sure to stream it for you here on Live Now from Fox. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we return, we are going to head to some more international news. We were covering it before we reached the top of the hour. This is a live look at the White House right now. President Biden back in our nation's capital after a very high stakes meeting to the Middle East. We are going to have our very own Andrew Kraft taking a look back at that fist bump to the Saudi prince from President Biden that is receiving a lot of harsh criticism and other key takeaways from his visit last week. Stay with us.
Let's continue the conversation, break down some of the key highlights from President Biden's day in Saudi Arabia. Joining me now is former diplomat Brett Bruin. And Brett, so good to see you. I know you've been traveling a lot this summer, but you have been following this trip very closely. Today, everyone's talking about President Biden fist-bumping Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman as he got out of the presidential limousine to start these meetings. It's getting a lot of heat, though, because people are saying it was, somewhat disingenuous, somewhat casual. Your take on this, are people making too much of it? Should it have just been a handshake? Well, I think you might be muted there, Brett.
Sorry, I think it was a mistake, quite frankly, that Biden chose to greet someone who his own intelligence agencies have documented was the mastermind of an assassination against a prominent journalist in his country. It just was too cavalier, and it did not send the message of seriousness. It did not send a message that we were going to hold the Crown Prince accountable for his actions.
So I want to put up a tweet, Brett, of an account that I believe either former wife or fiance of Jamal Khashoggi created as if she were Jamal Khashoggi, saying, "Hey, POTUS, is this the accountability you promised for my murder? The blood of MBS's next victim is on your hands." Very strong statements there. NBC's Peter Alexander shouted to MBS, whether or not he had a role in the killing of Jamal Khashoggi. And then, of course, I want to put up a statement from the Washington Post. The publisher, Fred Ryan, says this: the fist bump between President Biden and Mohammed bin Salman was worse than a handshake. It was shameful. It projected a level of intimacy and comfort that delivers to MBS the unwarranted redemption he has desperately been seeking. Brett, you know this very much. You can't really isolate Saudi Arabia forever. There was going to have to be some engagement, and that is what, this trip was about, resetting relations. Are people making too much of this?
No, I agree. You still have to engage the Saudis in some way. But as we've talked about, Andrew, there are many ways in diplomacy that you choose to engage. It doesn't necessarily have to be with all the pomp and circumstances you're seeing on the screen now with the president bringing his whole delegation. This was not the way to begin that re-engagement. I think it did send the wrong message. And it's one that is going to resonate around the world in capitals where other authoritarian leaders are looking at potential crackdowns on dissidents, on journalists. And I fear that we are going to see more of those kinds of crackdowns because President Biden has sent a message that we will look the other way. And if American diplomats attempt to raise those concerns, leaders are going to point to these images and say, it's hypocritical for you to call me out.
Yeah, and I've been trying to follow some of the reporting on whether or not Biden did bring up, the Khashoggi murder and did bring up, oil production, oil prices, trying to ramp up production. There was no public comment about either the oil situation, but he, of course, Biden was asked in his press conference about the Khashoggi situation, to which he essentially, smiled and said, I can only do so much. He was also asked about the fist bump situation as well and smiled again. How are people here back stateside going to be reacting to this? We know how Republicans are reacting. Some Democrats are reacting in the same fashion as well. Do you think this is going to blow over, or will people be talking about this for some time?
Well, look, I think the consequences, at least on the foreign front, will last for some time. The news cycle here in the U.S. obviously will move on to whatever is the next story. But these images, I worry, are going to be a drag on both the president but also on Democrats, because the president promised moral leadership after the Trump years. He promised that human rights were going to be at the center of his foreign policy. So this will be used as another example to show how what he said on the campaign trail, and for that matter, what Democrats are saying on the campaign trail, does not always live up to the way that they govern. And I think that's problematic for him and for his party. So I worry about that.
Brett, let's talk about one, I think, pretty major success coming out of this, and that is, the lifting of the airspace restrictions between Israel and Saudi Arabia. Is that a good move on the path possibly to normalization, or was it purely cosmetic?
No, it is a demonstration of what for some time have been closer communications between the Saudis and Israelis. I think the Saudis were never going to do the full embrace, at least not at the outset, of Israel because they are such an important country in Islam, because they are host to Mecca. But at the same time, the fact that you have even these small steps, the opening, as you say, of air travel over the country from Israel is not a small deal. And I think the other side of it is certainly on the security, the intelligence, the defense cooperation, and that will make things more difficult for Iran. This united front between the Arab Gulf states and Israel and the United States is a powerful one.
Yeah, and Brett, just briefly, I want to touch on the Palestinian trip, President Biden appearing alongside PA leader Mahmoud Abbas. And very, very frank, we have been talking to experts about this, going into the trip. Something you were not hearing, these words you were not hearing were two-state solution. President Biden was asked about it today. He essentially said the conditions are not ripe to be talking about that right now, kind of dismissing that, which has been really the policy of, so many administrations pre-Trump for about, the last 30, 40 years of seeking a two-state solution between Israel and Palestine, not on the agenda this trip.
No, and look, Biden is not going to go down that path. He's seen what happens when other presidents have tried, including the president that he worked for. So I think there is a reluctance on his part to enter into that. And it's a reflection also, quite frankly, how Biden does not want to get entangled in a lot of these foreign policy issues, especially when you have so many challenges back at home.
And so there are going to be some meetings tomorrow, and then he'll be traveling back to Washington. I guess, what are your key takeaways from his first trip to the Middle East? We don't have to do pros, cons, or successes or failures, but if you want to, fine. But what do you think he's going to bring back to the American people about why he went in the first place?
Well, overall, he's going to bring back the warm images from Israel and how he was received, and that, it is an illustration of the long relations he's had with a lot of these leaders. And obviously, Israel represents an important foreign policy point for any president. On the other hand, he's going to make the case that I made the hard decisions in Saudi Arabia for the American economy, for American security. And so, all in all, the White House will be pleased with how this trip has gone. We'll feel that they hit a number of the key objectives and avoided, with the exception of that fist pump, a lot of their own goals and didn't fall into major traps.
Yeah, just one final look there of the fist bump between Biden and MBS. I was under the impression this was maybe out of COVID precautions, but like you said, so many are kind of chalking this up to a casualness that kind of belies a sense of intimacy that just is not there and is somewhat inappropriate. Is that kind of your impression?
I think so. It just did not feel right in this moment. We needed an air of some seriousness, an air of some concern. A fist bump is not going to send that message.
All right. Brett Bruen, as always, we appreciate your time. Have a good weekend.
And you. Thanks, Andrew.
All right, big thank you to former diplomat Brett Bruen and our very own Andrew Kraft for bringing you the latest key takeaways, as Brett Bruen put it, of President Biden's trip to the Middle East. We will monitor any more coming up on his agenda here on Live Now from Fox throughout our day. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we are going to be bringing you the very latest on Brittany Griner. She was back in court on Friday. Her lawyer is explaining why she was carrying vape cartridges with cannabis oil through that airport in Moscow, where she was arrested back in February. We'll have that, plus the latest on the jury selection that is going to be happening today for Steve Bannon, the former Trump advisor. We'll have that for you here when we come back as well. Stay with us. Good morning, everybody. You're streaming live now from Fox on this Monday, July 18th, continuing to bring you all the top stories that you want and need to know about as you get your week started, both here in the United States and internationally as well. This next top story is taking us out to Russia, and that is because we are monitoring the latest when it comes to WNBA star Brittany Griner's trial out there in Moscow. She was back in court on Friday, where her lawyers explained why she was carrying vape cartridges with cannabis oil. Fox News correspondent Ryan Chilcote has more from our London bureau.
WNBA star Brittany Griner attending a hearing in a Russian courtroom Friday as her high-profile drug trial continues. Griner's defense team submitting documents to show she did not intend to bring the alleged drugs into Russia illegally. Lawyers submitted a doctor's letter which says the basketball star used prescribed medical cannabis to treat her chronic pain.
In the hearings yesterday and today, what became very clear is the tremendous amount of respect and admiration, both in the United States and here in Russia, where Ms. Griner has been playing basketball for 7 years, not only for her professional achievements, but for her character and integrity.
Last week, Griner pleaded guilty to carrying vape cartridges containing cannabis. And since the plea, the court sessions have focused on in-person and written testimonies about her good character and athletic abilities. The two-time Olympic gold medalist was arrested at a Moscow airport back in February. If convicted, she faces up to 10 years in prison. But the U.S. Embassy in Moscow says the administration is committed to finding a solution.
The commitment of the United States government at the very highest levels to bring home safely Brittany Griner and all U.S. citizens wrongfully detained, as well as the commitment of the United States Embassy to protect the interests of all American citizens detained in Russia.
Griner's next hearing is scheduled for the 26th of July. In London, Ryan Chilcote, Fox News.
Going from Russia back out to the United States, this is a look at the Capitol building in Washington, D.C. on this Monday morning. We are heading out there for the latest news when it comes to the investigation into the January 6th Capitol riot attack. We actually can let you know that jury selection is set to begin today in the federal criminal trial that will determine whether Stephen Bannon, the influential former advisor to Donald Trump, broke the law by refusing to comply with a subpoena for documents and testimony by the panel investigating the January 6th attack. Last fall, the congressional committee investigating the deadly Capitol riots subpoenaed Bannon to sit for a deposition and to provide a wide range of documents related to the events of January 6th. Bannon refused to comply, and the committee cited him for contempt and referred him to the U.S. Justice Department for prosecution back in October of last year. Now, he is facing 2 counts of contempt of Congress over his refusal to comply with that committee. Prosecutors say Bannon chose to ignore the September 2021 subpoena requesting documents and to testify before the panel. He's pleaded not guilty, asserting executive privilege over conversations he had with then President Trump. However, he left his job as a government official in 2017. Meanwhile, this is all happening as the January 6th committee has scheduled another primetime public hearing for this Thursday. It'll be airing at 8 p.m. Eastern time. And ahead of that hearing, the committee now wants to talk to the Secret Service about its communications during the Capitol attack. But the information the panel is looking for could actually already be long gone. Fox News correspondent Aisha Hasni has these details from our nation's capital.
The House Select Committee investigating January 6 says it has subpoenaed the Secret Service as it investigates allegations from a watchdog that the agency may have deleted text messages sought as evidence.
It is quite crazy that the Secret Service would actually end up deleting anything related to one of the more infamous days in American history.
The Secret Service says nothing was intentionally erased, but that some data was lost during a routine device migration, and that all of the texts requested by the committee had been saved. Still, committee members say the allegations are concerning.
I was shocked to hear that they didn't back up their data before they reset their iPhones. That's crazy. I don't know why that would be.
An agency spokesman writing in a statement, the insinuation that the Secret Service maliciously deleted text messages following a request is false. In fact, the Secret Service has been fully cooperating in every respect, whether it be interviews, documents, emails, or texts. It's a rare step for the committee to subpoena an entire department of the executive branch as it seeks more information about former President Trump's actions on January 6th, particularly after testimony from a former White House aide that Trump had a confrontation with Secret Service agents as he tried to join supporters at the Capitol. And the committee will hold its final scheduled hearing this Thursday, but says more hearings could be possible as they obtain new evidence. In Washington, I'm Aisha Hasni, Fox News.
Meanwhile, on the topic of former President Donald Trump, we're learning more about what led to the passing of his ex-wife, Ivana Trump. Officials determining that her death was a very unfortunate accident. Fox News correspondent David Lee Miller has more from New York City, where she was living when she died.
The New York City medical examiner says Ivana Trump's death was an accident caused by blunt impact injuries of the torso. A spokesperson for the ME says they will not comment further on the investigation. Ivana Trump was the former president's first wife. She is the mother of 3 of his children. The couple divorced in 1993, but remained very close. Citing anonymous law enforcement sources, the New York Post says Trump fell down a flight of stairs at her Upper East Side townhouse. The paper says that's where her body was discovered, next to a spilled cup of coffee. People familiar with the home say the design of the stairs made them treacherous. A friend told the Post that Trump was suffering from hip problems and had trouble walking. The friend says he advised her to see a doctor, but she refused, telling him, quote, "I hate going to doctors. I get more sick going to doctors." The day before her death, according to another media report, Trump paid a visit to a local restaurant. The owner said her health seemed normal, but she appeared a little tired. The New York Attorney General, which is investigating Donald Trump's business practices, agreed to postpone scheduled depositions of the former president, his son Donald, and daughter Ivanka because of Ivana Trump's death. The former president was planning to hold a rally in Arizona today, and that has also been rescheduled. In a post on his social media platform, Truth Social, Trump wrote, quote, "Out of love and respect for Ivana, our big Arizona rally will be postponed until next Friday." Ivana Trump's son Eric described his mother as an incredible woman, a force in business, a world-class athlete, a radiant beauty, and a caring mother and friend. In New York, David Lee Miller, Fox News.
All right, thank you to David Lee Miller for that report. I'm going to send some of you on a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we are going to head out to the U.S.-Mexico border. That is where California drug enforcement officials say they're tracing fentanyl from the largest bust in state history back to a Mexican cartel. We're also going to be talking the latest health and economic news. You've got Vice President Kamala Harris expected to speak on abortion rights today, and that is all coming after the House voted on legislation to protect women's rights to abortion over the weekend. And then we are also going to get the latest on the state of our economy as President Biden is officially back in the United States following his trip to the Middle East. We are a little less than an hour away from the big board trading on this Monday morning. Stay with us for all of the top stories that we're continuing to bring you here on Live Now from Fox. You're streaming live now from Fox on this Monday, July 18th. We're continuing to bring you all the top stories and get you up to speed on everything you want and need to know about to start off your week. This next story is taking us to the U.S.-Mexico border. That is where record levels of border crossings are continuing. The U.S. Customs and Border Protection released its monthly operational report for the month of June, revealing they saw more than 207,000 encounters at the border. The report also showed a record-setting number of terrorist sightings, an increased number of unaccompanied children, and illegal drugs, while the overall number of border interactions is down from May's all-time high of 239,000. Now, this is the fourth straight month where the report showed more than 200,000 encounters. Now, this all coming as Republican senators visited the U.S.-Mexico border to address the increasing number of overdoses and the tracings of fentanyl from large cartels out of Mexico. Fox News correspondent Bill Malugin has more from the southern border on what they had to say.
You know, what amazes me the most is, as shocking as the circumstances and facts are here at the border, that the Biden administration simply does not seem to care.
Biden border policies in the crosshairs of a delegation of 7 GOP senators in the Rio Grande Valley today. Texas's Ted Cruz and John Cornyn, Wisconsin's Ron Johnson, Wyoming's John Barrasso, Iowa's Joni Ernst, Oklahoma's James Lankford, and North Dakota's John Hoeven, all visiting the border. Last night, the delegation joining the Border Patrol Union for a tour of the border in La Jolla. Within moments, the senators witnessed small groups of migrants crossing illegally, including unaccompanied minors, 2 little girls who were traveling alone.
Se llama Valeria. Valeria.
Senator Cruz picking up numerous cartel human smuggling wristbands littering the area, while Senator Johnson handed out water to migrants.
I don't see how you could be here and say that the border is closed and that they have control of the border.
This afternoon, the senators took part in a roundtable with local ranch owners, with several of them saying they were stunned by Fox News footage showing this enormous single group of migrants crossing illegally into Eagle Pass this week, one of the biggest groups we had ever seen.
What is happening here is horrific, it is intentional, it is man-made, and Joe Biden has no intention of stopping it.
And as record numbers of people continue spilling into the country, so too are record numbers of fentanyl. DEA in Los Angeles announcing the largest fentanyl seizure in DEA history in California. 1 million fentanyl pills seized at a residence in Inglewood, believed to be associated with the Sinaloa cartel.
These 2 Mexican drug cartels, Sinaloa and CJ&G, are poisoning Americans at record rates. Social media is now facilitating a connection. It connects people, brings people together. It's now bringing Sinaloa and CJ&G, the 2 biggest dominant Mexican cartels in the world, it's bringing them into your homes.
And speaking of fentanyl, just yesterday, Texas Governor Greg Abbott announced that in 2021, the state of Texas saw 1,700 fentanyl deaths. That is a more than 6-fold increase over 2019, when the state saw just 277. Reporting in Hidalgo, Texas, Bill Malugin, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Bill Malugin for that report. Going from Texas back out to Washington, D.C. for a number of stories. First, related to the economy. Gas prices, if you've probably noticed, have dropped again overnight. And the Biden administration thinks the trend could have them down to around $4 a gallon soon. But as Douglas Zader reports from Washington this morning, they also worry that this could be the calm before another storm. So what does that mean? Well, here's Fox's Douglas Zader.
Gas prices may be the only bit of good economic news for the White House right now, but the administration is hoping for a multiplier effect here, with cheaper gas helping ease inflation.
President Biden, how will you pursue a climate agenda without Congress?
President Biden leaving church in Washington late yesterday, silent in the face of mounting questions. He had just returned from Saudi Arabia, where his fist bump with the Crown Prince generated headlines and criticism that the White House doesn't need right now. But through it all, gas prices have been slowly falling. According to AAA, they're down 15 cents over the past week, and the White House likes what it sees.
I expect it to come down
more towards $4, and we already have many gas stations around the country that are below $4.
And that would be a relief for the president, with our new Fox News poll showing that more voters blame him for high gas prices than either Russia or oil companies. But what comes down could go right back up, with oil prices possibly spiking this fall just before the midterm elections.
And there are two huge variables out there that are going to affect our oil prices. One is how the Europeans clamp down on Russia when they stop buying Russian oil. And the second one is the possibility of a global recession.
And as far as that possibility of a global recession is concerned, the White House still thinks it can be avoided.
It is very hard to conclude that we are in a recession when you look at the payroll and the job gains that we've seen. Now, it is tricky to look around a corner here, and I'm not going to predict quarters down the road.
And in about a week and a half, new GDP numbers come out, and we'll get a better read on whether the country is, in fact, already in a recession. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox.
Meanwhile, staying in Washington, D.C. for some more news making headlines on this Monday morning. It's related to abortion. We're going to get into some health news here as the House. Well, first of all, I can tell you that Vice President Kamala Harris is expected to speak at the 113th NAACP National Convention. That convention is being held in Atlantic City, New Jersey, and she's also going to host a roundtable with state lawmakers to discuss protecting access to reproductive health care, including abortion access. Now, Congress voted to codify a woman's right to an abortion in a 219 to 210 vote. The bill known as the Women's Health Protection Act passing in the House Friday, which would prohibit states from imposing restrictions on abortions that could make them more difficult or costly to obtain. However, the legislation is not likely to become a law as it is not expected to get traction in the Senate. Lawmakers on both sides of the aisle really sounded off on the vote. So when it comes to all of the nuts and bolts of this House vote and what we could potentially see in the future, here's Fox News correspondent Caroline Shively with the latest from our nation's capital.
The yeas are 223, the nays are 205. The bill is passed.
The House voted to legalize abortion nationwide on Friday in response to the Supreme Court's decision last month to throw out the federal protections under Roe v. Wade.
Bottom line, there is no room for politicians in our wombs.
It is abortion for any reason at any stage of pregnancy until birth. It's not the will of the American people.
The House measure would actually expand Roe and prevent abortion bans earlier than 24 weeks. But it has little chance of becoming law. Democrats don't have the votes to get it through the Senate. Without it, abortion rights and restrictions are up to the states. About half are moving to block or severely limit the procedure.
The states are going to adjust. They're going to determine what their citizens want, and they're going to make judgments on it and govern accordingly. And that's to me, in line with the Constitution and what the Supreme Court has said.
The House also passed a bill that would prohibit punishment for doctors performing the procedure outside their home state and block laws banning travel to another state for abortion.
Is this the United States of America, where Republicans in these states can say to women, you cannot cross state lines for your own good health?
House Democrats are planning more votes on reproductive rights this summer, including one next week that would guarantee the right to birth control. In Washington, Caroline Shively, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Caroline Shively for that report. Meanwhile, a post-Roe America is presenting a whole new range of considerations for both doctors and patients seeking health care. And those changes are impacting more services than just abortion access, believe it or not. Fox News correspondent David Lee Miller has this story for us here on Live Now from Fox.
In the aftermath of the decision to overturn Roe v. Wade, Americans are now trying to navigate an entirely new health care landscape.
The whole Supreme Court ruling has put reproductive health issues on the forefront of people's minds now.
In states where abortion is banned, the federal government is now instructing pharmacies to fill prescriptions for drugs used to treat rheumatoid arthritis, lupus, and other conditions. After they were denied to some women, due to their potential to cause miscarriages. The Biden administration has issued a directive that abortions must still be performed if a woman's life is in danger. But that's putting doctors in a tough spot, who now need to determine whether a woman is sick enough to justify the procedure. The state of Texas says it intends to challenge the new federal guidance in court. In a move intended to ease the burden on healthcare clinics, starting next year, California will become the first state requiring public colleges and universities to offer abortion pills on campus.
Nowadays, it's especially going to be important for people who don't have money to get access to abortion medication.
Another consequence, the number of men now taking steps to avoid unwanted pregnancies, with wait times soaring for vasectomy appointments.
My wife's been on the pill for a long time, and for her to finally get off of that, it's just kind of stepping up and just being, a man about it.
With abortion laws now varying widely state by state, many hospitals say they still need more time to evaluate which services they'll be able to provide moving forward. In New York, David Lee Miller, Fox News.
All right, thank you, David Lee Miller, for that report. Meanwhile, I do want to get you up to speed on some of the latest COVID-19 related news. A surge of new COVID-19 cases has been seen across the nation, and Congress never approved any more money to address medical treatments for coronavirus or their vaccines. Fox News congressional correspondent Chad Pergram has this latest report.
I think it's all.
No way. Oh, yeah. What a bunch of BS.
It's going to be horrible again.
Reaction to the almost certain expansion of mask-wearing requirements at LA County indoor spaces by July 29th, unless COVID numbers change dramatically. Very unlikely. So get those masks ready to go into restaurants like Shadow Hills Rise and Shine.
It's sad because businesses are hurting again. And it's the small businesses that are hurting.
Small businesses like East Valley Feed and Tack.
If it works for somebody, they should have the right to wear them.
Some of his customers do.
I think we have to use common sense. It's so easy. You put on pants to go outside, you wear a mask, It's not that big of a deal, people.
Others say no way.
I won't go where you have to wear a mask.
Hairdresser Taylor Eicher is still doing business out of her home after COVID closed so many salons.
You're constantly being exposed to somebody that's either had it, or just had it, doesn't know they have it, and then they test positive, that I often just wear a mask all the time just to protect not only myself, but all my clients.
But many working in restaurant kitchens are not looking forward to it.
It makes it so much more tough to work in a mask. And the customers too, we can't hear them, they can't hear us. It's difficult all the way around.
And quite a few people are questioning mandates in general.
I have friends that have been vaccinated and had 3 boosters, and they still get sick. So why? That's ridiculous.
I'm done with it. I will not wear a mask.
You really are you going to ask people to wear them when they come in?
No, I'm not. It's none of my. If they want to wear it, they can wear it. I'm not going to, discriminate against them.
Her and many other restaurants, their fear is that people who don't want to wear masks will just go cross-county again and go to those businesses. Either way, LA County offering free masks to businesses. We've put that link on our website at foxla.com. In Tujunga, I'm Christina Gonzalez, Fox 11 News.
All right, everybody, some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. Like we mentioned, Vice President Kamala Harris is expected to speak on health care, including abortion access and reproductive rights later today in New Jersey. But she's been participating in several roundtables since the Supreme Court voted to overturn Roe v. Wade, and she did just speak at one over the weekend. So when we come back, we're going to play for you some of the Vice President's remarks. Stay with us.
make the law. But in these awful times that we're living in, we're seeing Supreme Court justices recreate law and not respect the law that has been respected for 50 years in our nation. And while we know that we are currently in the fight of our lives for women's health, for reproductive justice and freedom, we recognize this is intertwined with defending democracy and with the right to the ballot that is also under attack. But I am grateful that we have a champion among us, one who is taking this fight nationwide. Many moons ago, when I was a law student in 2005, I was first inspired by this amazing leader who talked directly to my soul about what being a woman of color means being a prosecutor, and moved that forward almost 20 years to the date. We have seen her fight for the people in San Francisco, in California, both as Attorney General and of course in the United States Senate. And although she has been able to shatter ceiling after ceiling, some of them made of cement, we are thrilled that she is leading the fight nationally. Please join me in welcoming to the city of brotherly love and sisterly affection, Madam Vice President Kamala Harris.
Thank you for that introduction. That means a lot to me. I want to thank all of the leaders who are at this table. Pennsylvania has so much at stake on this issue, and you all have not only been local and state leaders, but national leaders in defending, fighting for, and protecting the rights of the American people. And as Madam Leader said, we are looking at an extraordinary moment in the history of our nation and our democracy when the United States Supreme Court took a constitutional right that had been recognized from the women of America. That alone is so deeply harmful to our nation that prides itself on being a defender of freedoms and liberty, the very principles upon which we were founded. And I don't need to tell anybody in this city how it all started and what it meant from the beginning. So I thank you for on this Saturday morning coming together so we can discuss what is at stake and what we are collectively prepared to do to fight for the rights of the American people when it comes to this issue about a woman's right to make decisions about her own body and her life. And it must be understood that on this subject, we are not asking anyone to compromise their beliefs or abandon their faith. We are simply saying the government should not be in the position, nor should the government have the power to replace its beliefs for those of the woman. That's what we are saying. We are talking about a situation in our nation right now where states and so-called leaders are passing laws that would criminalize medical health professionals, healthcare providers. We are talking about several states in our nation who will not allow an exception for rape or incest. And Madam Leader, as you know and I know as a former prosecutor who specialized for a great part of my career in crimes against women and children, including child sexual assault, we know what this means. We have heard the more public recent stories about what this means to real people, real human beings. Not to mention the stories that have not been told and have yet to be told. So the impact of this moment and what so-called leaders are doing in states around our country is having a direct impact on so many people who should have a right to make the most intimate decision that one could make, to be able to make that for themselves, and if they so choose, in consultation with their loved ones, with their pastor, their priest, or their rabbi, but not having their government tell them what they're supposed to do. So at a national level, we are going to do everything we can to push for, and we have some of the most esteemed members of the United States Congress at this table, what we can do at a national level to codify, which means put into law, the protections that Roe provided. I think we all know and applaud our president for saying he will not allow the filibuster to get in the way of doing what is necessary in that regard. And short of then, what happens in terms of recognizing that the court has acted, now Congress needs to act, there is also what we can do at a state and local level. And so that's why we are all convened today. Here in Pennsylvania, I want to again thank the leaders who are at this table, because I know you are fighting against great odds, and that you are undeterred, and that you are standing in defense of, again, these most fundamental rights. I want to also thank the Governor, Wolf, for what he has done in his role as a leader, the Attorney General, Josh Shapiro, for what he has done as Attorney General, to fight for the principles and the people that have so much at stake right now. And so with that, I thank the press for being here, and I bid you a good day, and we are now going to begin our discussion. Thank you all. But we will start with a discussion with some of the leaders who are here at the table.
That's correct, Madam Vice
Okay, good.
President. We will start with the congressman whose district we're currently in, Congressman Dwight Evans.
Thank you, Leader. Welcome, Madam Vice President. It is absolutely a pleasure to have you here today, specifically about the challenges that I heard the leader express. And one of the greatest challenges we face is something that kicked off is around mental health.
Yes.
988 is the magic number that you talked about in the administration.
Yes.
And I talked about that. It's because of the impact on people in terms of violence. Gun violence is a huge issue that we face. We need to be singly purposed, that you and the president have taken the leadership to demonstrate to all of us that we need to work together in addressing gun violence. So by you announcing yesterday, your people announcing about addressing 988 mental health. As a matter of fact, there was an incident that occurred in the Leeds district, a named Walter Williams, who was killed a couple of years ago. If he would have had the mental health addressing, not the issue of policing, but the issue of mental health. So we did it in Joanne's district yesterday, and I share with you, it is a challenge that we face in this city and in this nation about the mental health. Now, I thank you and the president for showing the leadership. Again, thank you again.
Thank you, Congressman. Thank you.
Congresswoman Mary Gay Scanlon.
Thank you, Leader. Madam Vice President, thank you so much for bringing together pro-choice, pro-women, and pro-family leaders from across the Commonwealth. You know, at this moment in time, faced with a right-wing Supreme Court and a radicalized Republican Party, it's so important that we all work together to protect the essential American freedoms that allow women and families to control their own destinies. Reproductive choice is one of the most critical kitchen table issues for so many families. With the Dobbs decision last month, we saw 50 years of settled law upended, and other privacy rights, including contraception, interracial, and same-sex marriage, placed in jeopardy. But we're not going back. The American people are behind us, and we need to do everything in our power to stop this grotesque attempt to control women and to negate half a century of economic, professional, personal, and medical progress. Because we know the Dobbs decision, and nobody knows it more than our Commonwealth legislators this week, there's a whole Pandora's box of bad ideas and laws on the table in our states, ranging from the criminalization of necessary health care to government-mandated pregnancies. So we're just seeing this box of horrible. So what can we do? In Congress, just yesterday, we passed the Women's Health Protection Act, which would codify the protections in Roe, and we passed the Ensuring Access to Abortion Act, which would make sure that women can travel. Can you believe we're at this point? We have to pass a law to make sure women can travel to obtain legal health care. So our work is far from over. We need the Senate to get on board. We need voters to support this. We know they do support it, but if we don't hold the House in the fall, and if we don't pick up a couple more senators, pro-choice senators, then we can't pass this legislation. Pennsylvania is, as always, the keystone state in these. We have the ability to add pro-choice legislators, pro-choice governor to the table, and it couldn't be more important. I mean, we have to help people understand that we need them to vote like their lives depend upon it this fall, and that's where we are. So thank you so much for coming to Philadelphia, and look forward to the whole discussion.
And if I may just emphasize the point that you have, one of the many points you've made. The Senate race here in Pennsylvania is directly connected with what you have done, these three Congress members on the House side. They got it through the House. Now we need the votes in the Senate. And the President and I have been very clear. We need two. Of all these Senate races, we need two more. And Pennsylvania can help contribute to that, which will directly determine the outcome of this issue in terms of putting into law the rights of women to make decisions about their own body. So I would urge everyone to pay attention to the Senate race here in Pennsylvania. I know I'm personally supporting John Fetterman, and I'd urge everybody else to do the same.
Congresswoman Madeline Dean.
Well, it is my honor to be here with you, Madam Vice President, along with all of these extraordinary labor and legislative leaders. You are surrounded by a team of people who are in this fight with you, and we are so glad to be led by you. So thank you, Madam Vice President, for always being in the fight for equity, for justice, for the expansion of human rights, not for the corrupt shrinking of our rights. You know, this week we were in Judiciary Committee and we had a hearing that I wanted to just tell you a little snippet about. And it was a hearing to reveal where we might be going post-Roe. What else is on the table? So much is on the table. And what I have to tell you was the conversation from the other side of the aisle, the disrespect, the disregard for women and girls' rights was so palpable. It was veiled and it was completely unveiled. It was grotesque to all of us. But they are the foot soldiers. They are the foot soldiers in this fight. It is bigger than those foot soldiers of ignorance and cruelty. I was reminded of a line that was used in the dissent in the Dobbs decision from Thurgood Marshall, who in 1991 wrote in a dissent as he was leaving the court. He worried. He said, "Power, not reason, is the new currency of the court's decision-making." My, oh my, isn't that exactly what's going on here? This has been a decades-long effort to fix the Supreme Court with justices who believe that their Catholic faith, and I'm a Catholic, should determine everyone else's rights. It should not be that way. The Constitution should determine our rights. We watch red states impose laws lacking compassion or reason, and I'm certain everyone at this table is ready to restore our human rights, our rights to protect and enhance the rights of women and girls, to privacy, to abortion care, to contraception, to freedom and dignity and self-determination. On the state level, and we have so many state leaders here, we need a state House majority to combat the egregious anti-choice constitutional amendment that we suffered through this past week. I know our state House colleagues will attest to that. We need Josh Shapiro to follow in the solid footsteps of Governor Wolf as our pro-choice governor, pro-women governor. Yesterday, as Mary Gay pointed out, we did pass these two bills, protecting women's health and protecting the right to travel, for God's sake, to a state that would allow for abortion care. We need 2 more pro-choice, anti-filibuster senators. I'm with you. John Fetterman is going to be critical, keystone to that. But we also have chances nationwide in Wisconsin, in Ohio, in Florida. So we'll all keep up this fight. We have to remind the public why we're in it. And I'll tell you, Madam Vice President, why I'm in it. I'm in it for my 3 daughters-in-law and my 3 granddaughters. I'm in it for all of yours. And so I'm just delighted to be right beside you in this fight because they're not going to win. Thank you.
Thank you, Congresswoman. You mentioned Thurgood Marshall, who certainly his life and career inspired me to want to become a lawyer. And one of the constitutional rights issues that he, of course, fought for was voting rights. And what we're finding in states around the country, and Pennsylvania is an example of this point, is that where and from where you are seeing an attempt to restrict a woman's right to make decisions about her own body, that same source is attempting to restrict voting rights. So it's important that people see the connections here and see that the source of a lot of this is an agenda to restrict the rights of the American people. And for that reason, I appreciate you mentioning Thurgood Marshall. Thank you.
State Representative Mary Jo Daley.
Thank you, Madam Leader, and thank you, Vice President. It is so wonderful to have you.
Thank you. Thank you.
I represent the 148th Legislative District, which is in Montgomery County, and I'm one of the co-chairs of the Women's Health Caucus in our General Assembly. So with a constitutional amendment stating that abortion is not a right, having passed the first hurdle to enactment, I think we need to start educating Pennsylvanians about constitutional amendments and how they work. Republican legislators are telling us that this is not a ban, but it sure does open the door for a ban. So I think that we need to reach out into every nook and cranny of every county across the state, along with our natural allies, the advocacy groups, healthcare providers, and human rights activists, to ensure that the voters of Pennsylvania are aware of this potential loss of rights and what they can do about it. We cannot be complacent. Our first chance to stop this is this coming November, because we can't wait until the amendment is on the ballot, which would take 2 passages. Because we know that they'll put it on the ballot at the worst possible time. We have to remember that the last time we had a constitutional amendment in Pennsylvania, 11% of the voters voted. So SB 106, which included the abortion amendment, would change our Constitution in multiple ways, including a requirement for government-issued voter identification. Constitutions enshrine human and civil rights. We're not supposed to have amendments that take these rights away. Yeah. So, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Senator Maria Collette.
Thank you, Leader McClinton. And thank you, Madam Vice President, for coming to Philadelphia and joining us for this important discussion. It's an honor to be here with you and along with my colleagues from Pennsylvania's General Assembly. Most of you here know that before taking office in 2019, I worked as a lawyer for the state of New Jersey handling child abuse and neglect cases, and then as a nurse at the bedside of people at their most vulnerable. I've seen firsthand the painful, ugly realities that too often get glossed over by anti-choice extremists. Like all of us here, I'm still reeling from the Supreme Court decision overturning Roe v. Wade. The good news, abortion is still safe and legal here in Pennsylvania because we know that abortion care is health care. The bad news, Pennsylvania Republicans are trying to criminalize it, and if we don't stop them, people will suffer and people will die. You don't have to take my word for it. You just need to look at the states where restrictions and bans have already gone into effect. In places like Texas and Tennessee, pharmacists, afraid of being sued, of losing their life savings and livelihoods, of possibly even going to jail, are denying women of childbearing age access to any medication that could disrupt a pregnancy. And this chilling effect on women's health care is not limited to medication. Physicians have reported that vague abortion restrictions do not provide enough guidance. about what constitutes a risk to the life or health of the mother to allow them to render quality care. How imminent does death or injury have to be for a physician to feel safe from prosecution in a state where providing life-saving health care would be criminalized by a zealous prosecutor? And do we want our healthcare providers weighing legal precedents before deciding to intervene when a pregnant woman finds herself at their mercy? As a nurse, I have had the experience firsthand of sitting by the bedside of parents devastated because the child they so desperately wanted to add to their family was not meant to be because of some untreatable medical condition. For families that get this news early enough to decide how they wish to deal with that devastating diagnosis, we owe them the dignity and compassion to allow our healthcare providers to do their jobs. Legislators have no business telling women or healthcare providers to constantly look over their shoulders and live in fear that an unwanted or unviable pregnancy could result in a prison sentence or worse. Thank you for being here, Madam Vice President.
Thank you.
Representative Morgan Cephas.
Thank you, Madam Leader. Thank you, Madam Vice President, for coming here today. As many of my colleagues talked about, we are under significant attack here in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. And it's because, again, we have a Republican-controlled General Assembly who are laser focused on banning abortion here in the Commonwealth. But it also comes as so many other issues are compounded here. I know you are a big advocate around the issue of maternal mortality. And here in Pennsylvania, we've seen a 21% increase pre-pandemic numbers of individuals losing their lives. But we also have a significant challenge with a number of birthing centers and birthing hospitals closing, so creating maternal health deserts and creating a challenge not just in urban areas, but suburban and rural. And last but not least, we already have limitations on even accessing abortion here in the Commonwealth. We've seen Planned Parenthood clinics go from about 80 across the Commonwealth down to 17. So we are under a significant threat, and we know that we're going to experience an influx of individuals coming into the Commonwealth because we border Ohio and Western Virginia. So, yes, we have to continue to elect pro-choice Democrats both in the General Assembly as well as in our governor's mansion, but we have to ensure that we do more. Again, we have to beat back that constitutional amendment and all of the other legislative strategies that Republicans have. But we also have to shore up the maternal health infrastructure here in the Commonwealth. So again, we can save lives, particularly Black and brown birthing people. And last but not least, we have to expand access. Again, out in Western PA, they are going to see a significant influx of people, and providers on the ground need to be reassured that resources are going to be available to them. So I thank you for coming. I definitely thank my colleagues who have all been champions of this issue, and we have our work cut out for us. But, having these type of conversations are just the beginning.
That's right. Thank you. Thank you.
And State Senator Katie Move.
Thank you, Madam Leader, and thank you, Madam Vice President, for being with us. I think that being around a brilliant group of women is one of the highlights of this job, and I wish we could do this more often. We all text and exchange emails and try to fight the fight via communication, but to have us all in one setting is incredibly powerful. And I think it also shows the Army that we are ready to fight this really necessary battle. As mentioned, our Pennsylvania democracy is being hijacked by a Republican majority. And as a voter, as a rape survivor, as a woman, as a senator elected to represent my constituents, this is the fight for our lives, and it is a freedom issue. And women's freedom is under attack, and women's health care is under attack, and you can't be free if you don't have access to health care. And you can't be free if you can't participate in the economy. So reproductive justice is economic justice, and it's clear that this is a multi-layered agenda for not just attacking women's freedom, but also prior to the Republicans passing SB 106, the week prior the Republicans ran bills and passed bills, the Don't Say Gay version in Pennsylvania, worse than Florida's, the book ban bill, and the anti-trans and sports bill. And that was the week prior. So clearly, voting rights are under attack here, our LGBTQ community, and also women's rights. And I was actually stuck in traffic on the way here listening to Sirius Radio, and I think it was your floor debate yesterday or something, and appalled and commend you all for not losing it. Some of your colleagues are just as bad as the ones I work with. So thank you for being with us and coming here and noticing that Pennsylvania is in a battle and that you're here to help us strategize to win this. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So with that, let us begin our discussion. Okay.
All right, everybody, it does appear as though we are having some issues with that video, but that was the Vice President, Kamala Harris, in Philadelphia talking abortion rights. We do want to take you out to this beautiful shot of the United States Capitol today. The VP will be heading from Washington, D.C. To New Jersey today to also continue her discussions about reproductive rights, including abortion rights in New Jersey. She'll be heading there today to attend the NAACP convention, and after that she'll be meeting with state lawmakers, again, to discuss the impacts of the Supreme Court's decision to overturn Roe versus Wade. It is 9:24 in the morning here on the East Coast. We're going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. Thank you so much for joining us here today on this Monday morning. We do want to take you live inside of the courtroom in Broward County, Florida, which is a southeast Florida, happening today. We do know that the Parkland school shooter, the trial for the Parkland school shooter is beginning today in Broward County, Florida. 23-year-old Nicholas Cruz just walked into the courtroom moments ago. We know that he has already pleaded guilty to 17 counts of first-degree murder for shooting and killing 17 people at Stoneman Douglas High School back in 2018. You can see the courtroom standing there, so it does appear as though perhaps the judge is entering the courtroom. But again, just to recap, Nicholas Cruz has already pleaded guilty to shooting and killing 17 people back in 2018. The jury, though, will now have to decide whether or not he should get life in prison or the death penalty. So again, the judge did just enter the courtroom. Let's go ahead and listen in here on Live Now from Fox. All right, everybody, if you're just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, we are live inside of the courtroom. We are having some audio issues. It does appear as though at times the judge is muting the mic for sidebar conversations. So again, we are waiting for the judge to officially address the courtroom. We are going to hear opening statements from both the defense and prosecution today. The attorneys for 23-year-old Nicholas Cruz, the Parkland school shooter who pleaded guilty to 17 counts of first-degree murder for shooting and killing 14 students and 3 teachers back in 2018 at Stoneman Douglas High School. So again, he has already pleaded guilty. This is really the penalty phase of this trial. So that essentially means that the jury will now have to decide whether he should get life in prison for his crimes or the death penalty. So again, we are live inside of the courtroom in Broward County, Florida, near Fort Lauderdale, where we are going to hear opening statements today for this penalty phase of the murder trial for the Parkland school shooter. So again, just to recap, he has already pleaded guilty. The jurors, a jury of 5 men and 7 women, will now have to determine whether 23-year-old Cruz should be sentenced to the death penalty or to life without the possibility of parole. So the jury is going to be hearing witness testimony and, of course, review all of the evidence of the mass shooting. The trial is expected to last possibly up to 4 months. And if you didn't know, this is the deadliest mass shooting in the United States to ever reach a jury. So definitely a very huge case. Unfortunately, a lot of school shootings that have occurred since this one in Florida. We do know that this trial has faced repeated delays, in part due to the pandemic, but also in part because of both the prosecution and defense asking the judge for more time to prepare. So after all of those delays, again, the penalty phase of this trial is now finally underway in Broward County, Florida. We do know Florida prosecutors, of course, are asking for the death penalty. On the other hand, Cruz's attorneys are asking that he instead get life in prison for his crime. So just to recap one more time, there's a lot of information here, but Cruz did already plead guilty to 17 counts of first-degree murder for killing those 14 students and 3 staff members at Stoneman Douglas High School. So we do know he was expelled from the high school, but took an Uber to the school on that day in 2018, walked in and began firing an AR-15 style rifle that he legally purchased, again, killing 17 people and injuring 17 others. We did report to you back in March of this year that the civil cases from this shooting, one of the worst school shootings in American history, has been settled. The Justice Department announced it would pay more than $127 million in 40 separate civil cases connected to the Parkland shooting. So again, a lot of information here, a lot of things happening, but we do know that the opening statements are set to begin at any moment here as we bring you this live feed coming into our desk of the courtroom. And our own Live Now from Fox's Christy Larson, she spoke with the father of one of the Parkland victims about school safety legislation following this shooting and a series of other school shootings that we have witnessed here in the United States since this happened. So while we wait for the opening statements to happen, we are going to bring you that full report from, again, our own Live Now from Fox's Christy Larson speaking with one of the Parkland fathers.
Now from Fox. And Tony, you have been just so vocal ever since that incident had happened in Parkland, Florida. Your daughter, one of those victims, and you've turned that tragedy now into helping form a lot of school safety legislation. So talk a little bit about what you guys have been working on over these last 4 years.
So our group of families came together, realizing that we had to change the status quo. So we formed Stand With Parkland, the National Association of Families for Safe Schools. We look at school safety through a uniquely inclusive and nonpartisan lens. We look at the need to secure the campus, provide better mental health screening and support programs, and finally, if you choose to own one, responsible firearms ownership. We've been very active in Florida, passing up to 6 laws here in the state of Florida. We've been active in other states, New York, New Jersey, working with some folks in Connecticut, Virginia also this year to pass some school safety laws. However, we've also been working up on Capitol Hill shortly after the shooting. We were instrumental in helping get the Fix NICS Act passed to address some background check issues. We were also instrumental in getting the STOP, Stop School Violence Act, passed. And then just recently, we spent a couple of weeks up there working with the Senate to get what became the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act through. That act addresses all 3 pillars that Stand With Parkland has worked on. It has stuff to help our schools, which included codifying the schoolsafety.gov website. It has over $300 million in school safety bonds. It has created, launching tomorrow, a 988 national suicide prevention helpline. So the motto should be, it's not too late, call 988 and get help. Additionally, it's bringing more money for mental health into our schools and our communities through this bill. Also, addressing the firearms piece, it has money for state crisis intervention orders or red flag laws, something that is very proactive in the states that have it. 15 states passed a red flag law following the Parkland shooting, including Florida. Here in Florida, a very firearm-friendly state, that law has been used nearly 8,000 times to help save lives. We need to have appropriate due process in these state laws, but also realize that it's about public safety, and we need to help people. Additionally, as we've seen, sadly, many of these mass shootings lately have been allegedly taken up or proven to be taken up by people in the 18 to 21 age range. So we're happy to see increased scrutiny in the background checks pass as well in the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act.
Well, and I wanted to ask about that Safer Communities Act. You know, this is definitely something that had support from both sides of the aisle. Hearing that you guys also were working closely with those who were writing up that bill. Anything you feel like was left out that still needs to be addressed?
There's many things that need to be addressed, but you know, this bill was an important first step. And one of the most important things was the bipartisan nature of it, where we saw Republicans and Democrats come together. It's in the coming together as an American family is where we're going to find the solution to stopping these terrible tragedies. So one thing, though, that we would like to see is the EAGLES Act. The EAGLES Act would provide a reauthorization and additional funding to the U.S. Secret Service and the National Threat Assessment Center to allow them to continue their research into preventing school attacks, as well as provide money so they can go out into the field to visit different parts of the country and educate people on how to do a proper threat assessment to students who exhibit concerning behaviors. That, again, is one of our most proactive tools. And we want to be as proactive as possible to stop these shootings.
Well, and speaking about just some more of that legislation you've been involved in, as you mentioned, it's been not only nationwide, but also there in Florida. I know just last year, SB 590, talking all about school safety and alerting parents, got signed into law last year. Talk a little bit about that bill and what it does do for those parents who have been affected by these tragedies.
Well, really, the SB 590 and the Parents Need to Know initiative, which is part of that law, is about, again, preventing tragedies. Our families weren't told about the threat that was lurking in my daughter's school. So we mandated now in the state of Florida that parents need to be informed in a timely manner of a threat to the school, to school transportation, or to school-sponsored events. And we're not looking for specific names, but we are looking, we have seen actually since the law has been passed, that they tell us, you know, there's a threat to Mrs. Smith's third grade class at Riverfront Elementary. and this is what we've done to try and prevent it. It's that notification to parents that allows families to make a good choice about how to keep their children safe.
And it definitely is somewhere where, again, we have seen now time and time again, you send your children to school each and every single day. Their safety isn't something you want to be concerned about. It's the homework, it's the grades. Talk a little bit about that as well, because it really has changed in these last 10, 15 years when it comes to sending your kids.
Well, you know, Parkland was the safest city in the state 2 days before the shooting. And then we sent our kids to school and they didn't come home. Nobody's going to care about your graduation rates. Nobody's going to care about the reading levels of the kids in the school if they don't come home safely. So sadly, schools are going to have to partner with law enforcement and state entities to find a way to keep children safe at school. And that's not to build, you know, we don't want to make them like prisons, but we do need to have simple things like controlling access to the campus and things like that to help prevent tragedy.
And when you started Stand with Parkland, I know that a lot of focus is also on trying to help those who are working closely with students. So even helping teachers have enough resources to be able to not only work with individuals, but alert the correct people if they find something concerning. That's also a big part of keeping everyone safe inside of those schools.
Oh, correct. We need our teachers to band together. We've worked with different places on reporting systems that can speed the information getting and correct information getting to first responders to make sure that they're helpful. Here in Florida, we saw the Alyssa Alerting Act pass, and that's part of the overall solution, right? It's recognizing the concerning behaviors and then finding a way to get the individual who's exhibiting those behaviors, find out what kind of help we can offer, what kind of help is available already in our community. One piece in Florida that we passed this year that just went into law on the 1st of this month was a requirement for each school district to identify a mental health coordinator that is in charge of making sure that children, especially the children that have gone through a behavioral threat assessment process, are on the right track for the best possible outcome. Ultimately, we want our children to be good citizens. We want them to get the best education they can have. And if we have someone who's exhibiting troubling behavior, that behavioral threat assessment process helps match that individual with the programs that are already available, plus the programs that will be enacted following the passage of the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act.
And it was such a great moment when President Biden was able to sign that into law. Of course, as you mentioned, too, this is just one step forward. Anything else you think important to mention when it comes to school safety legislation as we all try to move forward to make schools safer for everyone who's in them?
Well, I think, as you mentioned, bringing people together to recognize the concerning behaviors that we see and concerning things and providing a method for them to report them. And again, in a timely fashion, to have them investigated by the schools, to have them investigated by law enforcement should they choose to bring them in. And we have to start getting our education system, our mental health professionals, and our law enforcement folks to realize that they're not competing with one another. They should be working together to help solve these issues.
And as you know, we're looking ahead to Monday, as we're looking ahead even past Monday for that trial to begin, I do just have to ask, you know, what is your family going to be doing when it comes to that sentencing trial beginning for Nicholas Cruz?
Well, that sentencing trial will be very difficult for my family and all the others, all the other victims. It'll be difficult for the young people that are going to have to come up and testify, and for our entire community. But mostly for our 17 families that lost somebody. My forever 14-year-old daughter was a bright and bubbly soul. She was kind and she was compassionate, and she was murdered in her school, someplace where she should have been safe. So we're hopeful that the prosecution will put on an effective case. We're hopeful that he gets his fair trial, which he deserves under the laws of the United States. And we're hopeful for the correct outcome from the jury.
And we, of course, see the picture of her behind you. We also showed a picture to our viewers, and she really does have that bright, beautiful smile. I'm sure she also is just a huge part of continuing to push and fight each and every single day, especially when it comes to the Stand With Parkland group. You guys are all fueled with that energy day in and day out from those loved ones who are no longer with us.
We are, and we're proud to have the bipartisan Safer Communities Act as part of the legacy of those that were murdered in Parkland. The idea to group together, school safety, mental health, and firearms as being, three issues that push and pull on one another for school safety. That was pioneered by Stand With Parkland, and we're happy to see that the three of those things, three of those elements, made it into the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act, because we feel that it's not just one thing. It's this and that and that, and it's that well-rounded approach which will all start chipping away at these terrible tragedies.
Right, and as you said, it's a lot of different moving parts that need to work together to continue to try to protect our students inside of those schools. We do appreciate you speaking here with us today, and do wish your family the best moving forward as that trial does begin. Again, Tony Montalto here joining us on Live Now from Fox. We appreciate all the insight you've been giving us here today.
Thank you, and please remember all the victims. That is the reason for this trial, not the shooter. The reason is the victims that were taken.
Right, those 17 lives who unfortunately were taken back on that February 14th day, and of course your daughter among them. We are thinking about you guys and wish you, again, the best moving forward.
Thank you.
And a big thank you to our own Live Now from Fox's Christy Larson for that conversation with, again, one of the Parkland fathers whose child died in that shooting back in 2018. We do want to take you back live inside of the courtroom in Broward County, Florida, where, again, a jury of 7 men and 5 women will decide the fate of 23-year-old Nicholas Cruz, who already pleaded guilty to 17 counts of first-degree murder last fall. So this is now the penalty phase of this murder trial from, again, back in 2018. We, of course, do want to keep you updated on this trial. We are awaiting those opening statements, and as soon as we get those, we, of course, will bring those to you here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, as you heard from Christy's conversation with the parent of a Parkland victim, we do want to focus on the victims. You can see them right there on your screen, and, of course, a look at the scene back on February 14th of 2018 outside the high school, where you can see officers there, of course, responding to this horrific school shooting at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas in Broward County, Florida. So as we wait for those opening statements to begin, we do want to switch gears, though, and unfortunately switch to another school shooting here in the United States. We are now talking about Uvalde, of course, the school shooting at Robb Elementary School. We do know that new report shows systemic failures by law enforcement, really failures from every law enforcement agency that responded to the scene. And this is all according to that new 77-page report from the state committee investigating what exactly happened at Robb Elementary that left 19 children and 2 teachers dead. Officials also released new body camera video from the scene, including some showing officers pulling children from a school window. We do know that nearly 400 law enforcement officers responded to the scene, the majority state and federal authorities, but the report found that they all lacked clear leadership and urgency. The chaos allowed the gunman to remain inside of that classroom full of children for nearly 80 minutes. The report also pointed out that the school district did not adhere to its safety plan and that the same mistakes likely exist at other school districts across the state of Texas. So again, this new groundbreaking report, coupled with the disturbing new footage, is now highlighting the chaos and the confusion inside and outside of Robb Elementary back on May 24th. Our Fox News correspondent Ashley Stroheimer has the details.
He's on inside this building. We have them contained.
New body camera footage revealing the horrors behind May's mass shooting at Robb Elementary in Uvalde, Texas.
Kids coming out, kids coming out.
Law enforcement seen here pulling kids through smashed windows and telling them to run, as the gunman who shot and killed 19 of their schoolmates and 2 teachers still remained inside.
I don't know if there was 2 shooters or not.
The clips also appear to show the ongoing confusion among the nearly 400 officers swarming the scene at the time. This footage released Sunday, the same day the Texas House of Representatives also unleashed a new report.
Where did the critical breakdown occur?
Collectively calling out local, state, and federal authorities for, quote, egregiously poor decision-making while responding to the attack. The report citing no one assumed command of the situation and how it took almost 2 hours for the gunman to be brought down after he entered the building.
There were officers in that building who knew or should have known more needed to be done. If they didn't take over command or try to assume command, they should have began asking questions.
It's hard to hear that there were multiple systemic failures because we want to tell ourselves that systems work. But there's also a call to action in this report because systems are something that we can and must improve.
The mayor of Uvalde says the city will conduct an internal investigation into the local police response. That's expected to commence once Texas DPS releases the officer incident statements that were collected after the shooting. Ashley Strohmeyer, Fox News.
Ashley, thank you for that report. Again, here's some of that video from inside of the hallways in Robb Elementary School. This, of course, was released early last week, and we do know, again, that report is showing systemic failures and egregious errors and decision-making by those 376 officers. And for more on this, we do want to head to a full report from our Fox 26 Houston's David Sedentry.
The committee is releasing its findings after interviewing dozens of officials and witnesses in closed-door sessions.
There was a lack of effective overall command that day.
The committee says there were nearly 400 officers at the school as it took police 77 minutes to kill the attacker.
Everyone who came on the scene talked about this being chaotic.
Chaotic with an overall lackadaisical approach by law enforcement. According to the report, both Uvalde CISD Police Chief Pete Arredondo and the Uvalde Police SWAT Commander were among the first responding officers, but there was no clear incident commander and poor communication both inside and outside.
The fact that there was no overall commander outside the building where there should have been one should have been known by many. There were officers in that building who knew or should have known more needed to be done.
The attacker used this AR-15 on the left to fire more than 100 rounds in 2.5 minutes before law enforcement arrived, according to the report. However, it reads the committee has not received medical evidence that would inform a judgment about whether breaching the classroom sooner could have saved lives or mitigated injuries. Still,
multiple systemic failures.
The committee is providing facts. For now, it's not making suggestions. However, it believes law enforcement must be held accountable.
If somebody knew there were victims in there being killed or dying and did not do more, I believe those agencies will have to find accountability for those officers.
The committee says there were warning signs surrounding the attacker.
He fits the profile of many. He came from a broken home.
The report reads, the attacker developed sociopathic and violent tendencies, but he received no mental health assistance. Still, it finds there was no information actually known to law enforcement or the school district that should have identified this attacker as a threat.
He struggled in school, both academically and socially. He struggled to fit in and eventually became isolated. He networked through his peers, with his peers through social media and violent video games, and ultimately had a fixation on school shootings and even developed the nickname school shooter.
The report also points to mistakes within Robb Elementary. Poor Wi-Fi connectivity and the failure to use the intercom system resulted in not all teachers receiving timely notice of the lockdown, including the teacher in room 111, where the gunman entered. It was also widely known at the school that the lock on 111 was not working, but a repair order was never filed. And the report points to chronic security lapses, with staff propping open doors or leaving them unlocked for easier access.
There were multiple systemic failures, including not locking doors.
The report is also debunking a previous claim by Texas State University's ALERT program, which creates active shooter training. ALERT claimed in a report earlier this month that an officer had an opportunity to shoot and kill the gunman from a distance before he entered the school, but missed the opportunity while asking a supervisor for permission. Now, the House committee says the person in sight of the officer was not the attacker, but actually a school coach.
The people of Uvalde before this, they felt it couldn't happen here.
The House committee encourages everyone to read the roughly 80-page report. David Centendry, Fox 4 News.
David, thank you for that report. We do want to bring you back live inside of the courtroom in Broward County, Florida, where the penalty phase of the Parkland shooter's murder trial is now underway. We did just see Judge Elizabeth Scherer speak to the courtroom today. Opening statements are going to begin at any moment for, again, the penalty phase of the murder trial for the Parkland school shooter. That is 23-year-old Nicholas Cruz. He has already pleaded guilty to killing 17 people at Stoneman Douglas High School 4 years ago. The jurors will have to determine whether he should be sentenced to the death penalty or life without parole for his crimes of, again, killing 17 people, including 14 students and 3 staff members at the high school. So again, we do know a jury of 7 men and 5 women will now hear witness testimony and review the evidence of the mass shooting. This trial is expected to take several months, and it is the deadliest U.S. mass shooting to ever reach a jury. So let's go ahead and listen in here on Live Now from Fox.
Okay, that's why I asked you. And if it's not true, I'm sorry to have embarrassed you or. Sorry that we had to go through this. No, that's okay. So this never happened. Is that a no? Yes, it's a no. I wouldn't have described the defendant or anything like that. Did you have any conversation at all with this person, Jessica Fritz? I don't know who she is. Okay. And so. Did you have any discussion regarding your feelings about the death penalty with anyone? And have you talked about this case with anyone? Just that I'm a juror. And you're allowed to say that? Yeah. But you haven't had any discussion about feelings about the death penalty or knowing how to process how you feel about the death penalty or anything like that? No. And have you had any discussion about what's gone on in this courtroom? No. Okay. All right. And do you understand my instruction that I gave about not talking about the case? Okay. All right. Thank you very much, ma'am. No, don't apologize. I apologize. I had to bring it to your attention. It was my duty to do so. But if this is not accurate, then it's me who should be apologizing. Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you. The juror under oath says that this is not true. So what are you all asking me to do?
Well, the only thing I can say is, Your Honor, is that why would the person say that? I mean,
there could be a lot of reasons. I mean, sometimes people are just mean. I mean, I don't know. I'm not saying this person is, but I'm saying people say things for all different reasons. Because they want their moment of fame, because they want to put their nose where it doesn't belong, or you know, I mean, I don't know. But I certainly can't take the word of someone I've never met over a juror who I've spent hours and hours observing, who just swore under oath that this is absolutely not true.
you know, we were on an obligation just to bring it forward to the court.
I'm sorry?
We were under an obligation.
Absolutely, absolutely. You know, I don't have a crystal ball, but this juror has never appeared to be anything but forthcoming and honest in answering the attorney's questions and my questions, and she said it didn't happen, so I find her credible.
It's also entirely possible that unless, I mean, I don't know who she spoke to from the state, but that there's a juror with those initials.
There isn't. I went through all
different ones. Well,
there's AC, but not AK.
I was reminded of one for sure.
Possibly not a seated juror, Judge, but maybe a juror that came
It
through.
was our decision to, that is the correct juror. It was our decision to just.
Oh, okay, I understand.
Okay, other than that, are we ready to bring in the panel?
Take a short 2-minute.
Sure, we're going to take a 2-minute recess.
If you were just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, we are bringing you live inside of the courtroom in Broward County, Florida, where we do have the Parkland shooter penalty phase of this murder trial for him underway here in Florida. We do have the courtroom packed today. We were supposed to hear opening statements at 9 o'clock this morning, but there appears to be some sort of issue with a juror. The judge was saying that one of the jurors was apparently discussing the case with someone at the doctor's office last week. So the judge currently weighing whether or not this is worthy of dismissing that juror who again spoke about the case at the doctor's office last week. So just to recap, to bring you up to speed on this trial, we again are awaiting opening statements which were scheduled for about an hour or so ago. Those have clearly been delayed a little bit today. This is the penalty phase of the murder trial for the Parkland school shooter. He has already pleaded guilty to killing 17 people at Stoneman Douglas High School back in February of 2018. The jurors will now have to determine whether the shooter, 23-year-old Nicholas Cruz, should be sentenced to the death penalty or life in prison without the possibility of parole. So again, he has already pleaded guilty, but this phase means that the jury of 7 men and 5 women will have to hear those opening statements whenever those get started, but also witness testimony and review the evidence of this mass shooting. This trial is expected to take several months, and we do know that this is the deadliest U.S. mass shooting to ever reach a jury. This is, again, live inside of the courtroom in Broward County, Florida, where you can see the courtroom is packed today for the penalty phase of this murder trial for, again, 23-year-old Nicholas Cruz, who already pleaded guilty to 17 counts of first-degree murder, where he shot and killed 14 students and 3 staff members inside of that high school 4 years ago. We do know Cruz was expelled from the school, but took an Uber on that day to the school, walked in and began firing an AR-15 style rifle that he legally purchased, again, killing 14 students and 3 school officials. So again, we are waiting to hear more from the judge. There was apparently some sort of issue with a juror who apparently spoke about the case, discussed the case with someone at the doctor's office last week. So again, we are expected to hear from the judge hopefully any moment now, as soon as she decides on whether or not to dismiss that juror. But once that does happen, we again are expected to hear those opening statements in the penalty phase for the Parkland school shooting.
Are you all ready to bring in the panel? Both sides ready? State?
State's ready, Your Honor.
Defense? Defense is ready. Okay, let's bring in the panel, please. and gentlemen, thank you so much for standing, but I think it might be a minute or two, so if you all want to have a seat, and then when the bailiff announces jurors entering, you can stand back up. We have someone who is busy.
Jurors are entering.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please remember which seat you're assigned, because that's going to be your seat for the duration of the trial. And when you find your seat, you may be seated. We stand for you.
Judge, all jurors are present and accounted for.
Okay. Madam Clerk, would you please swear in the panel?
Please stand. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will try the issues between the state of Florida and the defendant and render a true verdict according to law and evidence? Yes. Thank you. Please be seated.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. You have been selected and sworn as the jury to try the case of the state of Florida versus Nicholas Cruz. It is the judge's responsibility to explain the law to you. It is your solemn responsibility to determine if the state proves the aggravating factor or factors beyond a reasonable doubt against the defendant in accordance with the law that I provide you. Thus, the province of the jury and the province of the court are well defined and they do not overlap. This is one of our fundamental principles of our system of justice. Before proceeding further, it will be helpful if you understand how a trial is conducted. At the beginning of the trial, the attorneys will have an opportunity, if they wish, to make an opening statement. The opening statement gives the attorneys a chance to tell you what evidence they believe will be presented during the trial. What the lawyers say is not evidence, and you are not to consider it as such. Following the opening statements, witnesses will be called to testify under oath. They will be examined and cross-examined by the lawyers. Documents and other exhibits may also be produced as evidence. After the evidence has been presented, the attorneys will have the opportunity to make their closing arguments. Following the closing arguments by the lawyers, the court, that's me, will instruct you on the law applicable to the case. After the final instructions are given, the alternate jurors will be released, and then the jury panel will retire to consider their verdict. You should not form any definite or fixed opinion on the merits of the case until you have heard all of the evidence, the arguments of the lawyers, and the instructions on the law by the judge. Until that time, you should not discuss the case among yourselves. So even though you are now sworn, you are now a panel, a group of people who are going to essentially be coming here and hearing the testimony and evidence each day, you may not, under any circumstances whatsoever, discuss the case among yourselves until such time as you retire to deliberate. Does everyone understand? Please answer out loud. Yes. Thank you very much. Your verdict must be based solely on the evidence or lack of evidence and the law. I now remind you and instruct you not to communicate with anyone, including your fellow jurors, about this case. No communication includes no emailing, no text messaging, no tweeting, blogging, or using any other form of communication. You cannot do any research about the case or look up any information about the case. If you become aware of any violation of these rules at all, you must notify a court personnel of the violation so that they can notify me. So even if it is something small or something that you think may be insignificant, you have a duty to let me know by letting one of the court staff know. During the course of the trial, the court may take recesses, and you will be permitted to separate and go about your personal affairs. During these recesses, you must not discuss the case with anyone, nor permit anyone to say anything to you or in your presence about the case. If anyone, and I mean anyone, attempts to say anything to you or in your presence, tell the person that you are on the jury and ask the person to stop. If he or she persists, please leave that person at once and immediately report the matter to one of the court personnel who will advise me. If it's something that occurs on a weekend, you must call my office assistant, and you all have her number, and leave a message and let us know. You have to report it right away. All cell phones, computers, tablets, or other types of electronic devices must be turned off while you are in court. Turned off means that the phone or other device is actually off and not on silent or vibrate. You may use these devices during recesses, but even then, you may not use your cell phone or electronic device to communicate with anyone about the case or the people involved. Do not take any photographs, video recordings, or audio recordings of the proceedings or your fellow jurors. After each recess, please double check to make sure your cell phone or electronic device is turned off. At the end of the case, while you are deliberating, you must not communicate with anyone outside the jury room. And we will go about, I will instruct you more on your deliberations at a later time, but I will tell you now that we'll give you a contact phone number so that if you have a family emergency or some type of emergency situation, even though you can't be directly reached, you'll be able to be indirectly reached because we'll have a number with somebody standing by to answer the phone in case your loved ones or others call about an emergency, all right? This case must be tried by you only on the evidence presented during trial, in your presence, and in the presence of the defendant, the attorneys, and the judge. Jurors must not conduct any investigation on their own. This includes reading newspapers, watching television, or using a computer, cell phone, the internet, or any electronic device, or any means at all to get information related to this case or the people and places involved in this case. And this applies whether you are in the courthouse, at home, or anywhere else. You must not visit places mentioned in the trial or use the internet to look at maps or pictures to see any of the places discussed. Jurors must not have a discussion of any sort with friends or family members about the case or the people and places involved. So, do not let even the closest family members make comments to you or ask questions about the trial. In this age of electronic communication, I want to stress again that just as you must not talk about this case face-to-face, you must not talk about the case by using an electronic device. Do not send or accept messages related to the case or your jury service. Do not discuss the case or ask for advice by any means at all, including posting information on a website, internet, chat room, or blog. Now, of course, you are permitted to tell your family members or your employers that you're serving on a jury and that you're not available, and you can even give them our schedule. But you cannot talk about anything substantive or ask for advice or discuss anything other than the fact that you're on a jury and you are not allowed to tell them anything else. The reasons for these rules are because jurors must decide the case without distraction and only on the evidence presented in the courtroom. If you investigate, research, or make inquiries on your own, I will have no way to make sure that the information you obtain is proper for consideration in this case. And the parties, likewise, will have no opportunity to dispute or challenge the accuracy of what you find. This is contrary to our judicial system, which assures every party the right to ask questions about and challenge the evidence being considered against it, and to present argument with respect to that evidence. Any independent investigation by a juror unfairly and improperly prevents the parties from having that opportunity that our judicial system promises. Any juror who violates these rules jeopardizes the fairness of these proceedings, and a mistrial could result that would require the entire process to start over. As you can imagine, this is a tremendous expense and inconvenience, not only to myself and to the lawyers, but to the taxpayers. If you violate these rules, you may face certain sanctions, and I'm not even going to go into those because I know you all are going to follow the rules. Ladies and gentlemen, in every criminal proceeding, a defendant has the absolute right to remain silent. At no time is it the duty of a defendant to prove his innocence. From the existence of the defendant's right to remain silent, a jury is not permitted to draw any inference of guilt, and the fact that the defendant did not take the witness stand must not influence your verdict in any manner whatsoever. Now, in this case, the defendant has already pled guilty, but you cannot, if he does exercise his right to remain silent, you can't draw any inference whatsoever about his exercise of that right if that in fact happens. The attorneys are trained in the rules of evidence and trial procedure, and it is their duty to make all objections that they feel are proper. When an objection is made, you should not speculate on the reason why it's made, and likewise, when an objection is sustained or upheld by me, you may not speculate on what might have occurred had the objection not been sustained, nor what a witness might have said had he or she been permitted to answer. During the trial, it may be necessary to confer with the lawyers outside of your hearing to discuss matters that require consideration by me alone. It is impossible to predict when such conferences may be required or how long they will take. When such conferences occur, they will be conducted so as to consume as little of your time as necessary for a fair and orderly trial of the case. Nicholas Cruz, the defendant in this case, has pled guilty to 17 counts of murder in the first degree in a previous proceeding. Your role as a jury in this case will be to determine the appropriate sentence to be imposed. The appropriate sentences for the crime of murder in the first degree is either life in prison without the possibility of parole or death. The attorneys will now have the opportunity, if they wish, to make an opening statement. An opening statement gives the attorneys a chance to tell you what evidence they believe will be presented during the penalty phase of this trial, and this is the penalty phase. What the lawyers say during opening statement is not evidence, and you're not to consider it as such. After the attorneys have had the opportunity to present their opening statements, the state and the defendant may present evidence relative to the nature of the crime and the defendant's character, background, or life. You are instructed that this evidence presented in order for you to determine, as you will be instructed, 1, whether each aggravating factor is proven beyond a reasonable doubt, 2, whether the aggravating factors found to exist beyond a reasonable doubt are sufficient to justify the imposition of the death penalty, 3, whether mitigating circumstances are proven by the greater weight of the evidence, 4, whether the aggravating factors outweigh the mitigating circumstances, and 5, whether the defendant should be sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole or death. At the conclusion of the evidence and after the argument of counsel, you will be instructed on the law that will guide you during your deliberations. For now, I'm going to explain aggravating factors and mitigating circumstances as I have previously. An aggravating factor is a standard to guide the jury in making the choice between a verdict of life imprisonment without the possibility of parole or death. It is a statutorily enumerated circumstance that increases the gravity of a crime or the harm to a victim. You must unanimously agree that each aggravating factor was proven beyond a reasonable doubt before it may be considered by you in arriving at your final verdict. In order to consider the death penalty as a possible penalty, you must unanimously determine that at least one aggravating factor has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. The state has the burden to prove each aggravating factor beyond a reasonable doubt. A reasonable doubt is not a mere possible doubt, a speculative, imaginary, or forced doubt. Such a doubt must not influence you to disregard an aggravating factor if you have an abiding conviction that the aggravating factor exists. On the other hand, if, after carefully considering, comparing, and weighing all of the evidence, you do not have an abiding conviction that the aggravating factor exists, or if having a conviction, it is one which is not stable, but one which wavers and vacillates, then the aggravating factor has not been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, and you must not consider it in providing your verdict on the appropriate sentence to the court. A reasonable doubt as to the existence of an aggravating factor may arise from the evidence, conflicts in the evidence, or lack of evidence. If you have a reasonable doubt as to the existence of an aggravating factor, you must find that it does not exist. However, if you have no reasonable doubt, you should find that the aggravating factor does exist. Before moving on to the mitigating circumstances, you must determine that the aggravating factor or factors are sufficient to impose a sentence of death. If you do not unanimously agree that the aggravating factor or factors are sufficient to impose death, do not move on to consider the mitigating circumstances. Mitigating circumstances. Should you find sufficient aggravating factors do exist to justify the imposition of the death penalty, it will then be your duty to determine whether the aggravating factors that you unanimously find to have been proven beyond a reasonable doubt outweigh the mitigating circumstances that you find to have been established. Unlike aggravating factors, you do not need to unanimously agree that a mitigating circumstance has been established. Rather, whether a mitigating circumstance has been established is an individual judgment by each juror. A mitigating circumstance is not limited to the facts surrounding the crime. It can be anything which might indicate that the death penalty is not appropriate for the defendant. In other words, a mitigating circumstance may include any aspect of the defendant's character, background, or life, or any circumstance of the offense that reasonably may indicate that the death penalty is not an appropriate sentence in this case. A mitigating circumstance need not be proven beyond a reasonable doubt by the defendant. A mitigating circumstance need only be proven by the greater weight of the evidence, which means evidence that more likely than not tends to prove the existence of a mitigating circumstance. If you determine by the greater weight of the evidence that a mitigating circumstance exists, you may consider it established and give that evidence such weight as you determine it should receive in reaching your conclusion as to the sentence to be imposed. If you would like to take notes during trial, you may do so. On the other hand, of course, if you're not required to take notes if you don't want to. That will be left up to each juror individually. You will be provided with a notepad and pen for use, which was on your chair when you sat down. Any notes that you take will be for your personal use and must be taken only on your assigned notepad that was on your chair. However, you may not take the notepads with you from the courtroom. During recesses, the bailiff will take possession of your notes and will return them to you when we reconvene. After you have completed your deliberations, the bailiff will deliver the notes to me and I will destroy them. No one will ever read your notes, including me. We won't read them on the recesses and we won't read them at the end of the trial. They're your notes, they're for your use, and I can promise you that no one else is going to look at them. If you take notes, do not get so involved in the note-taking that you become distracted from the proceedings. Your notes should be used only as aids to your memory. Whether or not you take notes, you should rely on your memory of the evidence, and you should not be unduly influenced by the notes of other jurors. Notes are not entitled to any greater weight than each juror's memory of the evidence. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, both sides are going to have the opportunity to present an opening statement, and pursuant to the rules of procedure, the state goes first. State?
May we have a brief second?
Okay. All right, state whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to speak to you about the unspeakable, about this defendant's goal-directed, planned, systematic murder, mass murder of 14 children, an athletic director, a teacher, and a coach. These brutal murders occurred at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School in Parkland, Florida, and it happened on February the 14th, 2018. 3 days before these brutal murder, this massacre, the defendant in this case made a cell phone video on his cell phone. And this is what the defendant said. "Hello, my name is Nick. I'm going to be the next school shooter of 2018. My goal is at least 20 people with an AR-15 and some tracer rounds. It's going to be a big event. And when you see me on the news, you'll know who I am. You're all going to die. Ah, yeah, I can't wait. Ah, yeah, I can't wait. Cold, calculated, manipulative, and deadly. Now, Marjory Stoneman Douglas High School is located at 5901 Pine Island Road in Parkland, Florida. It's bordered by Hamburg Road on the north side, the Sawgrass Expressway on the south side, Pine Island Road on the east side, and on the west side is Coral Ridge Drive. But if you, and you'll see a map, before you get to Coral Ridge Drive to the west, there's West Glades Middle School, and then a Walmart, and then there's Coral Ridge Drive. You'll see that Marjory Stoneman High School kind of resembles a college campus. There was approximately 13 buildings spread out over the campus. Most of the buildings were 1- and 2-story buildings, except for one. The one building that is not a 1- or 2-story building is a 3-story building, and it's known as the 1200 building or the freshman building. The 1200 building is located on the northeast side of the campus. So it's bordered on the north by Hamburg Road and Pine Island on the east. It's a 3-story building, and there's 2 entrances to the 1200 building. There's an entrance on the east side, and there's an entrance on the west side. And both those east and west entrances open up to the first floor hallway. The entrances are a double door on the east side and a double door on the west side. And to the right of those double doors, there's a secondary door, both on the east side and on the west side. And this secondary door leads up into the first floor landing of the stairwell. And the stairwells go up to the 3rd floor, both on the east side and on the west side. There are 10 classrooms on each floor of the 1200 building. There's 6 classrooms on the south side of the hall. There's 4 classrooms on the north side of the hall, and that holds true for the 1st floor, 2nd floor, and the 3rd floor. And Marjory Stoneman Douglas, back on February the 14th, 2018, had a surveillance system, and there are approximately 76 cameras that spread out through the campus. And these cameras were motion activated. And what that means is they have to detect motion before they record. So if there's nothing moving, they don't record. In the 1200 building, there were 13 cameras. There were 3 cameras on the 1st floor, 3 cameras on the 2nd floor, and 3 cameras on the 3rd floor. And these cameras are installed in the ceiling. So there's a camera on the east side in the ceiling, a camera in the center in the ceiling, and a camera on the west in the ceiling, 3 cameras, and there's 3 cameras just like that in the ceilings on the 1st floor, 2nd floor, and 3rd floor. The camera on the east side, up on the ceiling, focuses west. The camera in the center of the ceiling focuses west. The camera on the west side focuses east, and that's true for the 1st floor, 2nd floor, and the 3rd floor. And there are 2 additional cameras in each stairwell. There's one on the 3rd floor of the stairwell, one on the 2nd floor of the stairwell, and that's true for the west stairwell and the east stairwell. There are 13 cameras in the 1200 building. There are no cameras in the classrooms. There are no cameras in the classrooms. And again, these cameras are motion activated. So you will see a surveillance video from the Marjory Stoneman Douglas High School from February the 14th, 2018. You will see the defendant on the 1st floor fire a rifle, shoot and kill 9 students, the athletic director, and a coach. And the athletic director and the coach were both campus monitors. You will see the defendant fire his rifle 6 times on the 2nd floor, and you will see him shoot and kill 5 students on the 3rd floor and a teacher on the 3rd floor. You will see him wound 13 other students on the 1st floor, and you'll see him wound 3 other students on the 3rd floor and wounding of a teacher. You will not see every single second of that surveillance video. You're going to say, why? Because it's what? It's motion activated. When the defendant fired his rifle, the percussion in the hallway was so loud that it caused the ceiling tile, the dust from the ceiling tile, to fall down. And when the dust from the ceiling, and it looks like smoke, and when it comes down, it prevented the cameras from detecting some of the motion of the defendant. But most of it is there, and you will see it. The cameras are motion activated. You will also learn that because of the percussion of the defendant firing his rifle, it also affected the fire alarm system. So at 2:20, 2:38, and I'll get back to why that time is important, this fire alarm goes off because the fire alarm system was not able to detect the difference between what? Between smoke and dust. The defendant attended Marjory Stoneman Douglas High School from August the 15th, 2015 to February the 8th, 2017, and he was also a member of the JROTC. Let me take you back to Valentine's Day, February the 14th, 2018. A Uber stops in front of the east gate to Marjory Stoneman Douglas High School. It's a pedestrian gate on the east side on Pine Island Road. It's a female Uber driver. The defendant gets out of the seat, the rear seat of the Uber, I think it was a RAV4, and he gets out and he's carrying a black case and a backpack. Now, school's in session. It's Wednesday, February the 14th, 2018. It's approximately 2:19 p.m. The school starts at 7:40 a.m., Marjory Stoneman Douglas, and the last class ends at 2:40. The gates open in the morning for the students to enter and go to class, and then they close. And then they open again, so right before school ends at 2:40, 20 or 30 minutes before. So what? The students can leave the campus. So it's 2:19 p.m. The defendant is carrying a black case and a backpack. And what he has in this case, is a Smith & Wesson 5.56 caliber rifle. And this rifle, it's commonly known as an AR-15. This rifle fires not only 5.56 caliber ammunition, but also fires .223 caliber ammunition. The gun will fire both. This gun is commonly known as an AR-15. It's a semi-automatic rifle. This weapon will fire as many bullets as it contains in the firearm magazine. And this is the way this 5.6 Smith & Wesson M&P 15 TF 16214 is the serial number. This is the way this gun operates. What you do is you load the firearm magazine with bullets. And the bullet is about like this for a 5.56 and a .223. And you put those bullets in the magazine, you load them in the magazine, and the bullets will go in as many as the magazine will hold. So if it's a 40-round magazine, you can stick in 40 bullets. If it's a 30-round magazine, you can stick in 30 bullets. So you fill up the magazine, and then you take the magazine and with how many bullets you have in it, and you stick it into the magazine well of the rifle. And then you pull back the lever, and you charge a bullet that goes into the firing chamber, and you pull the trigger. This weapon will fire as quickly as you can pull the trigger. And that's what the defendant had. And the Uber driver picked up the defendant to bring him to Marjory Stoneman Douglas High School from 7200 Loxahatchee Road. 72 Loxahatchee Road was the home of Kimberly and James Sneed and their son, J.T. Sneed. J.T. Sneed was a friend of the defendants. They both went to Marjory Stoneman Douglas High School together. They were both a member of the JROTC together. And a short time after Thanksgiving of 2017, the defendant came to live with the Sneeds. He had his own bedroom. He was attending school. He was working at the Dollar Tree. The Sneeds took the defendant in and offered him a place to live. Why? The defendant's adopted mother passed away November 1st, 2017. The defendant needed a place to live. The Sneeds made the offer. The defendant moved in with them. And it was a short time after Thanksgiving. These murders happened when? February the 14th, 2018. On this particular, and when the defendant arrived at Marjory Stoneman High School on Wednesday, February the 14th, 2018, he had been planning to be a school shooter long before he moved in with the Sneeds and long before his mother passed away. On this particular Wednesday, on this particular Valentine's Day, the defendant gets out of the Uber. He goes through the passenger gate. He's wearing his backpack. He's carrying his black case. It was a black Cabela bag case with a rifle in it. And he walks about 360 feet from Pine Island Road to the east entrance double doors. He walks in through the east double doors, makes an immediate right-hand turn, and walks in to the bottom floor of the stairwell, of the east stairwell. He takes his rifle out of the Cabela bag, black bag, and as he's preparing his rifle to fire, in walks a student, Christopher McKenna. Christopher McKenna was a student in classroom 1216. 1216 is on the first floor. It's the second classroom from the east double door entrances. Christopher McKenna was out on the bathroom pass, and he was going up to the second floor because at the time, the first floor restrooms and the third floor restrooms were locked. And so the security could watch people go to the second floor because they were concerned about, different activities in the first floor and third floor, kids going there vaping or hiding out or whatever. So for a security measure, they did lock the bathroom doors on the first floor and the third floor. So Christopher McKenna gets a pass from his teacher. It was Miss Haas in 1216. She taught English, approximately 30 students in her class. He gets his pass, walks down the hall, bumps into a couple of kids, and you'll see the video of him bumping fists with two of the students, and he walks into the stairwell as the defendant, Nicholas Cruz, is preparing his M&P 15 rifle. And the defendant says to Christopher McKenna, "You better get out of here. Something bad is about to happen." Christopher McKenna runs out. Remember I described the secondary door that's in the stairwell? He runs out that east door and he runs to find a campus monitor. When he runs out, the defendant enters the first floor hallway. And when he enters the first floor hallway, there are 4 students in the hallway. He gets out and he fires his weapon at the 4 students in the hallway. The time, 2:21:33. 2:21:33, the massacre begins. Here's who the 4 students were in the first floor hallway. Ashley Baez was walking west in the hallway in front of classroom 1215. And let me describe what existed on the south side. You know, there's 6 classrooms on the south side. So the first classroom on the south side is 1218. The next class, the numbers aren't, you know, consistent, but the next classroom is 1215, classroom 1215. So sitting in front of classroom 1215 is a student, Gina Montalto. And she asked permission from the teacher in 1215. By the way, it was a personalization class, so you can catch up on your homework and do different things, different from when I went to school, but you can do whatever you want in homework, whatever, like a study hall. So she asked Miss Matlock if she could go out in the hall and work on her computer because it was more private and she could get more work done on her project. Miss Matlock had offered her to go to a different classroom or somewhere else. Gina said, no, fine, I'd like to do that. So she's sitting, and when you watch the video, you'll see her legs sticking out from the front of classroom 1215. Standing next to her, knocking on the door to classroom 1215, was Martin Duque Aquilano and Luke Hoyer. Martin and Luke were coming back from, and you can get permission to go to other classes. They were coming back from somewhere near the administration building. They had to do something. And you'll see them actually coming back down the corridor and walking in. And you'll see him, Luke or Martin, bump fists with Chris McKenna. So they're standing at the door of classroom 1215 and they're knocking to get in because procedure is when class is in session, the classroom door is supposed to be locked. The defendant fires at Martin Duque Aquilano, Gina Montalto, and Luke Hoyer. He then turns and goes over to classroom 1216. Remember I described that? That's where Christopher McKenna left from. That's Miss Ha's English class, approximately 24 students in there. He fires into 1216. You'll see on all the doors in the 1200 building, there is a glass window in the metal door. And this window is approximately 8 inches wide and 42 inches long. The defendant fired through that window, shattering the window, and shooting and killing Alex Schachter, who was sitting in his desk. The defendant then turns right outside of classroom 1216. He kneels down, he takes off his backpack, unzips his backpack, and pulls out a black tactical vest. And you'll see the vest. This vest has pouches all over it, so you can stick firearm magazines in it. There were 10 firearm magazines in that black tactical vest. The defendant kneels, takes it out, puts the vest on, takes the expended magazine out of the magazine well of the rifle, and puts in a new magazine. He stands up and he walks over to 1215 where Martin Duque and Luke Hoyer and Gina Montalto were, and he fires into them. And then he fires into classroom 1214. Remember I said there's 1218, then there's 1215, and then there's 1214. And 1214 and 1215 are adjoining. Their doors are right next to one another. The defendant fires through the glass window and shatters it and fires into classroom 1214. 1214 is a class that was being taught by Ivy Seamus. She was teaching Holocaust history. He fires in to 1214 and he shoots and kills Helena Ramsey. He shoots and kills Nicholas Dorette, and he wounds Samantha Grady, Samantha Fuentes, Isabel Checker, and Danielle Menescu. He then turns away from 1214 and walks back across the hall to 1216. And he fires again through the shattered window in 1216. This time, he shoots and kills Alyssa Alfadef. He shoots and kills Elena Petty. He wounds Justin Colton. He wounds William Olson. He wounds Genesis Valentin. He wounds Kishaba Magafornian. And he wounds Alexander Dorette, the brother of Nicholas Dorette, who was shot and killed across the hall in 1214. He then turns and walks away from 1216, and he's walking west. At this time, through the west double doors comes running Christopher Hickson. Christopher Hickson was a campus monitor and an athletic director. He comes running through the west doors. The defendant sees him and fires his rifle at Christopher Hickson. Christopher Hickson is hit. He's severely wounded. He falls to the ground and he crawls over to an alcove on the north side of the first floor hallway. The defendant continues to walk west, and he's walking west. He passes Gina Montaldo, Martin Duque Aquino, and Lou Coyer again, and he fires into them again. Then he proceeds west. Now he goes to classroom 1213. 1213 is now the third classroom from the east side. You have 1217, 1216. Remember, he fired into 1216. Now this is 1213. 1213 is a psychology class being taught by Renette Rioven. And he does, the defendant, Nicholas Cruz, does this again. He fires through that window, shatters the glass, shoots and kills 16-year-old Carmen Shentrum. He wounds Madeline Wilford. He wounds Samantha Mayer. And he wounds Benjamin Wickander. He then turns and walks west again. And as he's walking west, he passes Christopher Hickson. And you'll see it. He turns like this and shoots Christopher Hickson again. He continues to walk west, the defendant does. And he reaches the west stairwell door entrance to the stairwell. And he walks into that door. And as he walks in that door, the door...
If you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, we're listening in to the opening statements for the penalty phase of the murder trial for 23-year-old Nicholas Cruz. He, of course, is the Parkland shooter. He pleaded guilty last year to killing 17 people at Stoneman Douglas High School in 2018. So again, he has already pleaded guilty to 17 counts of first-degree murder. What happens now during this penalty phase? We are listening in to these opening statements from lead prosecutor Michael Sotz, again, for the state of Florida. So the jury of 7 men and 5 women will now spend the next few months not only listening to these opening statements, but also reviewing the evidence from this school shooting. And they will ultimately have to recommend whether Cruz should get the death penalty or life in prison without the possibility of parole. We do know all of the victim families who have spoken out publicly say that they want to see Cruz sentenced to death. So again, just to recap, he has already pleaded guilty to 17 counts of first-degree murder for shooting and killing 14 students and 3 staff members inside of Stoneman Douglas High School back in 2018. So it'll now be up to this jury of 7 men and 5 women to review all of this evidence and either recommend he get the death penalty, which is either lethal injection or the electric chair here in Florida, or the ability to serve his sentence in prison without the possibility of parole. So again, these are the opening statements happening right now inside of a courtroom in Broward County, Florida. So let's go ahead and continue listening in to lead prosecutor Michael Sotz.
He fired 6 shots on the second floor. And he goes to the east side stairwell to go up to the 3rd floor now. Now, the students on and the teachers on the 3rd floor, they heard some noises, but they weren't distinct like the students and teachers heard on the 2nd floor of the shots being fired. So they didn't hear like gunfire, they didn't hear shots. But what they did, they were responding to the fire drill. So the classes empty out, they follow the procedures. Some are going to go down the west stairwell, some are going to go down the east stairwell. But when the kids are doing that and they're going down the stairwell, then they hear the gunshots on the 2nd floor. So what do? They race back up the east stairwell and the west stairwell. So what do? They race back up the east stairwell and the west stairwell, and they run as fast as they can to get back into their classrooms for safety. So when the defendant walks up the east stairwell, there's a teacher helping his students get in to his classroom. His name was Scott Beagle. He was 35 years old, and he was teaching geography in classroom 1256. 1256 is the first classroom from the east side on the north side of the hallway. He has the door open, the kids are going in. The defendant pops out of the east stairwell door and fires into Scott Beagle 4 times, killing him. And he falls right in the entrance to his classroom. And next to Scott Beagle's classroom is 1255 on the north side. And that classroom was an English teacher, Stacy Lapel. And she's hustling all the kids to get into her classroom. And she was successful in doing that. But as she's the last one there to close the door, the defendant shoots at her and wounds her. And she closes the door and goes back into her classroom. The defendant continues to fire on the 3rd floor. He's firing from east to west. There are 2 girls, 2 students, Carol Logren and Meadow Pollock. They're in front of classroom 1249 on the south side of the hall. The defendant shoots both of them, and they fall and they go huddle into the alcove of classroom 1249. He fires and hits and wounds Kyle Lehman, Marian Kabachenko, and Anthony Borges. The other students are running away down the hall. They're running from the defendant. He shoots again, and he hits Joaquim Oliver, and Joaquim Oliver ran into the alcove of the men's restroom. Jamie Guttenberg was racing down the hall to get to the stairwell door, and she was shot. Peter Wang, he was doing the same thing. He was running to the stairwell door to run down. He was shot. The defendant then proceeded west again. And as he passes classroom 1249, just as he did on the 1st floor when he went by Gina Montaldo and Martin Duque and Luke Hoyer and Christopher Hickson, he fires into Carol Logren and Meadow Pollock as they were huddled in the alcove of 1249. He then leaves and moves further west. He looks into the alcove of the men's restroom where Joaquin Oliver was wounded. He was shot in the leg. He couldn't run. The defendant fires into and kills Joaquin Oliver. The defendant then turns and walks further down the hall. Jamie Guttenberg was able to reach the door, but she collapsed on the third floor stairwell, and that's where she died. She died on the third floor stairwell of that building. Peter Wang was shot, and he was lying in the southwest corner, right in front of the west stairwell door. The defendant walks up to him and fires into Peter Wang again. Peter Wang was shot 13 times. The defendant then looks out this little window in the stairwell on the west side. He turns and he walks over to room 1240. Now, 1240 is not a classroom. It's a teacher's lounge. And teachers go there, I guess, to papers or whatever they're doing, eat lunch, whatever. There's desks in there, and there's a men's room and a ladies' room in there, restrooms, and a couple other rooms attached once you go into the classroom, to the teacher's lounge, 1240. The defendant shoots the glass because 1240 had a glass just like all the other, other rooms, the other classrooms, 8 inches wide, 42 inches long. He shoots through that window and he goes into 1240. Now, when you go into 1240, there's a window on the south side looking over the campus, and there's a window on the west side looking over the campus. And they look over a courtyard, they look over walkways, and they look over parking lots. The defendant fires his rifle at the west window, and you'll see there's 5 bullet holes in the west window, and he fires 5 shots out of the south window. He then leaves 1240. He passes the body of Peter Wang. He opens the west stairwell door. He passes the body of Jamie Guttenberg. He takes off his vest, lays it down on the third floor landing stairwell, takes his rifle, lays it down, and he runs out. The defendant is wearing a maroon JROTC Stoneman Douglas ROTC shirt that students get when they're members of the JROTC. He's wearing black pants. He's wearing a dark blue baseball cap. He's wearing glasses. He runs down the west stairwell. And he runs down and runs out of the door. And he passes Aaron Price. He leaves the 1200 building at 2:27:55. He started at shooting at 2:21:33. He leaves the 1200 building at 2:27:55. He runs west. Then he turns south and runs by the tennis courts. And he runs and blends in with students and teachers who were evacuating the campus. They were evacuating the campus because they heard the fire drill. When the fire alarm goes off, it goes off through the whole campus. So they were leaving. The defendant runs and gets in with the group, and they all go, this whole group of students and teachers, out to Homburg Road to the north. They pass West Glades Middle School. They go out to Homburg Road. The defendant gets to Homburg Road. He goes west. He walks to Walmart, walks through the parking lot, goes into Walmart, goes into the Subway sandwich shop that's actually in Walmart. He orders an icy. He leaves a tip, pays for it, leaves a tip, takes his icy, walks out of the Subway, sits on a bench inside Walmart, drinks his icy, there for a couple minutes, gets up, and he leaves. And he walks over to Coral Ridge Drive, and he walks south on Coral Ridge Drive, and he walks to a McDonald's on Coral Ridge Drive. He arrives at the McDonald's at 3:01 p.m. And as he walks into the McDonald's, there's a student there named John Wilford. John Wilford was a student at Marjory Stoneman Douglas. He's sitting at one of the booths. He is the brother of Madeline Wilford, who was shot in classroom 1213. John had no idea what was going on. He certainly didn't know his sister was shot. He's calling, waiting for his mother to pick him up, as a lot of the students were, because they had evacuated. He's sitting at the booth. The defendant, Nicholas Cruz, walks up to him and sits across from him in the booth. And when you see the video, they're going to say, hey, they had to know each other. John Wilford didn't know him. And the defendant asked him for a ride. And John Wilford says, I'm not going to give you a ride. My mom's picking me up. She's going to pick me up. We can't give you a ride. So John's mom arrives in the parking lot. John gets up. He leaves McDonald's. The defendant follows him. He goes with him. He said, hey, look, can you give me a ride? He says, look, I told you, I'm not going to give you a ride. I'm going with my mom. So John gets in his mom's vehicle. They leave. The defendant crosses Coral Ridge Drive, and he walks into an area called Wyndham Lakes. It's a development. He's walking in Wyndham Lakes. And about this time, there's an officer who's responding to help other agencies. His name is Michael Leonard. He's a police officer with the Coconut Creek Police Department. And he's looking for a white male wearing a maroon JROTC Marjory Stoneman Douglas collared shirt, polo shirt, and black pants and a dark hat. So he sees Nicholas Cruz walking on Wyndham Lake South. He pulls him over, stops him, the police come, and he's arrested. The defendant is arrested at approximately 3:40 p.m. The location is approximately a mile and an eighth from McDonald's and 2.9 miles approximately from Marjory Stoneman Douglas. The police and the medical examiner's office, after that, arrive at Marjory Stoneman Douglas at the 1200 building. And this is what they find. There are 14 deceased bodies at Marjory Stoneman Douglas at the 1200 building. There are another 2 bodies at the North District Hospital. They were Gina Montaldo, the little girl who was sitting outside with her computer outside 1215. They took her to the hospital. Gina was shot 4 times. She was 14 years old, and she died from her wounds. They also took Christopher McKenna, Christopher Hickson, the athletic director, who crawled over to the north side of the wall in that alcove. When the police came, he was still alive. They took him to the North District Hospital. Christopher Hickson, the athletic director, the campus monitor, was 49 years old. He was shot 3 times, and he died of his wounds. Martin Duque Aquillano is 14 years old. He was with Luke Hoyer, knocking on the classroom door of 1215. When the police came, they took him out, and they took him to Homburg Road and Pine Island Road to see if they could help him. Martin Duque Aquillano was 14 years old. He was shot 8 times, and he died of his wounds. And then when the medical examiner and the police came in, they saw Luke Hoyer. He had been moved by the police so students could get out of 1215, but Luke was still in the hallway. Luke was 15 years old. He was shot twice, and he died of his wounds. They went over to classroom 1216. It was Miss Haas' English class. Sure enough, Alex Schachter, 14 years old, was shot twice in the chest, and he died of his wounds. Alyssa Alfadef was 14 years old. She was in classroom 1216. She was shot 8 times, and she died of her wounds. Elena Petty was in classroom 1216. She was shot 4 times, and she died of her wounds. The police and medical examiners then went across the hall to 1214, Ms. Seamus's class, who was teaching Holocaust history. Helena Ramsey was shot 4 times. 17 years old, she died of her wounds. Nicholas Dorwet was shot 3 times in 12-14. Was shot 3 times. He was 17 years old, and he died of his wounds. And they crossed the hall to classroom 12-13. In 12-13, it was Carmen Chintrum. Carmen Chintrum was 16 years old, and she was shot 3 times, and she died of her wounds. They then saw Aaron Feist, and Aaron Feist was still lying just outside the west stairwell door, just to the south of the double doors to the west entrance. Aaron Feist was shot twice in the chest, and he died of his wounds. The police had brought down, before the medical examiner got there, brought down Jamie Guttenberg from the 3rd floor landing, and she was outside just to the north of the double doors on the west entrance. Jamie was shot 1 time. Jamie was 14 years old, and she died of her wounds. There was no one that was shot and killed on the 2nd floor, but on the 3rd floor, the police found just outside his classroom, 12-16, he was moved a little bit too, was Scott Beagle. Scott Beagle was the geography teacher who was holding the door open for the students. Scott Beagle was 35 years old. He was shot 4 times, and he died of his wounds. Further down the hall, right in front of 1249, the police brought the bodies of Meadow Pollock and Carol Logren out to the middle of the hall so students could get out, after this was all over. Meadow Pollock was 18 years old. She was shot 6 times, and she died of her wounds. Carol Logren was 14 years old. She was shot 3 times, and she died of her wounds. They found Joaquin Oliver. Joaquin Oliver was the boy who was shot in the alcove of the men's restroom on the 3rd floor. The police had pulled his body out into the middle of the hallway too. Joaquin was 17 years old. He was shot 4 times, and he died of his wounds. Just to the west, still lying there in the southwest portion of the hall, by the west stairwell door, was Peter Wang. Peter Wang was shot 13 times, and Peter died of his wounds. The BSO crime scene unit came, and they did their investigation. Here's what they found. There were 139 rounds fired in the 1200 building. There were 70 rounds fired on the 1st floor. There were 2 rounds fired in the west stairwell. Remember when the defendant shoots and kills Aaron Feist? There were 2 rounds there. 6 rounds were fired on the 2nd floor, and 61 rounds were fired on the 3rd floor. 51 rounds were found, casings were found in the 3rd floor hallway, and 10 rounds were fired in Teacher's Lounge 1240. They found 10 casings in the back part of the bullet. That's why I'm indicating this is what they found. As I said before, when you fire a semi-automatic weapon, a semi-automatic rifle like this one, TF-16214 is the serial number, the casing pops out when another round comes into the chamber for firing, and it falls to the ground. That's how there were 17 casings on the 1st floor, 2 casings in the west stairwell, 6 casings on the 2nd floor, 51 in the casings in the 3rd floor hallway, and 10 casings in the teacher's lounge. And of course, there's 5 bullet holes in the west window, and there's 5 bullet holes in the south window. They also found the weapon, the gun, the 5.56 Smith & Wesson M&P 15. It was laying on the stairwell where the defendant left it. Still had a round in the chamber, and it had a magazine in it, and still had 23 rounds in the magazine. And laying next to the gun, just as he left it, was the tactical vest. There were 5 magazines still in the pouches of the tactical vest. There was a 40-round magazine that was fully loaded with 40 rounds. And these 40 rounds, all the rounds were either 5.56 or what, .223, because the defendant's 5.56 M&P 15 fires both 5.56 and .223. So there are 40 rounds in that one 40-round magazine in the tactical vest. There were 4 30-round magazines still in the tactical vest. 3 of those 4 30-round magazines were fully loaded with 30 rounds of either 5.56 or .223 ammunition. And there was the 4th 30-round magazine contained 29 rounds, not 30. They also found magazines that were changed by the defendant, discarded after he was through. On the first floor, they found a 10-round empty magazine.
You are watching Live Now from Fox, everyone. We appreciate you joining us here today. Obviously, this is the start here of the sentencing trial, and we are learning a really in-depth timeline of this shooting. And unfortunately, you know, just so many lives were lost in this, and we are just seeing a really descriptive timeline. So we are going to take a quick 2-minute break here for some of you. Stay right here with us. We'll have more on the other end of it right here on Live Now from Fox.
Rounds in it. On the 3rd floor, on the hallway, they found an empty 30-round magazine in the hallway itself. And in the teacher's lounge, 1240, they found an empty 40-round magazine, empty. This is what, you know, BSO found when they were there. You're going to see that there are 7 aggravating factors applicable to this case. And before I get into that, Judge told you about the aggravating factors and the weighing process. And remember I said it's a weighing process, it's not a counting process. So there are 7 aggravating factors for you to consider. The first one is the defendant has previously been convicted of a capital felony or a felony involving the use or threat of the use of violence. That's one aggravating factor, and I'm going to talk about each one of these aggravating factors in a little bit. The second aggravating factor was the defendant knowingly created great risk of death to many people. That's number 2. Number 3, that the first-degree murder, or in this case, murders, don't forget there's 17 sentences. So I'm talking about them as there's 1, there's 17. That the murders were especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel. 4, that the murders were cold, calculated, and premeditated. That the next one, the murders were done to disrupt or hinder a governmental function, to wit, schooling. The next one is that the victim was an appointed public official in the performance of their duties. Scott Beagle was a teacher. He was an appointed public official. Christopher Hickson was an athletic director and a campus monitor. He was an appointed public official, as was Coach Spice. He was a coach and also a campus monitor. And the last one was that the murders were committed during the course of a burglary. You're saying, burglary? Yeah, burglary. When the defendant entered that school without permission to commit an offense, to wit, murder, that's what a burglary is. And you can see that, let's take previous convictions. So you can, even though they're not prior to February the 14th, 2018, you can consider the murder of 16 other people, even though it's contemporaneous with the one. So if you have the murder of Gina Montaldo, you can use the murders of the other 16 victims as aggravators for that, and would go for each other murdered victim. Okay? And the 17 attempted murder in the first degree of the surviving victims, who I mentioned their names and they were shot, can aggravate each one of the sentences for the deceased murder victims. And the other felony that you can consider, that on November the 13th, 2018, 10 months after the defendant was arrested, the defendant attacked a deputy, violently struggled and fought with him, took his taser, and there's a conviction for attempted battery on a law enforcement officer with a weapon. So they are in that, under that first aggravating factor of previously been convicted. You'll see the evidence will show that there was great risk, obviously, of death to many people. That the murders, all 17, were heinous, atrocious, and cruel. All 17 were cold, calculated, and premeditated. And that to hinder and disrupt the school function, he entered the school, he shoots Scott Beagle and kills him, and Aaron Weiss shoots him and kills him. The athletic director and campus monitor, Christopher Hickson, they were appointed public officials. They were killed, to disrupt and hinder the school function. So they're the aggravating factors that you can consider in this case, and I submit to you have been proven, will be proven beyond a reasonable doubt. And you'll see that these aggravating factors, and listen to, and I know you will, to all the evidence, listen as carefully as you can, and I know you will, that these aggravating factors far outweigh any mitigating circumstances. Anything about the defendant's background, anything about his childhood, anything about his schooling, anything about his mental health, anything about his therapy, anything about his care, that the aggravating factors will outweigh any mitigating circumstances. After this was all over, the police, went back and trying to do as thorough an investigation as they possibly can. They collected the defendant's backpack outside of classroom 1216. They collected this Cabela black case that he had carried his AR type rifle in. It was on the stairwell steps, on the east stairwell. And laying about 3 feet away from the Cabela bag with earbuds still attached to this phone was the defendant's cell phone. 9504-821-1107. And the police did an extraction and took all the information from the phone. There were 3 cell phone videos. And the last one, and I'd said it before, the last one was on February the 11th, 2018. Hello, my name is Nick. I'm going to be the next school shooter of 2018. My goal is at least 20 people with an AR and some tracer rounds. I think I can get it done. It's going to be a big event, and when you see me on the news, you'll know who I am. You're all going to die. I can't wait. Those words, those actions of killing 14 children, the athletic director, a coach, and a teacher, is why we're here today. Cold, calculative, manipulative, and deadly.
Thank you, State. At this time, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a 10-minute break. Please remember, do not discuss the case, do not begin deliberating, and again, 10-minute break, and then we'll come back into court and finish.
As you can hear there, they are taking a 10-minute break here in this sentencing trial. First day here, as it is a major one here for this community and really across the country, as we all remember February 14th, 2018 there, where that horrible massacre took place. And now we were hearing just a very descriptive timeline of the events of the shooting and the moments after as well. And you saw the family members there of the victims continuing to watch and listen. We are going to take a quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. When we come back, we'll have some other stories here of the day so far on this Monday. And we're back here for you on Live Now from Fox. We appreciate everyone continuing to join us here. I'm your host, Mike Pace, as we continue to bring you live feeds, top stories, and headlines from all over the country. Before we went to break, we were listening in here to the Florida sentencing trial there for Nicholas Cruz there that killed 17 people and injured 17 others back on Valentine's Day 2018. Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School, and right now they are in a short break, so we'll get to that a little bit later here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, I do want to take everyone out to Chicago. Chicago police giving an update in very sad circumstances regarding Chicago police officers. Already this month, there have been 3 officers that have committed suicide. We are going to listen right here to the superintendent right here on Live Now from Fox.
Right next to Dr. Sobo. Within the span of a month, the Chicago Police Department experienced the devastating loss of 2 of our officers and a sergeant, so 3 members of the department. They were sons, daughters, siblings, partners, friends, and mentors. As a department, we ask for the city's continued support and prayers, especially for our members' families and those who knew and worked with them. Each department member was loved and cherished by their families and friends. They were respected and valued by their fellow officers and the people they serve. And they selflessly served this city, selflessly, and fought to make our communities safer. Each of their losses is a tragedy that impacts a family, a department, and the city of Chicago. As we continue to grieve and process, I know there will be hard days ahead. In remembering these members, we must be there for each other. Police work is tough work. I would argue it's been the most difficult time these last 2.5 years to be police officers in this country. In our profession, we get the greatest reward because we get to help people every day. But we also assume the greatest risk to serve and protect every day. The demands of this job are many, and officers work to balance all that comes with it. And they do so amid full lives with their families and the commitments and the joys and the sorrows. Police officers are human. I'll say that one more time. Police officers are human. And they have struggles, just like everyone else. To help our officers through challenging times, Chicago Police Department maintains dedicated resources and programming. We are committed to officer wellness and well-being. For faith-based counseling service, the chaplains ministry provides direct support. Our police chaplains represent a diverse cultural background and faith traditions. Our EAP, also known as our Employee Assistance Program, or our Peer Support Professional Counseling Division, is a unit that provides free, confidential programs for all active and retired department members and their families. EAP emergency assistance is available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We have licensed clinical therapists on staff, as well as sworn police officers who serve as peer support leaders and alcohol and substance use disorder counselors. We understand how delicate situations are when someone is in crisis and wants to reach out. That's why EAP services are located in a standalone building outside of police headquarters in the downtown area with plenty of available parking to maintain privacy and confidentiality. The department currently has an additional temporary EAP services location on the south side and working to establish a third location, a permanent location, on the north side. Once finalized, each of these locations will house 8 clinicians, 1 substance and alcohol use counselor, and 1 peer support leader. Every police officer makes the Chicago Police Department what it is, every one of them. And we'll keep working to make sure every officer has the support they need. Please, please, everyone, keep our police department, the men and women of this department who sacrifice everything, in your prayers. And say thank you to each of them every chance you get. I'll now turn it over to Dr. Sobo, who will speak, and then turn it over to Father Brandt, and then I'll come back just for a few questions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Good morning. I'm Dr. Rob Sobo, and I am the director of the Professional Counseling Division, EAP. The loss of life by suicide is truly an unspeakable tragedy. And we keep those that we have lost in our thoughts, their family members, and all of us who are affected by that loss. And we keep those who continue to serve, the men and women who are out there every day putting their lives out on the line to keep our communities safe and well. As you may know, in Cook County and the city of Chicago, the suicide rate is at an alarmingly high number. In fact, some of the largest numbers since we've recorded them. Our police officers are part of that society. Not only do they experience what most of us do on a daily basis, but on top of that, they experience unspeakable levels of stress, trauma, and emotional and physical fatigue, the likes of which most of us will not know. In order to help them not only survive but thrive in this career, we have some of the most comprehensive mental health and officer wellness programs available in the nation. Currently, we have a clinical program, a trauma program, a drug and alcohol usage service, a peer support program, and of course, our chaplains unit. Right now, utilization of our programs are the highest they have been, which is an indicator of how difficult things are out there, but the trust in our services. We provide services to more sworn and department members than just about any other law enforcement EAP in the nation. Our clinical services are available to all of our department members, family members, and retired personnel as well. That can be any issue that they are experiencing personally or professionally. Our trauma program, which is probably the most comprehensive in the nation, looks to assure that officers, when they experience any incident on or off the job that may be traumatic in the line of duty, that they receive a trauma debriefing before they return to duty. And the extraordinary aspect about our trauma program is that we actually have the ability to hold our officers through debriefings to treat any symptoms of trauma or PTSD as long as it is necessary for them to regain a sense of well-being. Our peer support program is made up of approximately 200 sworn volunteer members who give their time, their resources, and their expertise to others in time of need. They come from all backgrounds, all walks of life and experiences, and share that to others to help them in difficult times. And our chaplains unit speak for themselves, and I will let Father Brandt talk to you about that. Currently, we have 11 licensed clinicians. We have one starting this Friday and 2 more starting August 1st. Our goal is to have 1 clinician per district so that every district has a clinician that is part of their own culture, that isn't just a face out there that they know they can reach out to, but is a familiar person, a trusted person, someone they know that they can go to, because we want to assure that the barriers to receiving services are taken away with trust, familiarity, and having someone that they can count on and that they know available to them. Our drug and alcohol counselors are currently 6 sworn members who are state certified drug and alcohol counselors, and they provide drug and alcohol usage services to all department members as well. We are available 24/7, 365 days a week, as the superintendent indicated. The goal here is we have the expertise, we have the programs. The utilization of our programs proves that our work is successful. But we need to do more as a culture and a department by making every individual responsible for well-being. By being a team, we can hopefully identify, encourage, and get our members to understand that talking and the processing of emotion is courageous, it's responsible, and it is a duty of the job, because together we can succeed in taking down the numbers of suicide with a team approach. I thank you very much for your time, your thoughts, and I once again ask you to keep those who serve every day in your mind as they go out there for all of our well-being. Thank you. And with that, Father Brandt, please.
Father Dan Brandt, Directing Chaplain. I stand side by side with my colleagues, Rabbi Moshe Wolf, Chaplain Kimberly Lewis Davis, Chaplain Bob Montalongo, Chaplain Husni Selenica, and Chaplain Joe Jackson. We, like EAP, the Employee Assistance Program, are available to our membership 24/7 and are often called out at different hours of the day and night. We also make ourselves present, of course, at roll calls and making hospital visits, and, of course, sadly, in recent days, even at the morgue. We today are here to remind our brothers and sisters who happen to be watching or reading this. We beg that you not only keep our officers in your thoughts and prayers, those whom we have lost, and the 595 who have gone before us, who have died in the line of duty. We pray that those who give their lives to the service of this great city and in service to all of us who call this great city home in our thoughts, minds, and keep them gratefully in our hearts, of course. We in the chaplains unit, perhaps our biggest job is to remind our officers as often as we can that they are doing God's work, and truly that is the case. This city would be in big trouble if it weren't for our men and women who bravely put on that uniform and go out and serve. So thanks be to God for each and every one of them, and doubling or piggybacking on what was said before me, a simple thank you. A gesture like this, when you see our officers out there doing their job, that goes a long, long way. God bless you.
I'll take just a few questions, and we'll do the mic again, so we'll pass the mic so that we can have a little bit of an order in your questions and answers.
Hi, Superintendent. I spoke to Alexa James from NAMI.
Mm-hmm.
She had some really sharp criticism about the canceled days off. What's being done to make sure that this isn't such a necessity for the department, that folks do have time with their families, that they do have a break from the trauma, from the stress, from everything they deal with every day?
Well, one of the things that we've emphasized, obviously, is the programming. I think the people here today and the words that they've shared, I hope finds room in your article today. I think that's really important, the awareness. Regarding canceled days off, a couple of points I'd like to make. One being we cancel days off because of the need to make sure our officers are safe on the street. Particularly between Memorial Day and Labor Day, there's 4 weekends that are associated with the holidays. Memorial Day weekend, there's Father's Day weekend, then there's 4th of July weekend, and then Labor Day weekend are historically the most violent weekends of the year in the city. And we just asked the question of ourselves as leaders, when it's particularly violent historically, and we know that based on data, for all of the leadership careers for the last 30, 40 years, superintendents have made the same decisions I've made regarding, would you rather have fewer cops on the street or more cops on the street when that cop in that dark alley is calling for help and no one's there to come because you don't have enough cops on the street? That's one aspect of this decision that is particularly violent. Now, to be the police, we are continuing to be at historical highs of officers being shot at or shot. So that question, I think, is point number one. Would you rather have more cops on the street when you're calling for that 10-1, which is an officer calling for assistance? When an officer's being shot at, would you rather have someone coming to help that officer or no one coming because you don't have enough officers on the street? That's point number one. Point number two, we need to do a better job at making sure our officers are aware of the services that are there for them. We are at a pretty high point of officers utilizing our services, but we have to do much more. And the council days off, just to add some context to that as well, between Memorial Day and Labor Day, we do cancel 8 of the 104 regular days off that officers have every year. 8 of the 104 regular days off that officers have every year. Besides Memorial Day to Labor Day, in addition to that 8, we rotate one of their days off council between 3 and 5 weeks at a time. That adds up to about 12 additional days throughout the year. So 20 regular days off are canceled on average, some officers less, of the 104 days off that officers have in a year. We never cancel their vacations or their personal leaves. So we don't cancel the 25 days officers get every year for vacation. We never cancel the other personal leave that officers have because of what you've all heard today. It is so important that our officers take their leave, take their vacations. But we do, between Memorial Day and Labor Day, cancel 8 of the 104 regular days off they have, but we don't cancel the 25 vacation days or the other leaves that they have that average between 160 and 180 days, depending on the seniority of the member, as you know. So 20 of the days that they have are canceled. And they have been canceled going back, I don't know how long you've been on this beat, Tom, but it's probably as long as you've been covering this beat. The tough decision between Memorial Day and Labor Day is about officer safety in that dark alley on evening shift. Would you rather have officers coming to help you when you're being shot at, or not enough officers at work and no one coming to help you? That's the really tough decision that superintendents have made for the last 30 years. And they all have made similar decisions that I'm making. Not an easy decision, but so good morning. Here with us today, as you all can see, we have Dr. Robert Sobo, to my left, Director of the Chicago Police Department.
Watching live now from Fox, everyone. We always appreciate you joining us here. Very sensitive topic there for the Chicago police superintendent there, as he has lost 3 of his officers just this month alone to suicide, and really talking about the hard work life that so many officers see. They see tragedy there every day, shootings and so much more. So our thoughts and prayers out with those families that have lost their loved ones this month. You're watching live now from Fox, everyone. We're going to take our final break here of the hour, and then we'll get you back out soon to the Nicholas Cruz sentencing trial as they'll come back from break. Watching live now from Fox, everyone. We are back here with you. We're taking you out now to Philadelphia, getting an update on the latest there on gun crime issues right here on Live Now from Fox.
Homicide non-fatal shooting unit at the Philadelphia DA's office. But we will also address a second topic, an important topic, I think a pretty good example of a case that explains all the effort that is going into keeping people accountable when they are in illegal possession of guns. And that will be explained by Jeffrey Palmer, who is here on behalf of the Gun Violence Task Force, and ADA William Bill Fritzie, who's the chief of the Gun Violence Task Force, to discuss what is going on with defendant Ricardo Williams, now charged with 8 counts of being a felon in possession of a firearm, 6105, conspiracy, and other illegal gun-related charges. First of all, I want to acknowledge the presence of ADA Joanne Pescator, who, as I said, is the chief of our DAO Homicide Non-Fatal Shooting Unit. We have ADA Jeffrey Palmer, who is with the DAO's Gun Violence Task Force, here on behalf of Bill Fritzie, the chief of that unit. ADA Deborah Watson-Stokes, supervisor of special projects and professional development, is here. Reverend Myra Maxwell, executive director of the DAO's Victim Support Services Division, could not be here today, but Melanie Nelson is here on behalf of a unit that Dr. Maxwell supervises, and that is the DAO's Crisis Assistance Response and Engagement Unit for Survivors. This, of course, is a unit that deals intensively with the needs of families that have endured a homicide during the first 45 days in particular. Turning now to data, and this is mostly for the period July the 7th through July the 13th. We are, as of today, and that means as of 1 minute before midnight yesterday, at 297 homicides. Last year, at the same time and date, we were at 304. That is a slight decrease, only 7, but a slight decrease nonetheless. It is a 2% decrease over where we were last year. The week was rough. 9 homicides and 39 non-fatal shootings through the 13th of July for that 7-day period. That is only slightly less than the usual average. The usual average is about 10.5 or 11 homicides per week. Obviously, pretty terrible. Nothing to celebrate, but very slightly less than the average we have seen during the pandemic period. For July the 7th through July the 13th, there were 148 gun-related incidents. Let me make sure we understand what that means. That means gun possession cases, but it also means gun violence cases. 148 incidents, there were 72 arrests. Of the 72 arrests that were referred to the DA's office, there were 71 cases opened and charged. Let me talk about 5 of those shooting incidents that occurred during the last week. The first one is a quadruple shooting that occurred on Saturday, July the 16th in the 1300 block of Luzerne Street in the 24th Police District at about 4:30 p.m. 4 victims were shot. Victim number 1, a 21-year-old black male, was shot multiple times and taken by police to Temple, placed in stable condition following surgery. Victim number 2, an 18-year-old white male, was shot once in the right arm and transported by private vehicle to St. Christopher's. Victim number 3, a 37-year-old white male, was shot once in the right foot and initially taken to St. Christopher's by private vehicle. Once he was stable, he was transferred to Temple. Victim number 4, a 39-year-old black male, was shot multiple times throughout the body and transported to Frankfurt Torresdale by private vehicle, placed in critical but stable condition following surgery. No arrest at this time by PPD. The investigation is ongoing, and anyone with information should contact PPD's Shooting Investigation Group at 215-686-8270. Incident number 2, a homicide. This one occurred on Sunday, the 17th of July, 4200 block of Houghton Street in the 5th Police District at about 1:09 p.m. A 96-year-old white woman was found in her home suffering from blunt force injuries to her body. She was pronounced by medics. An arrest has been made by PPD. However, the investigation is ongoing. Anyone with information should contact the homicide unit. That's 215-686-3334. You should know that the victim's son was arrested on July the 17th. ADA Pescator, who is here, approved murder and related charges in this matter. Third case is a shooting incident homicide on Monday, July the 18th in the 4500 block of Bly Street in the 15th Police District at about 1:17 a.m., a black male approximately in his 20s was shot once in the head and once in the lower leg. He was pronounced on the scene by medics. No arrest has been made. Anyone with information, please contact the PPD Homicide Unit at 215-686-3334. Fourth of 5 incidents was a shooting, also a homicide, on Monday, July the 18th in the 4600 block of Loring, L-O-R-I-N-G Street in the 15th Police District at about 4:21 a.m. An approximately 19-year-old Hispanic male was shot once in or near the right eye. He was pronounced on the scene by medic. No arrest has been made. Please contact Homicide with any information, PPD Homicide, at 215-686-3334. And the fifth incident is a non-fatal shooting that occurred on Monday, July 18th, in the 3100 block of Custer Street in the 24th Police District at about 4:32 a.m. An approximately 35-year-old Hispanic male was shot once in the chest. He was taken to Temple and placed in stable condition. No arrest has been made. Please contact the PPD Shooting Investigation Group at 215-686-8270. As I stated earlier, ADA Joanne Pescatore is here and will be available to respond to inquiries regarding the shootings I have noted and other shooting incidents during the Q&A portion at the end of this conference. I do want to acknowledge the extraordinary work of the DAO's Victim Support Services Division under the leadership of Reverend Myra Maxwell, and I'd also especially like to highlight the work Melanie Nelson is doing in her capacity as the Chief of CARES. Melanie will give us a weekly report on behalf of the DAO about some services that were provided. Melanie?
Thank you so much, DA Krasner. The CARES unit responded to 8 families over the last week, providing 24 services to them. Please understand that if you are a co-homicide survivor, Yvonne Nelson, who is our lead responder, will contact you and offer you services, and then you'll be placed in the hands of one of our other responders who will assess your needs and then place you in the hands of a community-based agency in your area. All services are free, and we are here for you. If you need our services, you can contact us at 215-686-8019. Peace and blessings.
Because the DAO is committed to vigorously prosecuting individuals who commit gun violence in the city of Philadelphia, and also to prosecuting people vigorously whose possession of a gun is illegal and whose purpose is to commit other crimes, we are pleased at this time to have the opportunity to talk about an interesting and significant case, and that is the prosecution of defendant Ricardo Williams. As I mentioned earlier, he is charged with 8 counts of violation of the Uniform Firearms Act, which is a first-degree felony, 6105, because he was a felon before he was found in possession of these items. 1 count of VUFA as a third-degree felony, 6111 G2, and 1 count of conspiracy. I think the circumstances surrounding the case, especially where he was, what he was doing, with whom he was doing, and how they were doing it, are very informative as to some of the extremely severe problems we have that our Pennsylvania legislature has no interest in fixing. As best I can tell, our Republican legislature would like to have more and more and more and more guns in the hands of more and more and more and more people, including very, very young people. If you want to know how all of that happens, then you need to listen to what ADA Jeff Palmer has to say about the case of Ricardo Williams. Mr. Palmer?
Good morning, everyone. As the district attorney said, I'm ADA Jeff Palmer. I'm the assistant chief of the Gun Violence Task Force. As many of you may know, the Gun Violence Task Force is a unique unit at the district attorney's office. We prosecute many different firearms-related offenses, including illegal transfer of firearms and related offenses, as well as group-related violence and shootings across the city. This case is a good example of the types of proactive investigations that the Gun Violence Task Force is doing not just in the city of Philadelphia. All of the cases are related to the city of Philadelphia, but actually across the Commonwealth. Special agents from the Gun Violence Task Force, Attorney General's Office special agents were present in their official capacity in plain clothes at the Eagle Arms Gun Show in Morgantown, Pennsylvania. So that's Berks County on July 9th of 2022. As part of their duties, they were observing a booth at the gun show that was selling polymer 80 kits. Some of you may be familiar with the term ghost guns. These are untraceable, no serial number firearms that are made of a polymer material where you can buy a kit that's actually the lower half of the firearm and then contains some of the tools, including the drill bit, as well as a jig or a form that you put the lower half into that allows you to drill all of the holes in order to attach the upper slide. So you can either purchase the slide separately, the top half of the firearm, or you can simply take it off. They're usually modeled after Glock firearms, off of another Glock and slide it right back on. Under state law in Pennsylvania, a polymer 80 kit is not considered a firearm. So if you were prohibited under state law from possessing a firearm, you will be able to purchase one of these polymer 80 kits. However, there is an executive order from the president that has changed it for federal purposes, but there has been no change in state law in Pennsylvania regarding these polymer 80 kits. So the agents were observing one of these polymer 80 booths. They saw a woman go up to the booth, purchase 2 of these kits. After purchasing the kits, she promptly handed them off to a male that she was with. So at this point, the agents became concerned about this interaction. They followed the 2 to an adjacent booth that was selling actual completed firearms, where they witnessed the same woman purchase a .380 caliber firearm after being handed money by the male. She then walked away from the booth, handed the firearm to the male, and they left together. Now, on July 14th of this year, based off of what was observed at the gun show, special agents from the Gun Violence Task Force executed a search warrant at the home of the male and the female. So they were confirmed to be in some sort of relationship with each other. They did reside together. They executed a search warrant at that home. When they did execute a search warrant, they found quite a bit of contraband in that house. They found, I'll go through everything, but they found a total of 7 completed firearms and 1 half-completed polymer 80 firearm as well. So they found a total of 6 firearms that were manufactured by an actual gun manufacturer. They found a completed polymer 80 that had been assembled that is believed to be one of the polymer 80s that was purchased at the gun show on July 9th. And they found the second polymer 80, which is also believed to be the second kit that was purchased at that gun show, that was inserted into that jig, that form that shows you, that guides the drill to allow you to drill the holes in the proper part. It did have the holes drilled out. It had not yet had the top assembly placed on it. And they also found various firearms parts, as well as various tools that are used in the manufacturing of these completed polymer 80 firearms. This home was the home of Ricardo Williams, the defendant in this case, who is a prohibited person. He is not able to possess firearms under both actually state law and federal law. And as a result, and they also found 5 boxes of ammunition in the calibers of 9mm and .380, which were the ammunition for the various firearms that were recovered. So again, to summarize, firearms manufacturing tools, 7 total guns, 1 of which was a completed polymer 80, a uncompleted polymer 80, which would have been actually the 8th firearm, 5 boxes of ammunition, and Mr. Ricardo Williams, a prohibited offender, were present in the home. As a result, Mr. Williams was taken into custody, charged with, as the district attorney said, violations of the Uniform Firearms Act, Section 6105, as well as violations of Article 6111 for an illegal firearms transfer based on that .380 caliber firearm that was purchased at the gun show by the woman with what seemed to be his money as he handed it to her, as well as conspiracy based on his actions with another in this case. And the reason, that we're highlighting this case is it's an example of the type of proactive investigations that are being done by the Gun Violence Task Force every day at places like gun shows where, as I'm sure you're aware, there are various ways that it makes it easier to purchase a firearm at these gun shows. But just because of the law not being where we'd like it to be in Pennsylvania, it doesn't mean that we're not out there. We're not doing these types of investigations and doing everything that we can under the law as it stands to make sure that these dangerous people like Mr. Williams are not getting these firearms and are not exploiting these loopholes as they intend. And so we will continue to do that, and we will continue to prosecute Mr. Williams and others like him that do this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Palmer. All right. There's a lot of comments I could make, but I'm going to refrain in the interest of time. And I am going to ask if there are any questions. However, instead of our usual scrum, and I say that respectfully, I think that there are occasions when some journalists who are the most aggressive get most of the attention. That doesn't seem fair to me. As opposed to our usual scrum, I'm just going to go down the line and see if there are questions from journalists who are here.
How about their shows? Why don't you tell us about that?
From Joanne, whether the whole, I think it was on Saturday, the Kelly Drive. Do you guys have any updates on what happened with Kelly Drive? No updates. Murder, anything? No updates. You can't talk about that? No updates yet.
All right.
Can you talk about the sexual assault also, by any chance, or?
Can't I talk about the sexual assault? We do not have the right people here today. If you want me to try to either get them, if you want to give me the questions so I can take them back, get you an accurate answer, I can do that. Okay.
I was just asking, they're dying of the sound.
Right. I'm not prepared to answer it right now, but I can try to get you answers.
What about Derek Jones?
Excuse me, sir. As I said, we're not going to have a scrum. We're going to start over here. Mr. Dean?
Among the shootings that you spoke about, there were two this morning in Mayfair, what's the block of Boring Place, and I think the other one was like a block away from, wait, like the block was in Light Street. Okay.
Joanne, you want to use the microphone?
Okay.
Good morning. Yeah, the detectives are still out there working on those jobs.
Are they related?
I don't know, and the detectives are still out there working on them. They just happened hours ago, so they're still working on it.
Anything else, Mr. Dean?
Let's see.
Okay.
Derek Jones.
Very good.
You gave him a
Sir,
three-year sentence of
sir, please.
11 and a half months.
Okay. The next question is for someone over here. Mr. Cipriano, if you're going to disturb the proceedings, then we're going to have to do something about it. Ms. Johansson, did you have any other questions?
300 homicides in the city. Do you have any reaction to that? A lot of people are very frustrated with city leaders as we're coming up on 300. It's one of the most deadly months maybe on Philadelphia's history.
My reaction to it is it's absolutely heartbreaking. It is traumatic, not just for those directly affected, but for everybody who lives in the city, everybody who is indirectly affected. The fact that it is happening all over the country, and it is happening all over the country, does not change the reality that we are all locally suffering through what is savage, heartbreaking, tragic. I mean, the fact that there are so many young people involved, and involved on both ends of the gun, is particularly heartbreaking. At times it kind of feels like what Father Greg Boyle, who is famous for the work he's done against gun violence for 30 years in Los Angeles, has said, which is that we live in a loveless society, and it feels like a loveless society. I will continue to do everything I can in conjunction with all other elected officials, and just as importantly, in conjunction with all activists and community leaders who are trying to present a grassroots solution to what's going on here. I'll continue to do whatever we can in these incredibly difficult times. Ms. Johansson, is there anything else?
I just was going to ask you, a lot of people are frustrated, and this is going to go to everybody, but they're very frustrated with all city leaders, that nothing is being done, that they're
Well, I totally understand the level of frustration. It's frustration that I feel as well. And I think that the truth is that elected officials are accountable. They should be accountable. And I do understand why people who are frightened and people who are concerned about their public safety rightly are frustrated with city leaders. But having said that, I don't think it's fair to say that our police commissioner is doing nothing. I think our police commissioner is doing a lot. And I think our police commissioner is doing a lot with our office after she came up with some ideas and we came up with some ideas, and we will continue to do that. I think that there are some positive signs. I'll give you one of them. So, as you know, for 3 years, actually more, I have been strongly advocating for actual forensic resources that would meet the challenge. We heard almost no progress for most of that time. At the beginning of the budget process in Philly, we heard that City Council was going to come up with $500,000, which sounds like something, but it was only 1% of what was needed. It was more of a headline than a reality. Well, that $500,000 then turned into $5 million. You're now at 10% of the resources that are needed for a state-of-the-art brand new lab that would be adequate to handle the needs of the city. But the news gets better than that. And some of that news is actually going to be covered at a Black Clergy press conference at 1 o'clock today at 33rd and Dauphin. The news that's getting better is that within the state money, this tremendous amount of pandemic-related relief funds, there are now significant funds that at least have the potential to be taken along with the $5 million and become a $50 million pot that could do what we need to do, which is have the forensics that would help hardworking detectives meet an almost unmanageable challenge, right? So, you know, that is the work of a lot of people. It's not just an idea of a few people. That is a conversation. I could list 20 people who've been in that conversation. I think it would be unfair to say that they are doing nothing. In fact, I think that they are doing some significant things. But having said all of that, I remain committed to talking to, meeting with, spending time working with any and everybody in elected office who is serious about things that actually work and is serious about not simply going back to failure, but going forward towards things that work. Isabel Sanchez, do you have a question?
I do have an English one from one of my colleagues who could not be here. What is your response to the Pennsylvania Attorney General's office preparing the Elon Greenberg case back to your office?
So, my response is this. The Ellen Greenberg case is one in which I represented the victim many, many years ago. And because I represented the victim many, many years ago, when we came into office, I referred it to the AG's office because it was a potential conflict. They contacted me last week and said that they think they have a potential conflict as well. So the reason it's being sent back to us is that under the appropriate legislation, it's sent back to us for us to send it out again to a different prosecutor, and by law that would have to be a prosecutor's office that is contiguous to Philadelphia County. For those of you who don't know what we're talking about, Ms. Greenberg was a bright young woman, very promising, who was found fatally injured from a number of stab wounds, and there was some debate within the medical examiner's office. Initially, it was characterized as a suspicious death, and it was then within a number of days characterized as having been a suicide. So in my private capacity as a civil rights and defense attorney back then, the family of this young woman hired me to look into the possibility that it was a homicide rather than a suicide. Obviously, there's very limited things that I can say about that. And for that reason, it was a clear conflict when I became the prosecutor for them to come to me and say to me, now you need to make these decisions. That's the history there. This is not, there is no open pending criminal matter because the determination some years before I was ever in office by the Philadelphia DA's office at a time when Jen Selber was the chief of the homicide unit was that it was not a homicide. Coincidentally, Jen Selber is now in the AG's office. But at any rate, after a few years of the AG's office holding that case, they have determined they think that there is a different conflict, and therefore it's being sent to us only momentarily in order to be sent to another county so we can make sure whatever decision is made is not burdened by any conflict. Is there anything else?
Follow-up to that, though,
Yes. Chester, Bucks, Delco, assuming there are not other conflicts. Anything else, Ms. Sanchez? Yes, I'm sorry. I have to apologize. I'm sorry, I don't know your name offhand. Can you please tell me? Okay. Yes.
Any updates on the charges for the team in relation to the beating of the 7th-year-old?
Joanne?
Hi. Two teens have been charged. They've been charged as adults, both with third-degree murder and conspiracy. No other charges for anybody else. The investigation still is ongoing. No evidence to make any other arrests at this time.
Joanne, while you're there, on the 96-year-old woman the 96-year-old woman was murdered.
Yes.
What do you said her son was charged with?
Miss Johnston's son was charged with murder and pick. Miss Johnston was actually beaten to death by her son.
And what can you tell us about the motive?
I can't tell you much about the motive. Her son lived with her. He was 59 years old. He was charged yesterday with murder and possession of an instrument of crime.
What can you tell us about their...
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We are going to take another quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us as we're just getting this update from Philadelphia DA as well as other officials on gun crimes there in the city. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. Taking you out to Atlantic City, we have the Vice President, Kamala Harris. She is speaking at the NAACP National Convention. Let's listen.
NAACP. Thank you. So to the Board of Directors, chapter presidents, AXO and Next Gen leaders, and the entire NAACP membership. To Secretary Marcia Fudge, who is with us today. To my pastor, Reverend Dr. Amos C. Brown. To all of you, greetings, greetings. I just want to, if you don't mind for a moment, take a moment of personal privilege to talk about Dr. Brown. He has been on this journey with me every step of the way from when I first thought about running for public office almost 2 decades ago. And he has been such a voice of leadership, moral leadership, and leadership in our nation. And so I want to thank you, Dr. Brown, for all that you are, all that you are. So as many of you know, I am a proud lifetime member of this organization. And I have had the distinct pleasure of addressing this conference many times over the years, and I am honored today to address you for the first time as Vice President of the United States. And I stand today on the shoulders of the legendary lawyers of this organization: Thurgood Marshall, Charles Hamilton Houston, Constance Baker Motley, who were, of course, among the greatest heroes of the civil rights movement. Just last March, I stood in the Rose Garden at the White House with Miss Michelle Duster, the great-granddaughter of a founder of the NAACP and one of our nation's greatest journalists, Ida B. Wells. And we were there to address some very unfinished business of this organization, which was to watch President Joe Biden sign the Emmett Till Anti-Lynching Act. I was proud to introduce that act when I was in the United States Senate, along with Senator Cory Booker, New Jersey's own, and Congressman Bobby Rush, who I think is here but has been a great leader over the years. This legislation was the result of years of determined action by civil rights organizations, including the NAACP. Even though it took a staggering 122 years to finally make lynching a federal crime, but it must be said, even though it took that long, the NAACP was never deterred and always determined. Core to the identity of this organization is the unwavering commitment to move our nation forward, no matter how long it might take. For more than a century, the NAACP has fought to ensure the well-being of Black communities and, by extension, all communities in our country. This organization has fought to secure for all people the rights guaranteed in our nation's Constitution, driven by the ability to see America as it can be, unburdened by what has been. This organization and the people who make up this organization, well, we see a nation in which the promise of opportunity, of justice, of freedom can be made real for all people. And I bring you greetings from our President, Joe Biden, who wants to make clear that he and I, of course, share in the vision of the NAACP. You see, we see and are prepared to address the disparities that are holding so many people back in our nation. Disparities that we see in education, in economic opportunity, in housing, healthcare, and more. To address those disparities and to advance the fight for civil rights, President Biden and I have put equity at the center of all that we do. And that begins with our children. The great Thurgood Marshall once said that every child has a right, I will now quote, to an equal start in life and an equal opportunity to reach their potential. I believe to move our nation forward, we must fight to make sure all of the children of our community have that equal opportunity of which he spoke. And that is why, together, all of us here fought to extend the child tax credit, which lifted nearly 40% of Black children out of poverty last year alone. It is why we passed a tax cut to give working families up to $8,000 a year to give folks more room in their budgets to buy for their children food, medication, and school supplies. It is why we are fighting to make sure home health care is accessible and affordable, because we all know we have far too many children, for example, in our communities who have disabilities, and their parents need support. They need help. And so this is the work we are doing. And finally, because we know that when we invest in the education of our children, we are really investing in the future of our nation. That is why, as Madam Vice Chair mentioned, we invested an historic $5.8 billion, that's with a B, $billion in our HBCUs, so they will remain the center of academic excellence. Leaders of the NAACP, to move our nation forward, we must also, as has been discussed, make sure that our mothers, our daughters, our sisters, and our aunties have the health care that they need to thrive. And that is why we are leading the fight to address the maternal health crisis. Today in America, Black women are 3 times as likely to die from pregnancy-related causes. Native American women are more than twice as likely to die. Rural women are more than 1.5 times more likely to die. So we have elevated, for an obvious reason, the issue of maternal health, so it will be a national priority. And building on the work that we have all done together over the years, for the first time, I was proud to convene women from around the country at the White House to discuss this critical issue. And we took action then, because it can't just be about words, to provide resources to hire and train doulas, to advance culturally competent care, and to research the contributors to maternal mortality, because included in those contributors are racial bias in the healthcare delivery system. Included in those contributors are the stressors that Black women face in life. And we need to research and make clear and speak honestly about all of those issues, again, as a national priority. In addition, we worked with states to expand Medicaid postpartum, because the way it had been working, Medicaid was covering 2 months postpartum. Now, she just gave birth to a human being. So we are now extending and working with states that it will be expanded to 12 months of postpartum care. And that will benefit over 250,000 women. Leaders of the NAACP, to continue to move our nation forward, we must also take action to address the economic inequities that are holding back so many people in our nation, which is why, together, we are fighting to build more opportunity for wealth in our communities. For example, we are investing billions of dollars in minority and women entrepreneurs. We are addressing systemic inequities in home ownership, which of course is an issue this organization has been fighting for years as integral to the civil rights movement. And as you know, it is because of a clear history of segregation, restrictive covenants, and redlining that long denied Black homeowners the opportunity to take full advantage of the wealth-building power of home ownership. That inequity continues today in the home appraisal system. So I am proud that our administration, led by Secretary Marcia Fudge, is working to eliminate racial bias in home appraisals so that Black and Latino families can fully realize the true value of their homes and pass that value to their children and grandchildren. Home ownership is one of the greatest sources in the community of intergenerational wealth. However, we know that still, in this ongoing fight for civil rights on housing, that we are hearing the cases of, for example, a Black family trying to sell their home, and they get the appraisal, and they just know it is not the true value of their home. And so you've heard the stories about how they'll then encourage friends of the family, a white family, to come in, and then the white family will put the pictures up of their family, and then that appraisal gets done, and it's for a much higher value. Same house, same neighborhood. So this is a real issue, and with the leadership of Marsha Fudge, we are dealing with that. And finally, we know that to protect this progress, the progress we have achieved so far, and to ensure justice for all, we must have better representation on our federal courts. And with your support, I am proud to say that our administration has appointed the most diverse group of judges in the history of the United States, including a woman who I have come to know and admire, who is the first Black woman appointed to the United States Supreme Court, Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson. We got to stand for that one. So, leaders of the NAACP, together we have fought hard to move our nation forward. And yet, we must recognize there are those who are fighting to drag us backward. Extremist, so-called leaders who are attempting to undermine our democracy and assault our most fundamental freedoms: the freedom to be safe from gun violence, the freedom to make decisions about our own bodies, and the freedom to vote. So I will address them in turn. First, the freedom from gun violence. So recently, I visited Buffalo, New York, to attend the funeral of an 86-year-old grandmother who went to the grocery store after, as she often did, spending the day with her husband, who was in a nursing home, Mrs. Whitfield. I went to Highland Park, Illinois, where there were strollers and lawn chairs scattered up and down a street where there was supposed to be a parade for July 4th. There, as in Uvalde, Texas, as in Greenwood, Indiana, just last night, and in so many communities across our nation, scenes of ordinary life have been turned into war zones by horrific acts of gun violence. Mass shootings have made America a nation in mourning. And it's not only the mass shootings. We see it in our communities every day. And it is no less tragic or outrageous. Think about it. Black people are 13% of America's population, but make up 62% of gun homicide victims. This issue of the need for reasonable gun safety laws is a real issue when we are talking about the civil right, the right that all communities should have to live in a place that is safe without weapons of war running those streets. And understand, the number of guns manufactured in this country tripled over the last 20 years. Today, we have more guns in our nation than people. So earlier this month, the President signed the first federal gun safety law in nearly 30 years, and it was an important and necessary step. But we need to do more. We must repeal the liability shield that protects gun manufacturers. And we must renew the assault weapons ban. You know, an assault weapon, like many things, there's a design, there's a purposeful design. Well, for the assault weapon, the design is to kill a lot of human beings quickly. There is no reason for weapons of war on the streets of America. We must also take steps to protect other fundamental freedoms, including the freedom for a woman to make decisions about her own body. And you know, on this subject, it's important to note that to support a woman's ability, not her government, but her, to make that decision does not require anyone to abandon their faith or their beliefs. It just requires us to agree the government shouldn't be making that decision for her. And think about it. For the first time in generations, the United States Supreme Court, the highest court of our land, the former court of Thurgood Marshall, took a constitutional right that had been recognized from the people of America, from the women of America. We know, NAACP, that our country has a history of claiming ownership over human bodies. And today, extremist so-called leaders are criminalizing doctors and punishing women for making health care decisions for themselves. Personal decisions that is her right to make in consultation with her doctor, her pastor, her priest, her rabbi, her loved ones, not her government telling her what to do. And these so-called leaders, so-called, claim that, well, you know, we just think that this is a decision that should be made by the folks in the states. People in the states can vote on this, right? But at this moment, many of those same so-called leaders are the same ones who are passing laws to restrict the ability of people to vote. Laws, they're passing laws, the same people. Laws that ban drop boxes and restrict early voting. Laws that make it illegal to give people food and water for waiting in line to vote. Undemocratic laws, un-American laws. You know, I asked my team to remember Venn diagrams, those 3 circles, right? And then let's just see where they overlap. So I asked my team, I said, you know, do a Venn diagram on 2 circles for me, and in particular, the overlap of states that are attacking the freedom to vote and attacking women's freedoms over their own bodies. There are 10 states that are doing both. Here's the point. Our freedoms are all connected. Consider the freedom to vote. The freedom to vote is the freedom that unlocks all others. It is a catalyst for economic justice, for social justice, for racial justice. And generations of leaders gave their sweat, their tears, their blood in its defense. You know, earlier this year, many of us were together in Selma, Alabama, as we have been before, this year to commemorate the 57th anniversary of Bloody Sunday. Standing there, shoulder to shoulder, with leaders who return to the Edmund Pettus Bridge every year, it was clear, while we honor the history of the movement, we must recognize the dream of the movement remains unfinished. So, no matter how many times they push us back, we will continue to march forward. And we will pass the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act and the Freedom to Vote Act. Friends, freedom, liberty, and democracy are on the ballot this fall. And we need to make sure that our voices are heard. There is a midterm coming up in about, I think it's 113 days, maybe 112 days. 112 days. We're not going to be able to get these days back. So each one of these days, we must, with a sense of urgency, ensure that the American people know their vote matters, it is their voice, that the right to vote is something that the leaders of this organization and its founders knew to be at the core of all of the other rights and freedoms to which we are entitled. So we know what we need to do, and in particular, to protect the freedom to vote and a woman's right to make decisions about her own body, we need people who will defend our rights up and down the ballot, from district attorneys to state attorneys general, from local sheriffs to governors. And we need 2 more votes in the United States Senate. We will not, and the President has been clear, we will not let the filibuster stand in our way of our most essential rights and freedoms. So leaders of the NAACP, together we have accomplished much, but we still have much to do. To move our nation forward, President Biden and I ask for you to do what you have always done. Continue to build coalitions of Americans of all ages and races and backgrounds. Continue to do so with the knowledge that we have so much more in common than what separates us. Continue to activate and organize communities in every state. Continue to use your power to fight for our shared vision of America. And as I often will refer to her, the great Coretta Scott King, who joined the NAACP as a young college student, once said the freedom must be earned and won in each and every generation. Today, and I look at the young leaders here in particular, yes? Today it is our collective turn, but we're counting on you all. Because today we have been called to create a more fair, more equal, and more just America. So today, let us recommit to answering the call. God bless you, and God bless the United States of America.
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We are going to take another quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More to come. We're back out here for you on Live Now from Fox, taking you out to New York here, where Governor Kathy Hochul and other New York officials are talking about agriculture industry in New York. Let's listen.
Very appreciative to the governor for all of her support in agriculture and being down here today to make a very good and very important presentation. So without further ado, welcome, Governor.
Thank you, Rob. Thank you very much. Good morning. It's great to be at a brewery this early in the morning. Long Island Brewery, and there's over 50 breweries here on Long Island, and it's part of our whole ecosystem of creating jobs, but also making it more fun to be on Long Island. I want to thank Rob for the work he does with the Long Island Farm Bureau, but also we have Commissioner Richard Ball, who's been our incredible Commissioner of Agriculture, who I see at farms all over the state, and we wanted to make sure we put a special emphasis on farms as we emerge from the pandemic. I wanted to challenge people across the state and help us define the future of farming going forward, and that's what this is all about. We know the challenges that exist. We also see incredible opportunities, and we think about how we get through the challenges in partnership with the agricultural community, because they have been there for us. We need to be there for them. I come from a farming family way back in Ireland. Those are my roots. I have families who have pubs to this day over in Ireland, so I know coming to a place like the Long Island Brewery here, this is a place I feel comfortable, and I want them to know that we can understand what they need from all of us. And that was the purpose of having this forum here today. I am launching here today a series of statewide farm conversations where we can listen to the people who are the most affected by what is going on in on the globe, but also in our country and also here in the state of New York, and get the reaction. What can we working? What can we be doing better? How do we reimagine farming as we go forth? We are also going to be culminating in a major summit. We'll be inviting the Secretary of Agriculture from Washington to come up and have a major conversation about really positioning New York State to be the leader as we go forth and venture into this post-pandemic world. I want to make sure we also address their needs with respect to affordable housing. I mean, that's a big issue we hear on Long Island, everybody. But for the workers who come here, some of them seasonally, on visas, they need to have a safe, secure place to stay that is affordable. So I have worked very hard to put forth an affordable housing plan, $25 billion. We'd like to build more in these communities to help them meet the needs of the workers, and we heard about, or meet the needs of the employers. We heard that today in our conversations. Also, making sure that we deal with the high cost of farming overall. Look at the cost of fuel for them, the unprecedented increase in diesel and running their farm equipment. So we're working on ways to ensure that they have tax credits. We increase the tax credits for them to be able to invest in their infrastructure and invest in, have capital investments. We're also helping them with their worker retention costs. We've doubled the tax credit for workers, as well as picking up the increase that will accrue if there is to be an increase in the overtime law or decrease in the overtime hours. So we're going to be working with them on that as well. So I wanted to just thank everybody for what they're doing. Let them know that this is really such an important part of our state's economy. It's, when people from elsewhere think of New York, they don't always think of agriculture, but that's what we live and breathe in our state. From Montauk up to the North Country over to the Southern Tier, we are known for agriculture elsewhere, and I want to make sure that we lean into addressing the challenges. That is what we are focused on today, and I want to open up to any questions we might have as we talk about continuing our investments in everything we're doing at the state level. Yeah. Any on topics? Any on?
I'm sorry, so I thought there would be an announcement about $38 million for land preservation?
$38 million in land awards for 40 farms, yes, $38 million. We talked about that, but $38 million for 40 farms that are going to have be available. It's 11,000 acres of land will be protected now, and that is a very significant announcement to make sure that we are continuing to invest money. Farmers can't just be asked to save their land forever. There has to be incentives behind it, so we've announced $38 million.
And where is that?
40 farms throughout the state.
Are any of them on Long Island?
Yes. I can get that for you. Okay. Do you know?
We have two quite close by. Yes.
Go ahead.
I don't have the names in my head. We'll get them for you. We're approaching, in New York State, over 100,000 acres that has been preserved through our farmland preservation program. It's been a great program. New York has leapt to the front on this, and one of the top 5 states in the country in preserving land. So,
What's the source of funding for this latest effort?
this was put in the budget. It comes out of the EPF. We've been consistently investing in farmland preservation for a number of years now, catching up in a big way. And it's been a great tool to help young farmers get on the land, but also, keep, as we learned over the last couple of years of COVID-19, it's so important to have a food shed right here. We don't want to depend on another country, another region for our food. So let's make sure that in New York State we have a responsive, resilient food system right here. So this is an important part, and the governor supported that wholeheartedly. In keeping, farmland here in New York State, keeping the food coming to where it needs to go. Good.
Thank you. I have 3 different topics. I apologize. I can just shoot them out. Monkeypox vaccine, the rollout, sharks, covering it every day here on Long Island, Governor, and then the shootings in the city. So those are my 3 questions. Do you want to do one at a time, or do you want to just do them at a time? Do one at a time, okay. Perfect. So sharks, I know you have a new plan for sharks. We're covering it every day here on Long Island. Can you talk about it? Right. Our beaches are such an important part of our attraction. Why people love living here, why they want to visit here, and we need to keep our beaches safe. So we announced that we're going to have a coordinated effort for patrolling, whether it's land, sea, or air. We are going to be having more robust patrols on the shorelines, also more boat patrols out there in the waters. Our DEC and our parks are teaming up together, as well as drones and air surveillance. So we can notify people of the presence of sharks as soon as they're detected. Red flags go up on the beach. People are to clear the water for at least an hour, and that way we can protect people. So it's earlier notification, but it's a more coordinated effort, as well as adding more lifeguards to the beaches for surveillance. So hitting on all strides, working also with our federal partners on the surveillance as well, and tracking of schools of sharks to make sure we know exactly where they're going to be, so we can continue enjoying the beautiful beaches here in New York State. Right, and we've been in communication. I speak every single week with the White House about how many more doses we can receive, And we point out the fact that New York State should get a higher percentage of the doses. They are limited. They came from one source in Europe. So the supply has been frustrating for us. But I will be announcing, I think Wednesday or Thursday, a major increase in the doses coming to the state of New York. That was promised to us, and we hope to get that verified literally in a matter of days. So, yeah, we do have an increase. We have more cases here in New York than elsewhere. That's not unexpected. We have vulnerable communities. Fire Island, for example, we're making sure we're focusing on getting the doses necessary to cover that area. Suffolk County has had a number of cases, 4 cases, Nassau has 3, and New York City has 490 cases. So, no, pardon me? Oh, absolutely, absolutely. We already had an allocation of the doses to Long Island. As far, I thought I had that number. Suffolk County has 2,500 doses, Nassau 1,600, and but these are allocated by the federal government. So we get a larger inventory from them. Literally, I expect to hear a notification this week that it should be coming in the next week or so. So really, help is on the way, and we continue to press this because it's important. It's good to know there is a vaccine, but if there's not enough, it doesn't help people. So. And last question, another really difficult weekend in the city as far as shootings goes. Yes, and that's why just last week in Brooklyn, I convened a group of individuals who are known as the violence disruptors. These are the community organizations where there's literally people on the ground who are working with young people, working with young adults, and trying to get them to find a different path in life, and also to be warning systems, letting us know when there's violence expected to outbreak based on what they see happening in the community hands-on. So we tripled the amount of money going to those organizations, so that's an important part of it. I also received a very promising report from our first in the nation interstate gun violence task force, where we interdict guns across state lines. 9 states are working together. And I'll be meeting with them in another week or two to talk about their continued efforts. But we have seen the confiscation of guns in the state of New York is up at least 4 times of what it had been over this time last year and previous years. And it doesn't feel like it. I'm not trying to diminish the real sense of concern that people are having about gun violence, but the number of shootings is down about 12% in the city, about 8% statewide. So we're seeing trending in the right direction, but our goal is to end it. Our goal is to end it and make sure that we protect people with the laws we passed, the red flag laws, making sure that you can't have an AR-15 under the age of 21. And so we have tough laws in place, as well as the concealed carry legislation, which we're developing right now. It's due September 1st. So we've been having a lot of high-level meetings to talk about what that's going to look like, what the sensitive places are where you cannot carry guns, even legally. So we have a lot of work to do, but it's important. It's really important that we continue to focus on this day and night. This is my #1 priority, is keeping New Yorkers safe.
Just a quick follow-up with the monkeypox. You answered most of the questions we have, but a lot of people have been unhappy in saying that the rollout has been slow, and I just want to know what your comment was to the.
Right. We are the pass-through. The federal government gives the direct allocation to New York City. So that's a direct relationship with New York City on the rollout and how many they have. We have the rest of the state. There have not been as many cases, so we're working in coordination with the city to help them out, as well as continuing the call to get more doses. It'll be so much easier, just like with the vaccines for COVID. The long lines and the frustration, the stress all evaporated once there was a steady supply that met the need. That's what we're on the cusp of getting, just hopefully in a matter of very short time. That's what I've been told by the White House.
Okay, thanks everyone.
All right.
Watching live now from Fox, everyone. That was New York governor there at the very end of that news conference talking about the crime and violence there in not only in New York City, but also the state as well. Hi, everyone. Mike Page here. Thanks so much for joining us here today on Live Now from Fox. I want to show you what the Dow is looking at. It is shedding its gains right now as it was up much higher throughout the early morning trading hours. And right now we're just above 65 points there in the green. So we'll definitely take a look at this throughout the day here on this first day of trading for the week. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. I want to go out now to Chicago, where the mayor and other city officials talking about the Chicago recovery plan coming back from everything from the pandemic.
And it is always good to be here on the West Side. The West Side, I guess I've heard, is the best side. I'm a South Sider, so I guess. First of all, we want to say thank you to the entire Caroline Center team who's here, Ed and Sharon. Thank you so much for hosting us. They are a recipient of city funding, and this is just a beautiful venue for events. So thank you to the Caroline Center. And to all of you, the small business owners, the investors who are here, the community members who've helped identify a lot of these projects as a priority. What Mayor Lightfoot stands for is inclusive economic development. And what we're doing today is really a testament to all of you, because she made a priority with our partners in City Council to do the first social impact bond in the history of the city. And that's what's making this announcement possible today, where we will announce over 79 projects winning nearly $50 million of grants, mobilizing over $100 million of investment. So let's get this show on the road. It is my honor to announce and bring up the alderman for this ward, a great ally of the administration, Alderman Taliaferro.
Good morning, everyone. I say good morning, everyone. Whenever there's $100 million being given away, you got to show that reaction to it. So good morning, everyone. Yes, there's some smiling faces out there today. The first thing I did, well, first let me welcome you all to the 29th Ward. And as Samir said, this place where you're sitting now and where we stand now is a recipient of a grant in the city of Chicago so that we as a community can come together for occasions just like this. I believe this may be one of the only professional performing arts studios or stage in the west side of Chicago. So let's give it up to the Caroline Center. And we thank them so much for their hospitality and once again allowing us to come here and meet in their space. They have made this open to the community, and that was their plan from the very beginning, and it is their plan to keep doing that. So I thank them so much. Well, I won't stand up here and speak long, because I do want to say that I'm very proud that we could sit out here today and really look at what the city has done when it comes down to bringing growth to the west side and south side of Chicago. You know, when we look at reducing violence and when we look at building economic development, we think of programs, over $100 million invested in our communities and more to come. If we want to look at reducing violence, get folks jobs, and that has always been the premise of reducing violence, bringing jobs and other resources to communities so that we can prosper as a people. So I thank you, Mayor, and I thank your administration so much for putting a focus on bringing these resources. Guys, let's give our mayor and welcome our mayor, Mayor Lori E. Lightfoot, to the podium.
Thank you for that welcome, and thank you, everyone, for being here. As Samir said, this would not be possible without collaboration and partnership with the members of the City Council. I want to recognize, in addition to Alderman Taliaferro, the other members of the City Council who are here supporting their businesses that are grant recipients. Let me start with Alderman Jim Kappelman. Alderman, why don't you stand up and give us a little wave? Another West Sider, Alderman Irvin, who's here. A South Sider who apparently got lost on his way someplace else. Alderman Howard Brookins, thank you, sir, for being here. And I'm going to call him a near West Sider. That's Alderman Dan Laspada. Thank you, Dan, for being here. In addition, we have the Department of Planning and Development Commissioner Maurice Cox. We have POTR Board Chair Jennifer Guzman, and of course all of our finalists, two of whom you'll get to hear from in a moment. You can clap for that. Economic development has to be intentional. You have to set the course, you have to have a vision, and you have to execute with fidelity. Back in April of 2020, when I will say I had hoped that the pandemic would be over sometime that fall, not 2+ years in, we started to think seriously about what do we need to do to recover from the pandemic, and not just recover economically, but think about what we needed to do to bring healing to our city, to make sure that people had good jobs, that we were restitching the social safety net. And so Chicago became the first city in the country to publish a written plan for recovery, which we published in July of 2020. And we've been executing on that with fidelity ever since. And how we do this, obviously, is building real opportunity in our neighborhoods, to understand where the challenges are, but also where the opportunities are. And you heard from other speakers that just this past May, we kicked off the Community Development Grant Program by announcing our first cohort of finalists, which were awarded a collective $33.6 million. We're here today to top that.
All right.
This is our second cohort. As you heard, 79 different recipients of funds that will make a difference, not only in helping realize their own individual entrepreneurial dreams, but to make sure that we are continuing to build healthy, strong communities, walkable communities by putting in restaurants, walkable communities by adding to retail, but also professional services and other things that the community has said that they need. That's what today is about. So the Community Development Grant Program is a part of the Chicago Recovery Plan, which represents a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to create an equity-based economic and investment strategy that will lead to sustainable economic recovery from COVID-19. So let me just spend a moment on this word, sustainable. We don't want one and done. We want to create economic opportunity that catalyzes an area, catalyzes a block, a street, a neighborhood. And I'm going to talk to you in a moment about a couple of examples of that. That is, ladies and gentlemen, what equitable economic recovery looks like. The Community Development Grant Program is an important part of this effort as it's centered around our commitment to strengthening local business corridors and enhancing neighborhood vitality. It's run by DPD and expands on and enhances economic development programs already in place, like the Neighborhood Opportunity Fund, the Small Business Improvement Fund, and TIF financing, all of which have already invested over $350 million in local community development projects over the arc of my.
We're going to take a quick 2-minute break here for some of you. Stay right here with us. More Live Now from Fox coming up.
We saw in 2021, where we had a remarkable economic recovery, ending with 173 companies either relocating to Chicago or expanding the Chicago footprint, branding 12 unicorns that are businesses that are valued with at $1 billion or more. And we've seen that we are continuing to go on that path yet this year. So economic development, which features relocations and expansions, low unemployment, and economic development is what we are about. In order to keep this momentum up, we have to make sure that all of our neighborhoods are part of that recovery, and that's why the Community Development Grant Program will help us do just that. So today, 79 projects will be financed. These finalists hail excuse me, from 36 different community areas. They will collectively receive $49 million in recovery funds, making the amount of investment this year almost $83 million, and we're not done yet. And of the 79 projects that we're announcing today, $20 million of that will be in Invest Southwest community areas. And folks, we are on track this year to get to $2 billion in Invest Southwest projects by the end of this year. And Austin, of course, is one of the communities that is featured in Invest Southwest. We prioritize Austin and other areas of the West Side. I want to talk for a moment about what's happening along the Chicago Avenue corridor in particular. You can see the change that has come. And that is precisely because of Invest Southwest multi-pronged investment approach, which utilizes public funds and private and philanthropic dollars. We announced Invest Southwest here in Austin almost 3 years ago. Over at the May Creations, which was an NOF grantee. Their collaboration has strengthened the ecosystem and opportunity and resources we've been working to build on the West Side. You've heard me say this many times. As the West Side goes, so does the city of Chicago. If we can turn around the fortunes of the West Side, we can do it anywhere in our city. And 7 of our grant recipients are Austin-based businesses, and 4 of them are on the rapidly growing Chicago Avenue priority corridor. One of these businesses is Bannon Berries, which is partnered with, you can clap now, which is partnered with Juan Teague to provide residents and visitors alike a new place to hang out and have breakfast or lunch. And if you've not patronized Bannon Berries in Lincoln Park, you are in for a treat when they come to the West Side. So the revitalization work being done along the Chicago Avenue corridor and in Austin writ large are just 2 examples of our commitment to investing in historically underserved communities across our city and ensuring that our residents have what they need to thrive right in their neighborhood. Nobody should have to travel miles and miles and miles across the city to have access to the amenities that many of us take for granted. We need to plant those flags in our neighborhoods throughout our city. And I'm sure many of you noticed we're here celebrating over 40 food-related businesses, which will help bring healthy, fresh food options to residents. I want to highlight in particular, our commitment isn't just about making sure that we have restaurant options for people in neighborhoods. We need to be solving problems, one of which is making sure that we continue to eliminate the food deserts that plague too many of our communities. And one of those solutions that's getting support today is from Yellow Banana, which will be acquiring and refurbishing 6 Save-A-Lots across the city, including one in Auburn Gresham. Michael Nance, co-founder and managing director of 127 Wall Holdings, will explain in more detail shortly, but we are very excited to be supportive of this work to close the food deserts in our city. And particularly the Auburn Gresham community has been calling for these kinds of resources. I see you, Carlos. I see you. Carlos Nelson of the Greater Auburn Gresham Community Development Organization. Auburn Gresham has been calling for exactly this kind of solution, and we are very, very happy to be answering the community by providing this opportunity to Yellow Banana. So we're here to support Yellow Banana in their effort to provide our residents with quality, healthy, and affordable food stores that are comfortable and enjoyable to shop in. And let me say that one more time. We want to make sure that the shopping experience of people on the South and the West Side is every bit as enjoyable as downtown and on the North Side. Our residents deserve no less. They and the rest of our grant recipients are prime examples of what the city letting local residents lead when it comes to identifying the resources they want in their community. I hope you now know, for 3+ years in, that we don't do for community, we do with community, which starts with listening and making sure we understand what the needs are, and then work in partnership and collaboration to fulfill the wishes of the community. And the Auburn Gresham issue is just one of many examples of that. So I want to say congratulations to all of today's finalists. I'm thankful to each of you, as well as every business that applied for this grant, for stepping up to help fulfill a need within their respective communities. And for those who are still out there and looking for funding for your entrepreneurial idea to bring a catalytic vision to your community, please don't forget that our next round of applications closes on August 19th. There is time. And we want to make sure that we see you applying for this funding. You can go to the Department of Planning website, and they'll be more than happy to help you with applications. So on behalf of myself and the leaders that I represent here in city government, we are grateful for you. We look forward to watching your businesses thrive, and congratulations to the 79 finalists today. And with that, let me bring up Commissioner Cox, who will walk us through what the finalists are and who is getting the dollars and the support. So, Commissioner Cox.
All right, good morning.
Good morning.
Oh, it feels so good to be back on the West Side. This is the Kiron Center. We can rename it the room where it happens, because this is seriously where it all began for us. I think in January of 2020, we were gathered here, hundreds. Some of that beautiful artwork you see was commissioned for that occasion so that we could listen to what West Side neighborhoods wanted. And then no less than 12 months later, we were here to announce the first 3 Invest Southwest investments. And just months from now, we will be breaking ground on those catalytic investments in Inglewood, in Auburn Gresham, and right here in Austin. So I'm thrilled that we can now drill down at all levels of this recovery. So I have to thank Deputy Mayor Samir Mayakar for his vision, Alderman Tariferro, and the partnership we have with all of the aldermen. I saw Alderman Mitz come into the House. Wonderful to have you. And of course, Mayor Lightfoot, whose vision got this all started, and specifically her insistence that we're going to put this back in the hands of the people who live and work in our communities. So I'm thrilled to be in a room full of excited Chicagoans to share a bit of what equity inclusion looks like through this Neighborhood Recovery Plan grant program. 79 finalists. So that's a lot to get through. And we want to recognize each and every one of them because they are located on those streets and intersections which are the front doors of this community. And we've been talking about what we're trying to do from a pedestrian scale, and just imagine the idea of each of our neighborhoods operating as a 15-minute neighborhood. 15 minutes. That's 15 minutes from your door to the services you need every day without having to leave your community. That's what we're trying to do, and we believe that these 79 finalists contribute to creating that 15-minute neighborhood. It's about restoring the health, it's about creating local wealth, and it's about amplifying Mayor Lightfoot's kind of we will spirit that you've heard about in terms of our citywide.
I'm going to take another quick 2-minute break here. Stay right here with us on Live Now from Fox.
There were 600 applicants, 600 applicants. So we are looking at the best of those. And those who were not successful this time, if at first you don't succeed, what is it, try again. So August is coming, and we want to see those applications continue. So 49 million that then leverages almost 100 million of investment. And it is my honor and privilege to announce every one of them by name right now, okay? So, okay. So, as was said, there are a lot of categories. So we've grouped, well, let me grab my, okay. Yes, so we've grouped them by categories, ranging from, restaurants and cafes and taverns that are really, really critical to the quality of life. This is everything from a family-oriented restaurant to a fine dining experience. And we have those in our portfolio, five projects right here in Austin. And when I call your name, I'd like you to stand up and just bask in the applause and our admiration for the work you're setting out to do. So the five projects in this category of restaurants, cafes, and taverns in Austin, Batter and Berries. Can you stand up? All right. Spill the tea. Is Spill the Tea in the house? All right. The Urban Smoke Cafe. Urban Smoke Cafe. And La Calle Larga. La Calle Larga. All right. And last but not least, the Ave Cafe. All right. It's an amazing story because our partners there were able to start the Pop Cafe, the Pop Court, which is a public plaza, and no sooner did that happen than they secured a cafe that will happen next to the plaza. And you can see how these things build one after the other. Congratulations, Austin. So going across the city, as was announced, 36 different community areas are represented. So in Avondale, we have Thatu from Avondale. In Bridgeport, we have Sabor Ami. Sabor Ami. In East Garfield Park, we have Inspirations Kitchens. All right. Edgewater, it's the Great Lake. The Great Lake. In Inglewood, we have E.G. Wood. Are they here? E.G. Wood. All right. In Bronzeville, Pearl's Place is recipient. In Greater Grand Crossing, we have 401 East 75th Street Restaurant. In Humboldt Park, we have Irandi Restaurant. In Humboldt Park, we also have Moped Cafe. Moped Cafe, nice. And then on the lower west side, we have Tequera Palacio. In the near south side, we have southern Chicago. In New City, we have the Park Supper Club. In North Lawndale, we've got 1440. And in South Shore, we have NAFSI 1916. In South Shore as well, we have the Greenhouse Restaurant. In South Shore again, we have the Majani Food Emporium. And in Uptown, we have Marina's Cafe, LLC. So our final two restaurant and bar finalists are both in Edgewater, and both are LGBTQ owned. So WG Tavern in-house. And Nobody's Darling. Awesome. So yes, let's hear it for all those food and beverage restaurants, taverns that are coming to our neighborhoods. So now, let's move on to the second category, which is incredibly important, the food companies that are the part of a vital ecosystem of health and well-being in our neighborhoods. These include grocery stores, supermarkets, food vendors, and caterers. And each were selected in direct response to the community's voices that we've heard that so clearly and persistently identified that the desire for locally driven food vendors and markets. And this department and this administration is responding in a very, very big way. Again, when I call the names of your businesses, can you just please stand? So let's get ready here. As we'll hear later, one of the most significant collection is Yellow Banana, which is refurbishing 6 Save-A-Lot supermarkets in Auburn Gresham, in Rogers Morgan Park, in South Chicago, in South Shore, in West Garfield, and West Lawn. An amazing transformation is on its way. Next is Chicago Market, which will be occupying the historic Wilson Avenue CTA. Thank you, gentlemen. In a beautiful building at the CTA station in Uptown. Cannot wait. We also have Cultivate Collective Marketplace in Garfield Ridge. Are they here? And in West Garfield Park, we have Duell Fresh Market. In Clearing, we have Georgie's Catering Inc. In Bronzeville, we have Rome's Joy Catering. In Hermosa, we have the Right Bee Cidery. Awesome. And in Irving Park, we have Catherine Ann Confections. And in Bronzeville, we have the Little Black Pearl. In Edgewater, we have Hooked on Fish. Awesome. And in Logan Square, we have the Tiny Shop. Let's give all of these grocery stores and food purveyors a round of applause. Okay, wow, we're almost halfway there. So let's move on to the arts and culture organizations that mean so incredibly much to establishing our neighborhood character. So our finalists in this category, in Austin, we have the Front Porch Arts Center. In Grand Boulevard, we have the Goat Museum. In Hermosa, we have in Las Tablas, Performing Arts Center. In McKinley Park, we have McKinley Park Community Arts. On the near west side, we have the National Public Housing Museum. Here we go. Amazing journey. Can't wait. In Uptown, we have this Circus Esteem. And in Uptown again, we have the People's Music School. And in Humboldt Park, we have the Facility Theater Community Arts. Congratulations to all of you in the arts and culture category. So with our next set of projects, the city is supporting workplace improvements that provide job training and other resources through collaborative and shared office spaces that will be built out over the next few months. I think you all know the drill. I call your name, please stand. We've got the Third City Studio in Austin. In Chatham, 7900 South Drexel Avenue. In Inglewood, we have Studio 62. In North Lawndale, the Duo Development. Awesome. In Roseland, far south side, we have 9818 Lofts. In South Chicago, we have the Sherman Investment Group. And in South Shore, Harvest 20. Harvest 20. In West Garfield Park, Project HRC West. And in West Garfield, again, the historic Mirandor Building redevelopment. Congratulations again, and thank you so much for the work. 2 more cohorts to go. So our next group of projects provide professional and personal services for businesses, for entrepreneurs, for family members, and even extended family members, your cats and dogs. And so the projects in this category are RISE Training Academy in Auburn Gresham, in Beverly, the Viola Day Spa and Wellness Center. Awesome, all right. In Dunning, Wonderland Child Care. In East Garfield Park, Chasing Tails for You. In Humboldt Park, The Block. In South Chicago, The Modern Place. The Modern Place. In Westtown, we have Esperanza Community Services. In Avondale, we have Level Architecture. And in Chatham, we have the Bordeaux Griffin Design Center. Irving Park, the Building Project in Irving Park. In the Near West Side, Pup Stars Pet Care. And in South Shore, the South Shore Tile Company. So let's give all of the finalists in personal and professional services a round of applause. And to our final set of recipients, they offer, again, a wide range of business-to-business and personal services and products that reflect the mixed-use diversity of Chicago's economy is known for. And without further ado, they are Clark Tire.
All right, guys, listening in here as Chicago is talking about coming back from the pandemic, we are definitely all finding ways to try to find our way back after those long, lengthy years of being shut down. Let's go ahead, step away for a 2-minute break. We'll be switching gears when we return, going to be taking us out to even more events happening all across the country and around the world. It's all coming up here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Christy Larson here at the desk with you as we continue to keep you covered on all the top stories and press conferences that have been happening across our country. Let's go ahead and take a look at just some of the things we're still expecting to come down here this morning. We do have a press conference coming to us out of California where they're going to be announcing charges after there was a series of shootings taking place at 7-Eleven gas stations around South California. Official charges to be announced against these two suspects will be happening at the top of the hour. We'll be bringing that update to you right here live on Unfiltered. Plus, we do also have another press conference taking place out of the Philadelphia area where they did have a sexual assault take place at a train station, a person being held against their will at gunpoint. And finally, also another look here. We're waiting for a State Department press briefing. That's going to be happening here this morning as well. But let's go ahead and show you even more events that have been taking place across the country. It is Nelson Mandela International Day. We had some speakers at the United Nations General Assembly speaking about that, including not only keynote speech being made by Prince Harry himself, but also New York City Mayor Eric Adams kicking things off. Let's go ahead and listen into what was said just from earlier here today.
Thank you, Mr. President, Deputy Secretary General, Undersecretary General, Excellencies, and honored guests. Today we celebrate the life and legacy of Nelson Mandela. I also want to congratulate the Nelson Mandela Prize laureates. This day is so important because today many people around the globe are in dark places. They don't see a future for themselves, their families, or our planet. They're serving a life sentence of despair and hopelessness. I have been to the Robben Island prison where Nelson Mandela was imprisoned for 27 years. That small cell where he endured so much was a powerful sight. While he was in jail, he knew that where he was not who he was. And Nelson Mandela went on to become the president of the country that imprisoned him. As he himself once said, to be free is not merely to cast off one's chains, but to live in a way that respects and enhances the freedom of others. The freedom of others is what we must address now. The freedom to live a long and healthy life on this green and glorious earth. The freedom to see all the world's children and grandchildren flourish, as well as generations to come. The freedom from wars, conquest, and brutal inequality. The freedom from the racism and bigotry in which so many of these crimes are committed. The freedom to live, work, and love in our own way, according to our own choice. Freedom from want and freedom from fear. This world, a world that celebrates the human spirit instead of crushing it in the name of power and impossible. But no leader, however gifted or inspiring, can change the world alone. The people must be mobilized and political institutions must respond. We as leaders cannot fall back on excuses and inertia when the people demand change. We must be inspired by the courage of Nelson Mandela or Madiba, his given name. History cannot erase the 27 years he sacrificed in the name of freedom. But his example reminds us that the darkest times cannot quench our spirit or dim our hopes. My mother once said to me, if you find yourself in a dark place, you make the determination if this dark place is a burial or a planting. These dark times can and must be a planting. The ongoing crises of COVID, war, and crime have imprisoned us in our own Robben Island prisons. But these are temporary conditions. They're not life sentences. My own personal story is a reflection of that. I was dyslexic and denied support services as a child. I was arrested as a youth and felt rejected as a person. But I knew it was not the end, not a burial. And today I stand before you energized by all that I have endured on my journey too. Each of us must challenge the humanistic spirit of fortitude and forgiveness as we rise through the challenges of our time. That Mandela-like energy will allow us to turn our pain into purpose. It will allow us to turn those dark places into the plantings we need to assure a harvest of hope, equity, and peace. This planting means ending global poverty through sharing our worldwide wealth. It means giving Mother Earth the love she deserves by protecting our environment. It means affluent countries must share vaccines for all to help the spread of COVID-19. It means ending abuses against women and children across the globe. These tasks will not be easy. This is something we must focus on. The path is not straight. Victory is not assured. But hidden in the shadows of Mandela's story is our pathway forward. We must be courageous enough to examine the directions we are going and commit to doing the right thing. We must say to those who believe where they are is who they are, that they are all right, things can change. And that change cannot wait. You are husbands, wives, children, and members of this great race we call the human race. The work of planting must begin now with us. We must make sure the harvest feeds the hopes and dreams of all in the years to come. And New York City is ready to work with the world to make this future a reality. Long live the spirit of Madiba. Thank you.
I thank the Mayor of the City of New York for his statement.
All right, and as you can see, we do have this event continuing on. We're going to be hearing from keynote speaker Prince Harry when we return after this 2-minute break.
I now invite Prince Harry, the Duke of Sussex, who will deliver a keynote statement.
Good morning, everybody. And thank you to the President of the General Assembly, His Excellency, Mr. Abdullah Shahid, for the introduction. And thank you to the Nelson Mandela Foundation for inviting me to speak on this day of all days. And thank you to Secretary General Guterres and the United Nations, whose promise reflects Mandela's vision of a freer, more peaceful world, for hosting us today. It is an honor to join you all on Nelson Mandela International Day. Having spent time with many of Mandela's family members over the years, I speak to you today with humility, mindful of how much the man they loved means to so many. Those of us not fortunate enough to know Mandela well have come to understand the man through his legacy, the letters he wrote alone in his prison cell, the speeches he delivered to his people, and those incredible shirts that he sported. We've also come to know him through the photographs of a person who, even when confronting unimaginable cruelty and injustice, almost always had a smile on his face. For me, there's one photo in particular that stands out. On my wall and in my heart every day is an image of my mother and Mandela meeting in Cape Town in 1997. The photo was presented to me by the late Archbishop Desmond Tutu, whose friendship and inspiration were their own treasured gift. My wife and I had the honor of introducing our 4-month-old son to him back in 2019. But when I first looked at the photo, straight away what jumped out was the joy on my mother's face, the playfulness, cheekiness even, the pure delight to be in communion with another soul so committed to serving humanity. And then I looked at Mandela. Here was a man with the weight of the world on his shoulders, asked to heal his country from the wreckage of its past and transform it for the future. A man who had endured the very worst of humanity, vicious racism and state-sponsored brutality. A man who had lost 27 years with his children and family that he would never get back. 27 years. Yet in that photo and so many others, he is still beaming, still able to see the goodness in humanity, still buoyant with a beautiful spirit that lifted everyone around him. Not because he was blind to the ugliness, the injustices of the world, no, he saw them clearly. He had lived them, but because he knew we could overcome them. In our own time, a time of global uncertainty and division, when it's all too easy to look around and feel anger or despair, I've been inspired to go back to Mandela's writings for insight into how this could be, how he could experience so much darkness and always manage to find the light. There I found a few lines that stopped me in my tracks. In a letter from prison, he wrote, "I feel my heart pumping hope steadily to every part of my body, warming my blood and pepping up my spirits. I am convinced that floods of personal disaster can never drown a determined revolutionary. To a freedom fighter, hope is what a lifebelt is to a swimmer, a guarantee that one will keep afloat and free from danger." It moved me even more when I saw the date, August 1st, 1970, 7 years into Mandela's imprisonment, not even 1/3 of the way through. In those circumstances, how many of us would have lost hope and let our lifebelts slip away? How many of us would have been broken by a system designed to do exactly that? And let's be honest, how many of us are in danger of losing those lifebelts right now? How many of us feel battered, helpless, in the face of the seemingly endless stream of disasters and devastation. I understand. This has been a painful year in a painful decade. We're living through a pandemic that continues to ravage communities in every corner of the globe. Climate change wreaking havoc on our planet, with the most vulnerable suffering most of all. The few weaponizing lies and disinformation at the expense of the many. And from the horrific war in Ukraine to the rolling back of constitutional rights here in the United States, we are witnessing a global assault on democracy and freedom, the cause of Mandela's life. According to Freedom House, our world has grown less free every year for more than a decade and a half. As so often happens in history, the consequences of decisions made by some of the most powerful people in some of the wealthiest countries are being felt even more deeply across the continent of Africa. The pandemic, the war, and inflation have left Africa mired in a fuel and food crisis, the likes of which we have not seen in decades. Worse still, this comes at a time when the Horn of Africa is enduring the longest drought it's faced in close to half a century. And what is happening in Africa is not an isolated event. The drought there is a reflection of extreme weather we are seeing across the globe. As we sit here today, our world is on fire, again. And these historic weather events are no longer historic. More and more, they are part of our daily lives. And this crisis will only grow worse unless our leaders lead. Unless the countries represented by the seats in this hallowed hall make the decisions, the daring, transformative decisions that our world needs to save humanity. These decisions may not fit with the agendas of every political party. They may invite resistance from powerful interests. But the right thing to do is not up for debate. And neither is the science. The only question is whether we will be brave enough and wise enough to do what is necessary. So yes, this is a pivotal moment. A moment where multiple converging crises have given way to an endless string of injustices. A moment where ordinary people around the world are experiencing extraordinary pain. And in this moment, we have a choice to make. We can grow apathetic, succumb to anger, or yield to despair, surrendering to the gravity of what we're up against. Or we can do what Mandela did, every single day inside that 7 by 9 foot prison cell on Robben Island, and every day outside of it too. We can find meaning and purpose in the struggle. We can wear our principles as armor. Heed the advice Mandela once gave his son to never give up the battle even in the darkest hour, and find hope where we have the courage to seek it. Since I first visited Africa at 13 years old, I've always found hope on the continent. In fact, for most of my life, it has been my lifeline, a place where I've found peace and healing time and time again. It's where I felt closest to my mother and sought solace after she died, and where I knew I had found a soulmate in my wife. And it's where so much of my work is why my work is based there. Because despite continued hardship, there are people across Africa who embody Mandela's spirit and ideals, building on the progress he helped make possible. I see it in the communities fighting to save the Okavango Delta, defying the odds to protect their home and its biodiversity from big oil companies. I see it in the young girls who are forced out of school and into marriage in northern Nigeria, speaking out today so others may get a fuller chance to thrive tomorrow. I see it in the young entrepreneurs I met in Johannesburg using their energy and creativity to launch businesses that serve their communities. I see it in World Central Kitchen, a partner of the Archwell Foundation, and their volunteers in Ukraine and around the world, fighting food insecurity one meal at a time. I see it in the vulnerable children of Lesotho and Botswana, orphaned by HIV, striving for a better future, which we support through our organization, Center Bali. I see it in the newest generation of activists for equality and justice, who are mobilizing people of all ages and races, all faiths and walks of life, to lace up their shoes and join the march. And I see it in the parents I meet around the world, as determined as Mandela was to give their children a better shot at a brighter future, to prioritize their own and their children's mental health and well-being, to reject old ideas and past prejudices, to heal from the past and build resilience for the present and future, because they know the price of inaction will be paid by the next generation. In their strength and in their deeds, Mandela's legacy shines as brightly as ever. They are my lifebelt. I hope they can be yours too. Because right now, the water is rising all around us. In some places, quite literally. So it's more important than ever that we seek a purpose greater than ourselves and get to work. After all, Mandela was not only a man of conscience, he was a man of action. He organized millions, inspired billions, joined hands not only with those who loved him, but those who had once jailed him, to build a better future for all. What Mandela understood was that true legacy transcends one's own needs and the passage of time. It defies the moment. Its relevance never ceases. Legacy does not belong to the self. It belongs to those it impacts. That doesn't mean he was perfect. No, he was something better. He was human. As he wrote in his autobiography, I have made missteps along the way, but I have discovered the secret that after climbing a great hill, one only finds that there are many more hills to climb. I have taken a moment here to rest, to steal a view of the glorious vista that surrounds me, to look back on the distance I have come. But I can rest only for a moment, for with freedom comes responsibilities, and I dare not linger, for my long walk is not yet ended. It has been almost a decade now since Mandela's own walk on this earth finally reached its end. But what he taught us again and again is that it was never his walk alone. It was all of ours. It is all of ours. And what a beautiful gift, especially as a dad of 2 young children myself. The message that this world is meant to be shared. That the work of each generation is tied to those who came before and those who will come after us. That we have an obligation to give as much, if not more, than we take. And never shudder in the face of darkness, for hope is the fuel that courage requires. So on this Nelson Mandela International Day, as a new generation comes of age, a generation that did not witness Mandela's leadership for themselves, let's commit to remembering and celebrating his life and legacy every day, not just once a year. Let's talk with our children about what he stood for. Let's seek out what we have in common, empower all people to reclaim our democracies, and harness the light of Mandela's memory to illuminate the way forward. Because if we can summon our own courage just as he did, if we can see one another's humanity just as he did, a better day will truly be on the horizon. Thank you.
Prince Harry delivering the keynote speech here as the United Nations General Assembly was honoring and also celebrating Nelson Mandela International Day. We're going to step away for a 2-minute break, but you're going to want to stick around because when we come back, we do have police giving us an update after there was a shooting at a mall in Indiana just yesterday. 3 people fatally shot, 2 others injured, and the gunman taken down by a witness who did have their conceal and carry with them when this shooting began in a food court. We'll be giving you those new details as this police investigation is underway in Indiana when you return here after this 2-minute break. Three people were fatally shot, 2 were injured on Sunday evening at an Indiana mall after a man with a rifle opened fire in a food court. An armed civilian shot and killed that person. Police giving us an update to this investigation. Let's go ahead, listen into it right here on Live Now from Fox.
Good afternoon. My name is Mark Myers. I'm the mayor of Greenwood. Thank you for being here today. Today's not an easy day for the city of Greenwood. Today is very tough. It's been a hard night for our police officers, our firefighters, everyone else involved here today. And I want to thank all those departments for their assistance. Before Chief Isom gets up, I have a few comments I'd like to make. I'll not be able to say anything that's already been said by so many other sites of these mass shootings here in America. I don't want to be among the mayors that has to share these statements, but sadly I am. I grieve for these senseless killings, and I ache for the scars that are left behind on the victims and on our community. And as we stand here in shock, I'm proud of my first responders who instantaneously responded to the scene. The men and women of the Greenwood Police Department, the Greenwood Fire Department, the Johnson County Sheriff's Office, the Indianapolis Metropolitan Police Department, the FBI, the ATF, and other departments as well. We want to thank them for their assistance in this operation last night. Also, we have the faith community to show its support, to the mental health experts, the Red Cross, and government leaders at all levels. We've been contacted by our state, our federal, and even from the White House, offering their condolences and their assistance for anything we need. Thank all of those who did that, who've reached out to us and who are reaching out to our people to support us. And also, we're very thankful for a young 22-year-old man who stopped this violent act. This young man, Greenwood's Good Samaritan, acted within seconds, stopping the shooter and saving countless lives. Our city, our community, and our state is grateful for his heroism in this situation. Chief Eisen will give you some information on him in a few minutes. He's a young man processing a lot. I ask that you give him space and time to be able to process what he's gone through last night. With that, I'll turn it over to Chief Eisen.
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon. First and foremost, I want to offer the condolences on behalf of all of the law enforcement agencies involved in this incident last night to the families of our victims. This is a senseless tragedy, and our hearts are broken with yours. I first want to start by introducing some of the individuals standing behind me. This was a collaborative effort from many agencies. I have been involved over the course of my career in multiple multi-agency, both federal, state, and local training efforts and active shooter trainings, many of them at the Greenwood Park Mall. We work out the problems in those trainings so that when it counts like it did last night, we have all of these agencies coming together just like they did, working seamlessly, working together for a common purpose, everybody knowing their role, and last night was a true testament that training pays off. Behind me, I have Herb Stapleton, Special Agent in charge of FBI, Agent in charge of the ATF, Josh Watson, Lieutenant from the Indiana State Police, Commander Ron Hicks from IMPD, Sheriff Dwayne Burgess from the Johnson County Sheriff's Office, Fireman Chad Tapman from the Greenwood Fire Department, and Coroner Mike Pruitt. That being said, I'm going to turn this over to the coroner for just a moment so that he can talk to you more about the victims. Then I will get back up and give you some specifics on what we know about the shooter, the Good Samaritan, and the events that occurred last night. Coroner.
Thank you, Chief. Johnson County Coroner Michael Pruitt. We have identified 4 decedents following the incident last night at the Greenwood Park Mall. We have been working jointly with the Marion County Coroner's Office because 2 of those individuals were transported to Indianapolis hospitals, one of those to Eskenazi and the other one to St. Francis, and then 2 of those remained at the mall. The Marion County Coroner's Office is handling the autopsies and the investigations of 2 of the individuals, and we are handling 2 at our facility. I'll identify the 4 individuals. I'll go down the list here. I will put these out for proper spelling, so I will get those out to everybody. I've already sent some of those out, but I will get those out. So the first individual that we identified, this individual was at the mall, and we are handling this investigation, Jonathan Douglas Sapirman. I want to say that correctly, Sapirman, okay? He's age 20 of Greenwood. The next individual, Pedro Pineda, age 56 of Indianapolis, and we are handling that investigation. The next individual, Rosa Miriam Rivera de Pineda, age 37. She is the wife of Pedro, so they are a married couple. That investigation is being handled by the Marion County Coroner's Office. And the last individual is Victor Gomez, age 30 of Indianapolis, and that individual is being handled by the Marion County Coroner's Office also. All will be receiving medical examinations that are scheduled for tomorrow.
Thank you, Coroner. Okay, as the coroner just said, Jonathan Sapirman, age 20 of Greenwood is our shooting suspect. He was pronounced deceased at the scene. He is 20 years old. He has a juvenile record and no criminal history as an adult. His past incidents with the Greenwood Police Department include minor offenses as a juvenile, such as a fight at school and being a juvenile runaway. He does not drive. We believe that he walked to the Greenwood Park Mall last night. We were told by family members that he typically walks or Ubers to wherever he needs to go. We know the ATF, their specialty is weapons. As soon as we got in and started processing the crime scene last night, the ATF took the serial number information and immediately began the process of tracking down when and where those guns were purchased. If you have questions from the ATF representative here, once I'm done, he will be available to answer more specifics. However, the weapon used by Mr. Sapirman last night was a Sig Sauer Model 400M 5.56 caliber weapon, rifle. It was purchased on March 8th, 2022 here in Greenwood. The second weapon recovered, this was in the bathroom, was a M&P 15 5.56 rifle. It was purchased on March 9th, 2021 from a gun store here in Greenwood. Mr. Sapirman also had on his person a Glock 33 .357 caliber pistol. The only weapon used by Mr. Sapirman last night was the Sig Sauer Model 400M rifle. He had multiple magazines and over 100 rounds of ammunition on his person and in his possession. We know that from family members that he has been practicing shooting at Range USA. The ATF has made contact with Range USA and received records from them that show that he was frequently using their range and purchasing ammunition at that location for the past 2 years. We know that he recently resigned from a warehouse position back in May, and we have not confirmed yet. Detectives are serving a subpoena as we speak to Polo Run apartment complex to find out if he in fact was being evicted. We were told by family members that they believed he had received an eviction notice. That has not been confirmed at this time. We did locate a cell phone belonging to Mr. Sapirman in a toilet in the stall in the bathroom. We believe he placed it there prior to exiting the restroom to begin his shooting spree. The following is a timeline of events. We know that Mr. Sapirman, through surveillance video, entered the mall at entrance 4 by the food court at 4:54 p.m. He walks directly to the food court restroom. 1 hour and 2 minutes later, he exits the restroom and shoots Victor Gomez outside of the restroom. He then points his rifle into the food court where Pedro and Rosa Pineda were eating dinner and shot both Rosa and Pedro. He then fired several more rounds into the food court, striking a 22-year-old female who is currently recovering from a leg wound at Eskenazi Hospital, and a bullet fragment believed to have ricocheted off of a wall did strike a 12-year-old female who was running towards exit 4 in the back. That was a minor wound treated at the hospital. They did remove a small piece of metal jacket, most likely from a ricochet. At 5:57 p.m., the shooter was confronted by our Good Samaritan, who I will identify in just a moment. The Good Samaritan was armed with a pistol and engaged the shooter as he stood outside the restroom area firing into the food court. The shooter fired several rounds, striking the suspect. The suspect attempted to retreat back into the restroom and fell to the ground after being shot. We recovered 24 .223 rifle rounds shot by the suspect and 10 handgun rounds fired by the Good Samaritan. The Good Samaritan, once again, he has authorized us to release his name. He is requesting you give him time to process and grieve himself before reaching out to him. His name is Elijah Dicken, and that is spelled ELISJSHA, and he resides in Seymour, Indiana. He was at the mall last night with his girlfriend shopping. One last thing that I would like to get help from the media is there were several personal property items left behind. When you have an incident like this, it's complete chaos. People left shopping bags, they left cell phones, wallets, a lot of personal property. We have recovered that personal property and it is currently being entered into our property room. Tomorrow, anyone who is missing a personal item left behind can come to the Greenwood Police Training Center located at 736 Lowe's Boulevard between 9 a.m. and 5 p.m. There will be officers there to assist them in getting their personal property back. We ask them to bring a form of identification so that we can positively identify the person we're giving the property to. At this time, I will open it up for questions.
Chief, can you spell the name of the suspect, sir?
Yes. It's Jonathan Sapirman, and it is spelled JONATHAN SAPIRMAN.
Chief, can you tell us about the Good Samaritan, even though there's not a gun permit in Indiana, what was the status of his permit and his level of cooperation with the investigators?
We could not find that he had a permit. He was carrying legally under the constitutional carry law.
What kind of firearm did he have?
He had a Glock handgun, I believe.
One other question. You identified originally the SIG as 5.556?
.556.
You also said 223. Are those the same?
Okay. .556. Yes, they're very similar. They shoot 223 rounds also.
So how should we identify them? 223?
.556.
Okay, Chief, can you tell us about the conversation between your detectives and your Good Samaritan, what he expressed to them? And he obviously, this has been a difficult situation for him. Can you explain how he explained to you he went through this process?
Well, I personally didn't speak to him. I did watch the video, the surveillance video, which captured pretty much the entire incident. I will say his actions were nothing short of heroic. He engaged the gunman from quite a distance with a handgun, was very proficient in that, very tactically sound, and as he moved to close in on the suspect, he was also motioning for people to exit behind him. He has, to our knowledge, he has no police training and no military background.
As you watched that tape, were you able to explain to yourself what would have happened if this man had been, let's say, at J.C. Penney at the other end of the mall instead of right there? How much worse would this have been?
At that time of night on a Sunday, I couldn't speculate. I don't know. I don't know how many people were in that area of the mall.
Chief, you talked that training paid off as you trained before with other agencies. Can you, without giving away the trade secrets, explain how you were able to coordinate with your fellow law enforcement to respond and reach a successful situation?
Sure. So in an incident like this, when an active shooter situation goes out, there's several. First thing that happens is officers from other agencies hear it dispatched, officers at home get pages, officers in the area that might be off duty in their vehicles with radios on all hear it, and they automatically expedite to the scene. So we have a lot of self-reporting LEOs that may not be on duty from other agencies. Basically, everybody runs to help, which is great, but it can also be chaotic and cause problems if it's unorganized. So the first thing that we have to do is create staging points for self-reporting LEOs and assign a supervisor to that staging point to monitor who's coming in and keep track of where people are. The second is to establish an incident command and a unified command with all agencies that are responding. So all of the individuals you see behind me were the head of their agencies on the scene. We all met at one location, and there was one point of contact via radio traffic between dispatch and commanders that were responsible for had specific responsibilities inside the mall, whether it be clearing, whether it be fire, rescue, SWAT team members, bomb squad members. So it all comes through a central point of command with everyone you see behind me at the command center. We also obviously have to prepare for media, have to prepare for people that are looking for loved ones, reunification sites, for those who don't know where their loved ones are to gather. So we immediately established that at our training center and got that out on social media and within the media for family members to report there. And then you just start processing as the incident commander for the agency within the jurisdiction. The first thing I did was call for the FBI. This is something that they are very well versed in, and they have both the manpower and the resources necessary. I knew we were going to need that. Because there were firearms available, this was an involved. This was an active shooter incident. The ATF, they have resources, just as I explained earlier. They can track down where weapons were bought and when they were bought and histories very, very quickly, much faster than we can. So you just start pooling resources and getting organized, and pretty much everything else falls into place. You treat the wounded, evacuate the mall, set up perimeters, and once everything's clear, you move in to begin your investigation. And the investigations go further out. They go, once we identify the shooter, then we have to get search warrants for the shooter's house. And then we move to the house. So it's very methodical, very slow, but everyone did exactly what they were supposed to last night.
All right, so police here in Indiana laying out exactly what unfolded not only last night, but after this incident had taken place, again, where 3 people were shot and killed by this gunman. A Good Samaritan stepping up and taking control of the situation, shooting down that gunman. We are going to continue listening in here. Some of our viewers going off to a 2-minute break.
It was wet. They're going through the process of drying it out to try to extract information from it. Right now, we have no motive. His family members that we spoke to, they were just as surprised as everyone else was. They said there were no indicators that he was violent or unstable.
Is there any evidence that this was directed toward the Hispanic community?
None at this time, no.
You mentioned the videotape, the surveillance videotape. Will that be released, and if so, when?
No. No, it is much too graphic.
Do you know how many people were in the food court at the time? Dozens, or just spread out?
I think dozens would be accurate.
Chief, can you go through this timeline? It looks like this all happened by the time you started shooting to the time he was taken down. 2 minutes?
Yeah, so like I said, the most puzzling piece of this puzzle is the fact that he was in that restroom for 1 hour and 2 minutes. We believe, and we don't want to speculate, but we believe he was getting ready. He had a waistband holster on with several magazines. He had a backpack that had the second assault or second rifle broken down in it so that it would fit in there. Several rounds of ammunition. So we think that he was kind of preparing for his actions during that 1 hour and 2 minutes. And then as you can see, once he came out and started shooting, it was 2 minutes by the time the first shot was fired until he was neutralized by our Good Samaritan.
Anything recovered outside of the mall that pertains to this investigation you're able to talk about at this point?
No.
What were the
Chief, when you got
first
to the scene,
911 calls that
when
came in?
when you encountered the Good Samaritan at the scene, was he escorted out, taken into custody? Do you have to identify who this person actually was and that he wasn't the actual shooter?
Correct. Yes, he was handcuffed. His gun was collected. We took him back to the Greenwood Police Department where detectives interviewed him, confirmed his statements. Once we were able to view the video, his statements correlated with the video. And
when you encountered him, can you tell us about that? I mean, did he drop the gun? Was he standing with his hands up? How do you know him from a second shooter?
yeah, and that's always a concern. That's always a concern because he was in civilian clothes with shorts and a T-shirt on. So he cooperated fully when officers arrived. He actually approached mall security and told them that he was the one that neutralized the shooter and waited for the officer's arrival.
Is there any reason to believe that the shooter was under the influence of any kind of alcohol or drugs?
Not at this time. We'll know more after toxicology results of return from the autopsy.
Did the alleged shooter live alone or with his family?
I'm sorry?
Did the alleged shooter live with his family?
He lived alone. Okay.
Did you clothes in the bathroom too, like a change of clothes?
I'm not aware.
Was anyone with the husband and wife who were killed? Did they have any kids or any family members or anyone with them? Do you know?
Not to my knowledge.
Chief, the two 5.56 rifles, they were purchased legally. Were they purchased by the suspect? Or?
Yes. Yes. Are there any other questions for any of the professionals standing behind me?
What were the first 911 calls that came in on this?
Okay. The first 911 calls were of an active shooter in the food court at the mall. That brings up a very good point. The Johnson County 911 Center is set up. If they get overwhelmed, if there's too many calls coming in for them to answer, if all lines are busy, those 911 calls are routed to the Bartholomew County 911 Center. So the Bartholomew County 911 Center received, I talked to Sheriff Myers this morning, and he said they received about 50 calls. So they were trying to decipher, and the sheriff sent his deputies to the mall to assist us with clearing it. So Bartholomew County also played a very pivotal role in this.
Is there any evidence that the shooter and the Good Samaritan exchanged, or that the shooter shot at the Good Samaritan?
I don't believe so. I don't believe so.
Is there any evidence that the shooter had any history of mental illness or mental health treatment?
Not to my knowledge.
You mentioned the subpoena to search the Bull Run apartment. Or is there something you guys?
Oh, we did search the apartment last night. The subpoena is to get his rental records. It's not something they would release to us verbally without a subpoena, but we have been told by family members that he had received an eviction notice.
So did he live there, Chief?
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
Did you search the apartment?
We did. Yes, we found when the SWAT team went in to clear it, the oven was on high temperature and had a laptop within the oven and a can of butane. I don't want to speculate what his intentions were, whether it could have been to cause a fire or to damage the laptop, but we did retrieve the laptop, and that is going to go to Quantico to be analyzed. It's been damaged due to the heat in the oven.
Chief, the last time we saw a heating source with something in it was the Southside explosion at Richmond Hill, as you may recall, a number of years ago. Is he trying to copy that?
It would be speculation. I don't know what his intention was. It does appear that he placed his cell phone in the toilet, in the water, and the laptop in the oven. So we are very curious to have those analyzed. Right now, they're going to. The phone is in possession of the FBI, and the laptop is going to be sent to Quantico.
Chief, do you think it's good to have armed citizens like this Good Samaritan out there to stop shooters?
I will answer that this way. Many more people would have died last night if not for a responsible armed citizen that took action very quickly within the first 2 minutes of this shooting.
Chief, a question about the FBI. Sir, Special Agent, does this gentleman fit the profile
Excuse me. Pardon me.
If the question is inartful, just want to figure out, is this the kind of guy that would do this?
No, I understand the question. What I would say to that is there really is no one profile. It would be, it would be an overreach to say that this person fits a specific profile. So each case is a little different. We have to investigate it on its own merits with our partners. And so, we're still learning more about the shooter, as we mentioned, through the search warrant and other investigation that the Greenwood Police Department is doing. And so we'll continue to take a look at that. But I wouldn't say there's any one specific profile that is capable of conducting this type of attack.
The majority of these active shooters have been white males who've had some sort of trauma or some sort of mental illness. So does he not fit that?
So as I mentioned, we know that he's a white male, but we're still learning more about the shooter, and it's probably too premature to say that he fits a specific profile. And again, we do see these types of acts from people of a varying array of backgrounds, and so we don't want to get too tunnel vision focused on one particular profile.
What resources did you bear on this investigation? The FBI does have a national base, so how did you support Greenwood in trying to come to this conclusion, and how will you support them moving forward?
So up to this point, our role in the investigation has been primarily in assisting Greenwood Police and our other law enforcement partners in the collection and processing of evidence. As the chief mentioned, we have been requested to take a look at the cell phone and attempt to do a forensic exploitation of that. And we'll continue to provide any type of technical assistance that Greenwood or our other partners may need.
Since the phone was wet, is there a timeline of the possibility of maybe you're able to access it in there?
No, we don't have a timeline. We're working as fast as we can to try to get the phone to a point where it can be exploited. But there's no guarantee that we'll be able to recover any data. We're just working as fast as we can to try to get that done.
And on the laptop, is similar timeline?
Same thing. We have to. We don't have a timeline for that. We have to talk with the technical experts to see what is technically possible in this type of situation. Work with the Greenwood Police Department to see what we might be able to do to exploit the data. But we're working on that as quickly as we possibly can. I'll defer that question to the chief. His team was responsible for that search.
No, there were none.
And you mentioned they were purchased. I just want to be clear. The guns that were used that you found at the mall, those were purchased by the suspected shooter?
Yes.
Were they modified in any way?
No, not to my knowledge.
Have you talked to the family of any of the victims yet?
Yes. All of the victims' families were notified by the coroner.
Was the backpack the only thing that triggered the bomb squad last night?
Yes, and then also at the apartment, once the SWAT team found the butane in the oven, they backed out, and the bomb squad came in and cleared the apartment of explosives.
And for the ATF, you mentioned, Chief, that you would run trace of this particular gun. Had it been used before at other crime scenes, or just based on the types of tests that you all run?
Yes, so we will submit the fired cartridges to our National Integrated Ballistic Information Network to determine if it was used in a crime in the past, but that will take some time to get that back, but that's in process right now.
So we're hearing a little bit more about what police have discovered after this shooting took place just yesterday. Again, it was a 22-year-old who was carrying a firearm at the mall when this gunman had opened fire in the food court, and he did shoot and kill that gunman. Sounds like a lot of heroic work by that civilian was done that day to help keep that gunman at bay. And hopefully, and it had also probably saved a number of lives. So this investigation still ongoing into what exactly else this person possibly may have had planned. You heard about some of those items they found inside of his home, including a laptop inside of the oven with butane as well, with that oven turned on to a very high temperature. So we will continue to follow all the developments coming to us from Indiana. Let's go ahead. We're going to step away for a 2-minute break. When we come back, going to take you out to another press conference with our officials, this time law enforcement, talking about charges to some suspects who were involved in a string of 7-Eleven robberies and shootings. We'll bring that to you right here in just a few moments. Criminal charges are being announced here by law enforcement after 2 suspects have been arrested. They are in connection to a string of 7-Eleven robberies, 3 murders. It's all part of a violent crime spree that spanned through 4 Southern California counties. Let's go ahead, get that latest update from our officials right here for you on Live Now from Fox.
First of all, my name is Todd Spitzer. I'm the district attorney. Before I start, I want to thank all the participants. On Friday, we held an event talking about the arrest of Malik Pat and Jason Payne on Friday through the cooperation of multi-jurisdiction law enforcement. You're going to hear about some of that today by ATF and Sheriff Villanueva, but I'm extremely proud of the fact that there was a major crime spree as outlined here in the posters showing the locations of a lot of these various robberies that happened on July 11th. And I'm going to talk about another crime we'll be charging that happened July 9th in Los Angeles. But the fact that law enforcement came together and seamlessly worked in a cooperative fashion is unbelievable in the sense that everybody took this so seriously because it's very, very serious. So today I'm going to be talking about the charges the Orange County District Attorney's Office will be filing in this case with respect to the 2 defendants that are in custody, Malik Pat, who's 20 years old, and Jason Payne, who's 44. Before I do that, I want to introduce the lead prosecutor on this case, Seton Hunt. I also have other prosecutors here that I want, Troy Pino, who is the head of court for homicide, Pat Dixon, who is a senior assistant district attorney, who also worked on this case. I want to specifically thank Jeff Moore and Mina Gurgis for working with the team throughout the weekend because they did a phenomenal job. And I mean, from the time of the arrest until the time of the complaint, we didn't miss a beat. Let me first talk about Malik Pat, the 20-year-old. Malik Pat is a stone-cold serial killer. There's no other way to describe him. He executed innocent people and he shot others. And his behavior and the crime spree he engaged in is literally, I just got chills up my own spine. It's chilling. I've been doing this work for over 3 decades, and to see somebody who could just kill people in cold blood like this it's just unfathomable. It's scary. I mean, we know that the community was paralyzed during this crime spree. Every time he walked into a donut shop or a convenience store, the clerk behind the cash register had no idea the death and destruction that he had already left in his path or he was about to do to that particular employee, and they could have been his next target, and some were. He could have kept killing, and I'm convinced, based upon what we know now and what we're working on, he would have kept killing because he had a complete disregard for human life. Instead, he chose to kill whoever and whenever he wanted. And if he had kept killing, or if he would have kept killing if it wasn't for the amazing work of these teams behind me and all the men and women who are on the front lines working under their leadership. This is law enforcement at its best under one of the cruelest, most inhumane set of crimes I've ever seen. They worked together to ensure that these violent criminals were taken off the street, and now it's our job as the prosecutors and Mr. Hunt and his team to prosecute these individuals to the fullest extent of the law. So today I'm here to announce special circumstance murder charges against 20-year-old Los Angeles resident Malik Pat and robbery charges against his 44-year-old neighbor, Jason Payne. I'll break this down in terms of the specific crimes. I'll describe them generically first. We have 3 felony counts of murder with special circumstances. The facts of the special circumstances engaging in multiple murders. That's a special circumstance factor. 2 counts of attempted murder with personal discharge of a firearm causing injury. 3 felony counts of robbery with an enhancement for the personal use of a firearm. 1 felony count of carjacking while personally armed, and 2 additional special circumstance enhancements of murder in the commission of a robbery. We also have 3 enhancements for personal discharge of a firearm causing death. That makes Malik Pat eligible for death or life without the possibility of parole. We expected his arraignment, since we've charged special circumstance murder, that he will be held on no bail. I want to break down those crimes for you because the community is very familiar. Let's talk about the murder on July 11th in Santa Ana. That case for the murder is the special circumstances of multiple murder, so having committed multiple murders in the same, for the same proceeding. That makes Malik Pat eligible for death or life without the possibility of parole. And then also the enhancements of the personal use of the firearm. There was a robbery in Santa Ana. That's a separate and distinct charge, and that enhancement was is with the personal use of a firearm. On July 11th, there was a murder in Brea. We're all familiar with that. He's being charged there with multiple murder and felony murder special circumstances, which makes him eligible there for death, life without the possibility of parole, and the personal discharge of a firearm causing death. That can add to life without the possibility of parole another 25 years because of the personal use of a firearm causing death. On July 11th of this year, we have 2 counts of first-degree attempted murder. That's 2 separate victims in La Habra with the personal discharge of a firearm. Those enhancements add 20 consecutive years for the personal discharge. We have a count of robbery, and then we have the 1 count of carjacking. After the robbery, he commissioned a vehicle, and that vehicle was used to take him back to the layoff vehicle where Mr. Payne was awaiting. This is where things get interesting in terms of the LA County crimes I'll be bringing. On July 9th, Malik Pat is charged and accused of murdering a homeless man in North Hills in LA City. We are charging that crime here in Orange County with special circumstances for multiple murder, and that makes him eligible for death, life without the possibility of parole. And then after he killed that homeless man, but just prior to allegedly killing the homeless man, he had just engaged in a robbery in North Hills. We're charging that robbery too, because it was concurrent with the murder in that location. So I want to mention that. I've also, on Friday, I talked about the other out-of-county crimes. So we have an Upland crime in San Bernardino and an Ontario crime. Those crimes are not eligible because they're robberies for us to prosecute those San Bernardino crimes here in Orange County. But I've talked to Jason Anderson, the district attorney, and he plans to file those charges, and then there will be warrants issued for the arrest of Malik Pat and Jason Payne, and he'll process those crimes when we finish our case here in Orange County. With respect to the robbery, attempted murder in Riverside County, Riverside City, I've talked to Mike Hestron, the district attorney there, my counterpart, and many of you know the victim is in dire condition. The victim appears to be sustaining his life through intervening means, medical means. And so we will be monitoring that victim's status, and we're hoping and praying that that victim will recover and that it is an attempted murder and not a murder. Let me now shift to Jason Payne. Jason Payne is 44 years old. There's a relationship between Malik Pat and Jason Payne. We're still exploring that. It doesn't appear to be blood or familial. It appears to be a long-standing relationship of 2 individuals who lived on the same street in Los Angeles. We're charging him with 3 felony counts of robbery and 1 felony count of attempted robbery in connection with the robberies that occurred in Santa Ana, which I've described, La Habra, and Brea, and an attempted robbery. Those all occurred on July 11th, 2022. So you may want to ask the question, how do we prosecute all these cases, especially the LA case here in Orange County? California state law allows that if you engage in a serial murder, that occurred in other counties, we can consolidate those prosecutions in a single county in the interest of judicial efficiency and to prevent the victims or other witnesses from having to endure multiple court proceedings in different jurisdictions. I do want to say for the record, you're going to hear from ATF. ATF was the one that worked with LAPD to investigate the murder.
As we listen into these charges, we are going to be sending some viewers off to their final 2-minute break of this hour.
Investigative Bureau member of ATF's task force since its inception. And it's very, very important that we work with our federal partners. Some of you were here when I announced the cross-designation of a federal prosecutor, Orange County prosecutor to be a federal prosecutor with the U.S. Attorney to prosecute fentanyl murder cases. So this office, unequivocally, I just want to make this clear, we are a very aggressive prosecutorial office, and we will continue to be a very aggressive prosecutorial office. So at this time, I'm going to ask Los Angeles County Sheriff Alex Villanueva to make his comments.
Thank you and good morning. Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department's Major Crimes Bureau Burglary Robbery Task Force has been a partner of the Orange County Violent Crimes ATF Task Force for over 10 years now. We have worked several significant state and federal investigations over the years, including a Southern California gun store burglary ring, a violent high-end jewelry and watch store robbery series, and other high-profile, high-risk investigations. It has been a tremendously successful partnership with benefiting both Los Angeles County, Orange County, and all agencies and cities therein. The Orange County ATF Violent Crimes Task Force is comprised of extremely tenacious and professional investigators, and the partnership over the years is much appreciated by members of the LASD. On Monday, July 11th, the LASD's Major Crimes Bureau Burglary Robbery Task Force began to work with a full commitment to the Orange County ATF Violent Crimes Task Force in its recent investigation into the horrific murders and robberies. Investigators believe these same suspects were involved in 2 additional robberies in Los Angeles County. Prior to the suspect's arrest, the Burglary Robbery Task Force conducted hundreds of hours of surveillance and intelligence gathering with and for the Orange County ATF Violent Crimes Task Force. These 2 task forces worked nearly nonstop into the early morning hours throughout Southern California until the arrests were made on Friday afternoon. The Burglary Robbery Task Force and LASD Aero Bureau was present and assisted with the tactical and safe apprehension of the suspects on Friday afternoon. Additionally, LASD units that were assisted in the investigation were our Special Enforcement Bureau's K-9 team and South Los Angeles Station's Summer Enforcement team. The teamwork, cooperation, and professionalism of all involved is responsible for bringing these 2 suspects into custody quickly and safely. This, with the added expert detective work of all the detectives working this case, will hopefully assure the successful prosecution of 2 violent predators terrorizing innocent working-class Southern California residents. The Burglary Robbery Task Force will continue to cooperate and assist in determining if the 2 Los Angeles County robbery cases can be attributed to these suspects. Residents in Orange and Los Angeles County are safer due to this cooperative teamwork and partnership, where the law enforcement mission is more important than who receives credit. Criminals know no boundaries, and cooperation like this is crucial to keeping us all safe. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sheriff. I can't emphasize enough Sheriff Villanueva's many points, but in particular the cooperation. Look, one of the things that I'm sure you're going to ask questions about is the other defendant, Mr. Payne. And the sheriff and I have been very, very outspoken and vigorous advocates about the changes in state law. And the one change in state law that affects our case with Mr. Payne is the elimination of the natural and probable consequences theory under murder. The legislature took that away. So just being merely present at a scene without necessarily having the evidence to prove intent is a tool the legislature took away from us. And they're taking that away from us is making our streets less safe. And I would really urge the legislature to redebate the natural and probable consequences law, because that's a tool that we need as law enforcement and prosecutors to keep our community and state safe. At this time, I'd like to introduce Michael Hoffman with Alcohol and Tobacco Farms and Explosives, ATF. He's the Assistant Special Agent in charge. Mr. Hoffman.
Thank you, DA Spitzer. With me with the ATF is my counterpart, Assistant Special Agent in charge, Steve Galloway. On behalf of the men and women of ATF and the Orange County Violent Crime Task Force, I would like to express my sincere sorrow for the pain and suffering all the victims and their families continue to endure. And I hope the actions of DA Spitzer and his office can bring you some comfort today. The ATF-led Orange County Violent Crime Task Force was formed over 5 years ago with Fullerton, Brea, and Santa Ana police departments, along with the Orange County District Attorney's Office. And the sole purpose was to investigate violent serial robberies occurring across the Southland. And we do that through additional partners such as the LA County Sheriff's Department's Major Crimes Bureau, particularly their surveillance units and air assets. And our job has never been more important than now. The level of random violence we're seeing throughout society is totally unacceptable. It seems as if you can't even go to the supermarket to purchase groceries, to a 7-Eleven to purchase a cup of coffee, or even to go to school to learn to read or write without suffering the dire consequences of gun violence. As a society, we cannot accept this, and ATF will certainly not accept this. ATF and our partners will dedicate any and all resources to target, investigate, and assist in the prosecution of anyone depraved enough to commit these heinous acts. And that is exactly what we are doing today. Thank you.
Chief Hawley and I participated in an event Friday announcing the arrests. I want to thank Chief Hawley as he comes up to, I want to just express my gratitude. He's one of the leading chiefs in this county. Paul Walters is here, the chief of my bureau, who, as you all know, was the Santa Ana police chief for many, many years and was incredibly active in laying the foundation for these kinds of task forces and going after these kinds of hardened and career criminals. Chief Hawley.
Thank you and good morning. On behalf of the Brea Police Department and all of our law enforcement partners involved in this outstanding task force, we'd like to offer our sincere thanks to District Attorney Todd Spitzer and the men and women of his office for their diligence in filing these charges against the suspects. And we will continue to work closely with the DA's office moving forward for this prosecution. I'm convinced that through these collaborative efforts with the District Attorney's Office and the other involved agencies, that we will help to bring some sense of closure and justice to our victims and our victims' families. I am proud of the collaborative multi-agency partnership with ATF and our local law enforcement partners, the La Habra Police Department, Fullerton Police Department, Santa Ana Police Department, LASO, and the DA's office. Their partnership and the relationships that we built have led to this successful conclusion and these arrests. In closing, again, on behalf of my agency and the agencies involved, we offer our deepest condolences to the families and the victims in this case. We all remain with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chief. A real leader here in Orange County is the Board of Supervisors Chairman Doug Chafee. He's going to make an announcement about some action. It's my understanding the board may take tomorrow, but I just want to let you know that as a district attorney, anytime I have asked for any resources that we need to properly run our agency in order to be effective prosecutorial agency in California, if not the nation, the chairman of the board has always said yes. Would you please, Doug Chafee, please.
I couldn't believe how rapidly different agencies came together, 3 counties, multiple cities, ATF, the district attorney's own task force, and how rapidly they came together to solve this horrible incident that was happening on the street. I was discussing with my colleagues at that time the possibility of putting up some money as a incentive, as a reward for information leading to the arrest or conviction of the people who are perpetrating these crimes. But they did such a good job of getting this done so rapidly, we were not able to take that action. So instead, tomorrow we'll be talking about using that same money and perhaps some more to establish a victims relief fund. Our hearts go out to these victims. They did nothing wrong. They just happened to be where they were, serving people, doing what they're supposed to be doing. It's so hard to imagine these neighborhood stores where you might go buy a loaf of bread, have a cup of coffee. You go there and you experience violence. So I commend the district attorney for his working expeditiously to ensure that proper steps are taken, which he's doing, so the suspects are brought to justice and, in due course, answer their crimes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This time, I'm happy to take questions. Vicki? Yeah. Probably not much.
Neighbors, anything more about the only
Okay, let me break this down. So we are obviously analyzing all the evidence, and we're putting together, I mean, think about how much has been put together in such a very, very short period of time. And we're all working around the clock because we want to make sure we examine every piece of evidence. It appears as if Pat and Payne were living on the same street and had a long-term relationship. The nature of that, I already indicated, it doesn't appear to be familial or blood-related, but it was long. It appears to be long enough established that there was some kind of significant kinship. So that's about what I can tell you at this point in time. In terms of the difference, it's, you know, Pat engaged in like the most serious and aggravated and horrible crimes that a human being can effectuate on another living person. And, you know, what Payne's role was in that, he was present. We know he's present at the scenes, but not inside the locations and not so proximate. In other words, so close or with an eye view that we at this point can show that he knew, other than the robberies, that killings were involved. So that's the distinction in a nutshell for the difference in the charges. But we're still examining that. Does that make sense? I can't say. We are examining the evidence to determine what evidence that's admissible that we could utilize in order to connect that. But today, under our ethical duty as prosecutors, we can only charge based upon the evidence that we have. And we do know that Payne was present. I can't speak for the Los Angeles murder, but for the Orange County and the other Inland Empire, present, but a different kind of participant. So just so you know, with the changes in the law under the felony murder that I talked about, or natural and probable consequences, we have to prove two things now. We have to show that the person was a major participant to charge them for the murder, for example. And they also acted with reckless indifference to human life. And so the law is very specific, even though we're still litigating a lot of these issues throughout California. But with that change of natural and probable consequences, our ability to prosecute individuals based upon this idea that if you go along with somebody you know is going to commit a robbery and they're armed, it's a natural and probable consequence that somebody could get shot or killed. We've lost that tool because of the state legislature. Michelle? Oh, sorry about that, Kimberly.
Todd, can you please share whether these two engaged in past criminal activity together? Was that part of their quote-unquote relationship? And also, can you talk about the 2 additional LA County robberies? Were they around this same time?
So the second part of the question, I'll have the sheriff address. I can just tell you generically, and I said this Friday, we are connecting and trying to connect a lot of dots. There's potentially other crimes out there that either one or both may be responsible, and we're still working on all that evidence with the other agencies. ATF, put together the January 9th homicide, which quite frankly is, when we start getting into that evidence in court, I think you're going to be very, very impressed about how they put that together. I'm not going to discuss the particulars now. But a lot of this is just still being worked on. The good news with respect to at least Malik Pat is he's not going anywhere. So the robberies in Upland and Ontario, they're going to be able to issue warrants on that and take care of that. And the attempted murder of the victim in Riverside County, that also will follow behind our cases. And Sheriff, I don't know if you want to comment about any other cases you're working.
Actually, let me introduce Chief Joe Mendoza, who oversees our detective division.
Thank you. Our Major Crimes Bureau is continuing to work. There's a robbery that occurred within this time frame in the city of Whittier. The second case, also within the time frame, occurred. However, we're not going to divulge that. We're still working it. We're putting it together to present it for charges.
So obviously we'll be, if we have it, assuming we do, we will be offering that into court if it's deemed admissible. I'm not going to comment on any statements or anything that has come forward through the investigation or interviews at this time. This will all be handled in court, so I can't comment on that, Michelle.
Payne was the getaway driver, number one, and he knew Pat had a gun. Or did he know Pat had a gun? Did he hear shots fired? If he can prove that he heard shots fired at one location and he still went to other locations with him, is that enough to charge him with murder?
So you just gave me what we infamously refer to in law school as hypotheticals, which I love, quite frankly. And if all the things you potentially put out, Chip, become evidence, then it's a whole different analysis, right? What I heard, what I saw, things like that. We are investigating every single aspect of this case. I'm just sharing with you, as of this moment, what charges we can bring against Jason Payne. And so based upon the information that's reviewed, the reports that we have and the like, these are the charges we can ethically bring today. But if additional information becomes uncovered that is similar to what you potentially described, it changes the whole flavor of our analysis for sure. I believe he was not. I believe he was not the driver. I believe he was a passenger. Well, I think part of the reason when I talked about Jason Payne that showing his knowledge and whether he shared a reckless indifference or what he knew or didn't know, either before the crime or after the crime, would all depend on where he was in proximity to, say, a 211 occurring, a robbery occurring. So if you're in the carjacking in the La Habra case, a car was commissioned for a short period of time to take it back to the getaway car. But it's not our belief at this point that Jason Payne was the driver.
Thank you. Do you have any evidence you can comment about whether it's a coincidence that it all happened on 7/11, or is that something also, again, that you're also working through?
So obviously I wanted to know that too. I mean, when this was happening, it was the 95th, I believe, birthday celebration of 7/11. And I think, you know, a lot of people were very, very concerned, right, while these suspects were still outstanding to go to a 7/11. I know I certainly was concerned. And I told my kids, my daughter in particular, don't you dare go and get your free Slurpee or your dollar Slurpee today. But that's all part of the investigation. I can just say loosely, it doesn't appear to be a motive. It doesn't appear to be that that was the catalyst for doing robberies at 7-Eleven. Doesn't appear to be. It appears it might have just been random and coincidental because remember we had Yum Yum Donuts, we had 7-Eleven, we had sandwich. So I think it was just places that are open long hours, sometimes 24, early morning hours, things like that.
All right, so our officials here speaking about this incident that happened just last week on 7-Eleven, a string of robberies as well as shootings taking place at multiple locations across South California. Malik Pat, 20 years old, there on your screen on the left-hand side. He's charged with 3 felony counts of capital murder, along with 2 counts of attempted murder, 3 counts of robbery, 1 count of carjacking while armed. These charges against him are special circumstances, allegations of multiple murders, and murder in the commission of a robbery. So once again, this is still an ongoing investigation. One of those suspects who did receive a gunshot wound also still clinging on to life, so there could possibly be more charges to be filed. The second suspect was his neighbor, Jason Payne, 44 years old. He's being charged with 3 counts of robbery, 1 count of attempted robbery. So again, they were arrested just a few short days later on July 15th, and they are both being charged with that crime spree targeting those 7-Eleven stores. We're going to step away for a 2-minute break. When we come back, we're waiting on a White House press briefing. It was supposed to start at the top of the hour. It looks like our media finally filed in. Hopefully we see our press secretary marching through that door. Let's go ahead, step away for that break. If she's not back, we'll give you more content from all across the country, more press conferences taking place from coast to coast. It's all happening right here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Well, we've been hearing a lot about some temperatures heating up in the UK right now. It's been so hot in the United Kingdom, the runway at the country's largest Air Force base has melted. This according to a report. So Sky News reported that flights were halted at Royal Air Force Base. And this happening in Oxfordshire because of the runway had melted. These reports coming in that temperatures had soared past 95 degrees Fahrenheit at the base on Monday afternoon. A tweet from the Ministry of Defense press office said that aircrafts are using alternative airfields as part of a long-established plan to deal with these extreme temperatures. Also, another company in the UK that sells products to maintain asphalt surfaces. The airbase uses an asphalt runway. They did say that they are also helping to maintain those surfaces. So officials at London's airport said in a tweet they were working to repair a defect on the runway resulting from these high temperatures. Operations since that time have resumed, but the UK Met Office issued the country's first red alert, saying that they had also said that they knew that they were going to have some sizzling weather happening, so they had warned some of their residents already ahead of time. And obviously, this really just one of those times when you just cannot believe that they're saying that it's causing so much trouble to travel. Let's go ahead and take a look at just some of that video of their airport there, especially since some of these are record high temperatures that have been reported in places like Wales. They reached a temperature of 99 degrees, and if verified, that could be the highest temperature ever recorded in the area. Elsewhere, temperatures also pushing to 100 degrees, and it's just going to continue on. You can see those crews working on the runway there. The worst is still yet to come, though, so Tuesday is expected to be even worse. We did have our senior weather presenter at the UK Met Office saying Tuesday will be even hotter in many places because it's going to be a very warm night with temperatures in some places holding up in the low mid-20s. That's near 70 degrees Fahrenheit for all of us. Looks like the warmest night on record in the UK. So the forecast calls for Tuesday's high temperatures to climb into the upper 90s, low 100s across the country's southeastern part with a high of 104 degrees. Forecast for London. We'll continue to keep an eye here on this story. A very odd one at that, to hear that the runway had been melting. But again, it is something that they are dealing with, those high temperatures in the UK at this time. Let's go ahead and bring it back here at home because we do have our press secretary who has come out to the podium. They have began their White House press briefing. We, of course, want to bring it to you from the top. That's exactly what we do here for you on Live Now from Fox. Just want to make sure everyone knows that when it comes to those press conferences, it's not just one soundbite or two. It's the entire press conference. You get to hear all the details, whether it's from our law enforcement agents, whether it's from community members, or in cases like this, our press secretary. So let's go ahead, listen into the latest briefing right here for you on Live Now from Fox.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. Okay, so today I'd like to welcome Jared Bernstein, member of the Council of Economic Advisors, back to the briefing room. Jared is here to talk about the strong economic progress we're making and the enormous opportunities Congress has ahead to continue that progress. We're really glad to have him here again. And Jared, I welcome you back to the podium.
Well, thank you so much.
All right.
An opening statement, after which I'll take questions. President Biden, who grew up in a family where the price of gas was a kitchen table issue, has elevated easing price pressures as his top economic priority. We economists think of this in terms of inflation, inflationary expectations, interest rate changes, a vast array of complicated concepts and measurements. But the fact is that it comes down to affordability and the need among Americans